aeropuerto se siente frío cuando no está bebé. Mi cabeza ya está perdida, solo pensándote. Y es muy fácil, tú tienes la cura pa' quitarme toda esta amargura. Solo tienes que volver. Yo sé que extrañas como yo te hacía. Tú, lo que ni pudiendo te haría. Porque no volvemos a darnos energía. Tú y yo, ya son las 2:50 y quiero llamarte. Yo sé que no está pa' mí, que te dolió, que ya no es tarde para recuperarte. Dímelo todo, pero nunca que no. Baby, te conozco desde antes. Nadie te lo hace como te lo hace tu ex. Te pone bien sad que ya no quiere verme. Te acostumbraste a lo frío y no quiere quemarte. Déjame prenderte fuego. No quiero empezar de cero. Vamos a revivir lo que murió, que el tiempo se va volando. Yo sé que extrañas como yo te hacía. Tú, lo que ni pudiendo te haría. Porque no volvemos a darnos energía. Tú y yo, ya son las 2:50 y quiero llamarte. Yo sé que no está pa' mí, que te dolió, que ya no es tarde para recuperarte. Dímelo todo, pero nunca que no.
¿Se puedes creer? La gente está ofendida. Que por qué no me despedí de la fiesta, dicen. Chayo, pero si yo me voy al último de la fiesta, yo siempre me voy con la chiquilla, que es la última que se va del party. Mira la gente, chayo, ya yo bomba de humo, dice.
No es una bomba de humo cuando me voy del party, porque mi gatita es la última en irse del party. Y yo me voy con mi gatita, que es mi punto débil. Pa' hacerme cositas a ciegas, soy su Dare débil. Yo ya me estudié el tema. Diamante, rubí, las dos son gemas. ¿Cuál es que es tu problema? Que me vaya al último con ella le quema. So I like you, I like tu tuya. Dejo que tu mente me destruya. Esta noche porfa mami no me juzgues. A mí me gusta todo lo que a ti te guste. Tú y yo somos de novela, vela, perdiendo con vieja escuela, ey. Si me dices de romperla, vamos esta noche a romper la ley. Bien, que aunque te me hagas la santa, si suena pa' poner y mueve la falda. Y aunque se tarda, viene conmigo pa' finalizarla. So I like you, I like tu tuya. Dejo que tu mente me destruya. Esta noche porfa mami no me juzgues. A mí me gusta todo lo que a ti te guste. Tú y yo somos de novela, vela, perdiendo con vieja escuela, ey. Si me dices de romperla, vamos esta noche a romper la ley. Bien, y aunque te me hagas la santa, si suena pa' poner y mueve la falda. Y aunque se tarda, viene conmigo pa' finalizarla. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Dímelo facto, Say Morales, LPS. ¿Qué pasó, mamá?
Someone like you pa' quedarme esta noche prendido a ti. Ay, que lo que mamá, dame un kiss.
Vence 2 mapas controlados.
Let's go, let's go.
E já tem a sua vaga na grande final do VCT Ascension.
A nossa grande finalíssima será a norte-americana.
We took down Brazil, we took down the powerhouse, we fought against the crowd and we're the villains of the crowd. We're here to take down the guard now after taking them down in NA multiple times.
Koala! Eita! Que marinha! Olha só o trabalho! Que movimentação!
Why you so quiet?
Desconfiou e foi chumbado pelo EU.
M80 explode here on Fracture, and they give us an all North American Grand Final.
It can't get better than this, right? Grand final to decide who's the better team of NA.
The stakes are super high. We're up 2-2 against the guard. We're gonna see who wins the tiebreaker here, but I'm pretty confident that we're gonna come home with it.
You know, we're running this tournament right now. And I think with that, we can beat anybody.
We fought our way here to the grand finals. Now we're just one step away from the title.
Nothing has ever been given to us. We're gonna put the hard work in, and we're gonna be at the top.
Goosebumps, baby, it's Grand Finals Day. We have been waiting for this day since the season began, going all the way back to the latter part of winter. Back in February, we saw these teams put on a list. Who was the #1 team in each region? Who was the #2 team? And the two teams that people talked about the most, Tanner, the Guard and M80. Yep. These were the teams that everyone thought would be playing in this final, and the storyline comes true.
And the storyline comes true. I mean, it's easy for us because we got a direct look at it, but to hear from everybody else, I think M80 really coming into this one as the favorite. And when you look at the matchups, things seem even. M80 kind of leading, but once we got to when it matters, you see in the bracket here, the Guard getting a win over M80, the Guard making it all the way to the grand finals, and now you're thinking like, wow, this team that was built to do this is about to freaking do it.
And looking at the bracket, you can see that M80 had to play a lot more because the Guard just kept winning matches, so they had to play less. M80 had to end up going to lowers because they lost versus the Guard, their opponents today. So they have shown everything in their book. The Guards played less. They might have something that we haven't seen up their sleeve for today.
M80 as well facing off against the Union in that group stage match. To kick off the event, they lost that opener. That puts them in that second seed where they then have to play in a quarterfinal match. So they did play a match before the Guard, who got a first round bye. So there's a small part of that you look at it like, man, M80's had to play a lot of games.
Yeah.
That's kind of a good thing for them and kind of a bad thing. It's a good thing because they get a lot of practice in the LAN environment. In fact, they're the only ones in this event or in this final that have played on this stage already because the Guard did not play yesterday, so they did not play in this environment yet. They have not played in front of a crowd. But it's also a bad thing, because now there's a lot of tape on what they're doing currently. Active playing tape, not just what they did in the past.
Yeah, and talking about yesterday, we saw the M80 that we all needed to see for them to make it to the grand finals. They had to play 2 BO3s, and today is a BO5, so they gave us a sense of their resilience, of that they can run a marathon, they can keep on pushing through, because today is going to be no different in terms of the length of how many maps they're going to need.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that point, right, of M80, what they showed yesterday, you can't hold strats, especially if you're playing the Union again, the team that beat you, right? So what we saw from M80 yesterday, the Guard can probably expect today.
Well, obviously there's history here. These teams know each other. They've played against each other so many times. The matchup, if I'm not mistaken, is dead even, and it means the players have a lot of opinions on what you might expect. Let's take a look.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, so playing against M80, I think, is going to be an exciting rematch. We beat them in the playoffs here 2-0, but they beat us a lot in the Challengers playoffs leading up to this event. So this is kind of like the last straw. We're tied 2-2, so.
The stakes are super high. We're up 2-2 against the guard. So we're looking to get the tiebreaker match here at the finish line, making sure we take home the trophy and making sure we take home Ascension into franchising. We're gonna see who wins the tiebreaker here, but I'm pretty confident that we're gonna come home with it.
But I am a little down that Union isn't in the grand final because I would have loved to experience a home ground team in Brazil playing against the crowd cheering for them. I'm excited for that. Hopefully an NA versus NA final will still be as exciting. I hope you guys still come and cheer us on. And I think we're gonna play great versus them, hoping to come out with another win.
My main goal is getting into the franchise league, passing this Ascension league, winning this grand finals against the guard. So we put in a lot of hard work individually and on the team. We're not gonna let that hard work go to waste. We're gonna cross the finish line here against the guard.
Short, mas tem pro Tex. Garante seu bate, não tem fuga. Leva dois, parte pra cima, leva mais Joga muito, Tex!
We took down Brazil, we took down the powerhouse, we fought against the crowd and we're the villains of the crowd. We're here to take down the guard now after taking them down in NA multiple times, and we're here to be at the finish line.
Yeah, I think grand finals on land, in front of a crowd, there's pressure, people are gonna be making mistakes. It's gonna show how good that team really is. I don't think you're gonna be able to say, oh, M80's better, or oh, the guard is better. Whoever wins this match will decide who's the better team. We've been going at it back and forth between the whole year, and now it's finally gonna decide who really is the best.
You can hear it from the players. They've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. Everything they've done this year has led to this moment. And how better would it be than to see them facing off against each other here in this final? This is the storyline we all wanted to see. And it's a storyline we've already seen play out. We saw them face off against each other in multiple matches throughout the Challengers splits, throughout the Challengers playoffs, and even here at this event in the bracket as well, as we saw the guard knock M80 down into the lower bracket. We've got a lot of history between these two teams, Tanner, more so than any other teams currently competing at this event.
Yeah, and I just want to say in that video, Valen said, like, I wish it was the Union. I wanted a Brazilian team with the Brazilian. Hey, slow your roll, buddy, okay? You don't even have a stage day. I think you're going to be feeling the pressure a bit from the crowd just with M80 on the other side. But yeah, this to me, looking at this, even when we saw them meet earlier in the bracket, seeing the NA versus NA, I know that Union is good. I know that 00 Nation is good. Nueva Zeta is good. But the guard versus M80, for these two teams, this has to be the most difficult matchup. They've played each other so many times, right? It's hard to keep secrets from one another. Just the back and forth, the amount of reps they have against the two teams between one another is, I think this makes it such a difficult matchup for both sides.
And how appropriate is it, too, that if you actually look at the stats from players for this event, the top 10 players are the 5 players from each of these teams. Like, realistically, this is exactly what people would anticipate based on numbers alone. You can take a look at the stats for M80 as, you know, it kind of follows true to what we've seen all throughout the Challengers splits, through midseason face-off, through the playoffs, and here at Ascension as well. I mean, maybe the minor exception here, Em, is that Xander is actually popping off, leading the ACS. But otherwise, I think everything pretty much connects with what we've seen as a storyline for M80 thus far.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually, a high ACS is usually what we'd see more on the duelist side, like you mentioned. But in terms of the average kills, average deaths, everybody's pretty dead even almost across the scoreboard. If we're looking at the assists, which is something I want to highlight that you can see from Nismo, he's got 10.5 average assists, and that is huge because that means that he's doing a beautiful job on his role as a support that he loves so much. He's such a good breach, such a good KO, and that shows right here with the stats of his assists.
Yesterday as well, EU was, I think, 68 and 34 across the two best of threes. He had a field day, so look at those numbers. You might be like, man, you know, EU's maybe struggling. No, not really. When EU's playing the role he needs to play, he plays quite well. And he was a big piece of the puzzle yesterday for M80 in their successes to get them to this point. But then you look at the flip side, the guard. Similar storyline. You've got 5 players, all very capable on an individual level. Collectively, it works. Tanner, I feel like the storyline is the same for both teams. It's 5 players, everyone's really good. There's not really necessarily one player who has to step up because anyone can do it at any given moment.
Yeah, I think what you see to go back to M and the assist, what you see here for the guard is you have a handful of players who are inching a bit closer in that assist, which kind of, I think that is the guard, right? Just as a collective, their core, they play together so incredibly well, which is something that I thought we saw a lot from M80 yesterday. They always had ideas. It was great. But this is just what the guard is. They're calm, they're cool, they're collected. They always have a backup plan. They're always playing together. And you can really see it with Valen matching those assists, Jonah P having those assists, who is a huge player. And then this standout, right? Obviously, Trent. Trent, just who Trent is, it's so cool, the story behind Trent staying with this team and wanting to get it done with 5, or this 5 specifically, when he could go play with whoever he wants, and he's about to do that, right? He's given this opportunity here in the grand finals.
Yeah, this team has such a strong core, like you were saying. They've been together for such a long time. They have the experience. They have the LAN experience, the pressure experience, which is very important. Looking at the stats here for Valen, although the average kills and deaths aren't as necessarily high as the other players, you have to remember, Valen is the heart and soul of the team. And I think throughout all of Ascension, he's been doing an absolute beautiful job as that role, doing a great job adapting mid-round, which I think is something he really shines on. And that's something that M80 is going to have to watch out for. Valen knows how to adapt and play around what's being given to him.
One of the things we've talked about with regards to this team, going back to VCT, I remember when we first saw this team play in VCT, obviously slightly different roster. Tex was a part of the team at the time. They had Saya player. The cast percentage was so consistent across all of them, and that again remains to be the case. The cast percentage for the top 6 players, 5 of them are members of the guard. The only player that's in the mix from M80 is Xander. He manages to scratch in at number 2, if I'm not mistaken. But otherwise, it's the guard through and through with their cast percentages, which just illustrates the point you guys are talking about. This team works as a team better than potentially anyone else in any of the regions playing in Challengers. And I mean that in a global sense. They work so well throughout the Challenger splits, here in Ascension as well. It just feels like everything clicks. It's so coordinated, and that's what makes them so scary. But the 2 people I feel like a lot of people are going to have eyes on is going to be the duelists. Everyone is always going to look at the duelists, Tanner, and obviously we're going to have some fun watching Tex and Koala Noob duel it against each other.
Yeah, and much like the M80 versus the guard is kind of, I always see it as, what was it? Unstoppable force, immovable object. I said it against, the Union against the guard. Koala is kind of the tip of that unstoppable force. Tex, even the team themselves, Tex himself said, he's not necessarily playing that crazy jump in, do it all duelist role, but he's doing it well, the role that he does play, right? He's playing that entry. I don't think there's as much Tex go kill, but the stats are so incredibly close. And if Koala Noob is going to be, I guess this is how I'll put it. Whenever M80 is kind of down and out, Koala's usually having a bad day. And if Tex is having a good day and Koala's having a bad day, or if Tex is able to inch out these stats versus the Koala stats that we see on screen, I think that bodes incredibly well for the guard.
Well, you're looking at these first kills and all of these other stats. The number I always look at, M, is the first deaths. Koala is one of the most aggressive duelists that's playing at this event. The only one that's maybe more aggressive was Verdi, just the way he takes first exchanges. And like Tanner said, they don't always work out.
And it's interesting you pointed out the KD, right? For Koala, it's 1.14 versus Tex, 1.13. However, for the first kills, first blood, first kills, Koala is exceeding Tex over that. So that's very interesting, even though the KD is higher for Tex. So I wonder what type of support and what is the situation of that's leading up to that first kill differential.
You talk about support, and it's very easy to forget that some of the support players playing in this game are some of the best to do it in the region. When you look at players like Jonah P and Nismo, Jonah P has been having a field day at times. Obviously, his stats don't look quite as good as Nismo's. Part of that being that Nismo does slot in as a raise sometimes. So is ACS going to be slightly higher? But, we were talking about it. Jonah P's Sky is scary good.
It's so scary, and it's really annoying, right? Playing against a Sky that is so good. You can get bit and stunned by the dog, but Jonah P is a very aggressive Sky, and I think that's why he is incredibly well with the KD here on 1.21. He's not afraid to go in. He has been playing with so much confidence that I love to see from him. The grand finals that we saw from the splits, and even in Ascension, it's really showing of how confident he is on that. He definitely stands out on the Sky. And Nismo, of course, even though he loves going on duelists that we love to see him on, he's a very good supportive player too. I think people don't give the supportive players as much credit as they should, because these players are not only setting up their teammates, but they're also fragging for their team.
And it's Jonah playoffs, right? That's what the P stands for. So you have to, you can take these stats, sure, but you have to expect a completely different Jonah P. The last stat down there, 27% clutch percentage for Jonah P, 35 on their side of Nismo. These teams are so closely matched. I think that is going to be a huge component. It's going to come down to who is inching out those 1v2s, or I guess the 1v2s, the 1v3s, the 1v1s. And a lot of these players are in the top percentages for clutch. So even then, it's just as, I mean, the nitty gritty, the onesies and twosies, Bach, the onesies and twosies.
You know how much I love when you use made-up words. Those two players as well, you mentioned, top performers, number 1 and number 2 in APR. Very clearly setting up their team for success while also finding it themselves. You talk about it, though. You said when you look at these two teams comparatively, very close to one another, and we actually have stats that can compare the teams, their attack side win rates, their defensive win rates, their post plants. All of these numbers overlap pretty evenly. You can see the defensive sides definitely pretty good for both of these teams. The attack side maybe slightly better for the guard, but Tanner, some of those stats, I mean, you look at the post plant percentage. This is something we've praised these teams for. Their post plant setups are damn near oppressive.
Yeah, and what do you do for post plant as well as 4v5, right? So if both of these teams are down a player and they're winning just about 40% of the time each, right? You can never count them out. The one stat that stands out is the pistol round, which is something that M80 have to come into this series with things hammered out to ensure that they can get this early lead, because that is going to be, the pistol round, the anti-eco. We saw M80 forcing in the series yesterday. I mean, the first couple of rounds, I don't think those are going to dictate the game, but, towards the end of some of these maps, we might see, if a second half pistol win went the other way, maybe we'd be in overtime.
M80 did lose pistols, but they made up for it, right, Em? Like, this is a team who, in the second round, those force buys, watch out. Even if they don't really force, take a couple of sheriffs, just keep the buy a little bit lighter, not going with like a stinger and armor or anything like that. Their aim is so on point, and again, because of the fact that they have that individual pop-off factor, like every single player is exceptionally talented, it's scary when you match up against them, even just with pistols.
I think, looking at the pistol percentage, honestly, it takes a huge role in how well they're going to be succeeding. It's one of the reasons why they had to play 3 extra BO3s in comparison to the guard. They didn't win as many pistols, which essentially could be an advantage if you win the pistol, because you control the economy, right? You have to force the other team to either force buy to try to win the second round or save, so you have 2-round advantage. So I think for today, they're probably going to be focusing on those pistols because of such the difference. Like we saw, everything else was pretty much dead on even in terms of the stats.
I do want to mention how kind of volatile, although it worked yesterday, M80 they were just red hot on the day. They were very volatile with their economy in, winning pistols, or when they did win pistols, anti-eco. The rounds were so incredibly close, 2 or 3 people would die, and they were reinvesting. They were kind of throwing the bonus round out the window. They were reinvesting to kind of keep the momentum moving forward. So I'm wondering if they'll stick to that. If, the pressure is on. Obviously, they felt pressured yesterday, but now they feel it again today. And I'm wondering if we do see, those second round forces if they lose the pistol, or if we do see them scrap the bonus rounds and reinvest. The thing that looked poorly outside of jitters for M80 at the start of the tournament was teams being able to force them to play a different game. And the M80 that we've seen of recent has stuck to their guns.
We'll see how these teams adjust to, the fact that they're going to be playing in front of a crowd obviously has an impact, and we saw that rattle some players' cages just yesterday. M80 obviously rose to the occasion. And M80 is now experienced in this atmosphere. The guard has not played in front of a crowd. I know people are thinking, yeah, the guard played at Reykjavik. There was no crowd, dog. That was COVID time. So there was no one there to watch outside of the staff at the event, which basically was the same as playing at the studio event they just played in. They have not yet played in front of a crowd. I will say this. I kind of feel like the guard is the home team here. Because, Tanner, if you watched that game yesterday,
yeah,
M80 was not exactly shy about talking some smack on stage against the Union based on their interactions with them as a team. So that might put some salt in the mouths of the Brazilian fan base. They're going to now be cheering for the guard just because they're playing against M80.
Yeah, oh man, you know, good publicity or any publicity is good publicity, whatever it is, right? I think you're completely right. The people that show up today might not be fans of the guard. They might not be here to watch the guard win because they like the guard. They're here to watch M80 lose. And you know what? That gets butts in seats. So I'm not against it for M80.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Buck, I really think you're onto something in terms of the crowd is probably going to be cheering against M80. They took down one of their home teams and sent them home, and that could be an advantage for the guard. But like you were saying, the guard has played far less here, and they don't have that crowd experience that M80 was able to get yesterday. I think it was almost a blessing that they did have to end up playing more matches and end up playing 2 BO3s yesterday, because then it's setting them up for today. The guard yesterday, they just had to sit around and watch what they were going to be doing to try to analyze and counter strat of expecting what's coming today. So the M80 in that terms, they're prepared, they're warmed up and ready to go for game time.
Yeah, I do want to mention too that I hope for, as far as like fans and stuff go, I hope that maybe one of these two North American teams can kind of be indoctrinated as a fan that the Brazilian fans can root for, because they did make it on this stage here in Brazil, right? So it can kind of pseudo be the Brazilian representatives that make it to Americas, and somebody that the Brazilian fans can continue to root for.
As we see the teams grace the stage one final time here in São Paulo, it's important to just frame this up as best as we can. Tied 2-2 in their series against one another. The guard, 6 maps, M80, 5 maps. The round differential between the two teams across all of their games played thus far is +4 in favor of the guard. Across all of those maps, they played 11 maps. And it's +4. That kind of illustrates the scenario that's playing out here. These teams could not be more evenly matched, and it's a scenario we knew was inevitable. And you can see the teams getting into it with the crowd. I think M80 is probably embracing their position here, Tanner, as the villains. They seem to indicate that in the video.
Yeah.
They're okay if the crowd is booing. They just want to hear noise.
Yeah, 100%. And again, butts and seats. That's what it's about, to be able to have this crowd out there, whether it's to watch you win or watch you lose. But like you said, EU coming out, still kind of shushing the crowd, whereas you can just see, we can't hear it, but the guard are definitely getting more of the crowd love.
One would assume, as we see this, I mean, obviously, like, I think there's still an amount of people who are like, you know what? We liked watching them win. We love that zesty atmosphere they bring to the stage. How could you not like seeing teams bring what they bring to the table, even if it's just in the server? As you can see the guard getting the claps and cheers. I really do wish we could hear this, Em. It seems like the crowd is very much behind these teams.
I want to hear it. I want to hear all the cheers. But as a player, listen, I want to get into the mindset as a player when you're walking out on stage. Nizzo's like, come on, come on. Oh, gosh. But when you're walking out and hear the crowd, you're facing your opponents. As you can see, they're right next to each other. You're looking at each other's in the eyes. This is where your heart starts to race. You know what I mean? You're getting into the game mode right here and now. They have been playing so long for this very moment to get to the grand finals.
Well, Valen is obviously hyping up with the crowd. John QT is a cold-blooded killer. That man has no emotion. He even rocks the mask, so you can't even tell if he's smiling. And honestly, the amount of times we've spoken to him and we've seen him in general, he is definitely very stoic in nature, which makes him difficult to read. At this point, it comes down to preparation. Who has prepared more for their opponent? Yes, the guard has obviously had extra time. They got to watch M80 play back-to-back BO3s yesterday. Anything that M80 has done differently since their last match has been gleaned by the guard. But M80 also has a brilliant tactical mind behind the scenes in Happy, who's helping dictate pace and play and how they approach everything. And that's clearly been a part of their success.
Yeah, so coming into this one for the guard, through the upper bracket, the big advantage that they have, right? Maybe a little bit of nerves, haven't played in front of the fans, but Josh RT said they are a 7-map team, and fortunately, because of their route to get here, the success that they found, they only have to play 5 of them. You know, they get the extra bans coming into this one, which doesn't necessarily mean that the guard have a bad map. They can just take away good M80 maps.
And there is one map in that mix of all of the maps that is not a good M80 map. I am curious to see if we will experience Bind. I feel like there is not a world on Earth where the guard does not at some point pick Bind here, simply because M80 does not get that ability to ban it. It's been a map they have not played, not even one time. There's not like a qualifier or an open match they played under a different team name with side accounts or Smurfs or something. They've literally never played it. We have no idea what to expect should we make it to Bind. And on the other hand, I feel like Guard is actually a pretty apt team on Bind. They seem to play the map well, and they like to play it.
Oh yeah, you know for a fact they went back to their hotel rooms last night after winning, and they were like, guys, we're probably gonna have to play Bind today, right? So I would imagine that they were trying to prepare for that when we find out what the maps are gonna be eventually.
Well, look at that map pool here for the Guard as well. Obviously, the Guard very comfortable on pretty much everything. Split maybe their one bugaboo. It's a map they don't love to play, but when you compare it, just look at the other numbers. They played Bind 6 times. Let's keep in mind that these maps weren't always in the pool. They were taken out and added back in, so that obviously changes how things were potentially played out across the season. There is a significant amount of overlap, and you can see that as well when you just look at the series these teams have played. They're very likely going to end up on maps they've already played each other on. It's unlikely that we're going to see anything too crazy, with the exception, obviously, of that Bind game, where you can see it's a big old goose egg, Tanner. M80 just never showing us what they're working on. That is both scary, because they could be amazing on the map, and concerning, because they could be terrible on it.
Yeah, I would argue, I don't know. I just always feel like when a team has a perma ban, that is just a map that... it's just, you ain't hiding nothing, brother. You are not hiding anything. It's just not going to be a good map. So I think you can chalk up that L. I think it just depends on when that comes, because like you mentioned, if Split makes its way through, it's not a great map for the Guard, and it's one that we've seen M80 really elevate their play on, with Nismo back on that KO. So it's outside of that one map. I think production was talking to us before it. If M80 in recent series against the Guard, if they win a map, they win the series. That's kind of the thing. If the Guard win, it's in 2-0 fashion. So now that we jump back into the best of 5, M80, if we're sticking to that script, right, they scrape up an early map before Bind makes its way in, and we could absolutely see them kind of, I say shock the world just because they're coming from the lower bracket, but I don't think it'd be too shocking.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a scenario that surprises anyone here, except maybe a blowout 3-0. I think if either team came out and 3-0'd the other in just insane 13-1 fashion, I think that would be the only thing that surprises us. At this point, we should expect to see a pretty close series, even if it ends 3-0, but it's like 13-11, 13-10, 13-10. That wouldn't be that surprising, because we've already seen that happen with these teams before. You know, you look at the grand finals between these two teams, the last time they played, it was 3-1 in favor of M80. One of the maps was a 13-1. Everything else was close. So, like, realistically, I don't think there's much that's going to surprise us here. We just hope that we get the series we've wanted. All 5 maps, we want to go the distance.
Yeah, I was so excited to just start the day to see this grand finals of these two particular teams. Like you were saying, I'm expecting it to be a full-on battle between these two teams. I mean, M80 fought their way here. Let's be honest. They fought and fought. They played a lot, and they worked super hard to get it to the grand finals. Whereas on the flip side, the Guard looked incredibly dominant the entire Ascension. So both of these teams are here for slightly different reasons, but we all were expecting to see these two teams be top 2, top 3, and one of them is going to be in franchising. And as we saw in the interviews, they really wanted to fight for that, and I'm expecting extremely close battles today.
To go back to the interviews, a couple different times from Challengers back in North America to now the Ascension tournament here, Nismo has said, we are a team, we learn from our mistakes, we always come back better, and that has proved so incredibly true. You go back to Split 1, they lost to the Guard in the regular season, they beat him in mid-season face-off. They lost to Shopify in Split 2 in the regular season, they beat him in mid-season face-off. They join this event and lose to the Union, and they beat them to send them home. And now with a loss to the Guard, I mean, this right here would only cement things beautifully for M80.
You have to think of the storylines, too, going back to the start of the year. This M80 roster, the core of them coming from Ghost, a team that a lot of people were surprised to not see picked up by one of the orgs that was announced for franchising. You know, you've actually heard multiple people talk about it, most notably Kaplan, who has pushed this idea that it's amazing that no one thought, hey, we should sign this roster. They're scary good. And now they reform as M80. They make a couple of changes based on the way that players ended up going different directions, and they find themselves here fighting for a spot in the league that some people thought they belonged in all along. And then on the flip side, you have the Guard, a team that actually basically disbanded. If you remember at the end of the season, it was announced which teams would be playing in VCT. The partnership teams were announced. And the Guard, 4 of the players announced that they would be exploring opportunities elsewhere, including their coach as well. Trent was the only one who didn't say anything, and it's already been known that Trent has been approached by multiple teams. But they ended up sticking together, and they both had the same idea in mind, getting to this stage. And as you see, the map's locked in. Lotus and Fracture banned. We've got Ascent, Haven, Bind. And I didn't see that last one there, that 4th map. It's Pearl, which means our final map, should we need it, is the Dastardly Split, a map, Tanner, that we already mentioned. Not exactly the best map for the Guard.
If we go the distance, it looks good for M80, but getting there, not so simple. Ascent and Haven are maps that the Guard have already beat M80 on. It's one that they've gone toe-to-toe a couple of times on. And then Bind is that map 3. So even if we're tied 1-1, the Guard put themselves in a good spot to have that swing map once you start that best of 3, in air quotes, that quote-unquote best of 3, with a win on Bind, then pushing deeper into the series.
You know what's interesting? I'm surprised that Bind wasn't picked as the first map of the series, right? You would expect that because you're setting the pace of a map that is their first ban that we haven't seen them play. So that's interesting for me. But for the first map being Ascent, I think that's okay because, again, it's the Guard's pick, and that's one of their stronger maps. And M80 has a very specific way of playing Ascent that we've seen from them. They love controlling the mains, the extremities. They've also played with 2 different comps that we've seen them do in Split 2, so I'm curious which comp they're going to be picking today. They've tried the triple initiator before. I thought that worked really well for them, but if the Guard's going to want to do well versus M80 on Ascent, they're going to have to watch out for these aggressions that M80 loves to do on the defense.
As we see our agent picks and bans come through, again, we are kicking things off on Ascent. This is a map that M80 plays maybe a little bit differently than other teams. They go with that triple initiator.
Okay.
And, you know, this is a little bit difficult for teams to deal with. It's been very much a strong setup for them as it really enables Koala Noob to kind of pop off. And then on the Guard, you've got maybe what's considered a little bit more of a stable composition, bringing Killjoy into the fold. No surprise there that Net's going to be playing that one. They do go double initiator in their own right, but I'm really keeping my eyes on those initiators. It's what separates these two teams. It is time for our grand finals to begin. 2 North American juggernauts duking it out for 1 spot in VCT. We've got our casters standing by. Dust, Shift, let's get it started.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. It's one that we've seen, like you guys already mentioned, a fair amount of times. So it's going to be a really tested one between these 2 squads based on the history that they have, but of course, the immense pressure of the current situation. As mentioned, I'm Shift. That's Dust. Brother, the comps are as expected. This is just down to who plays better today, it feels like.
Man, I mean, and what a matchup it's going to be, right? I mean, technically these two teams are neck and neck, right? They each own 2 series against each other. This is their now 5th series battling it out. Obviously, maybe you tilt the slight edge of the guard because one of their wins is on LAN at this very tournament, and so maybe that has a little bit of extra credence to it than the online play, but regardless, this has been the North American rivalry of challengers all year long. The diversity and methodical play of the guard versus the explosive M80 that's very much on brand for their logo and name. And man, it's going to be great to see these two teams clash it out in a best of 5 for all the marbles, man, to see who will get promoted for the next 2 years to VCT. So much on the line shift.
Oh, it's going to be a good one, brother. And I think Tanner made up a really good point when we're talking about this map set. The later this pool gets, really after map 3, the pool starts to look great for M80. But the problem is the first 2 maps were maps that the guard just beat M80 on in the upper bracket semis. So is there going to be an opportunity here for M80 to get on top of the guard early, or is this in your mind more of a survive, try to get to map 4, and then all of a sudden the series can start tilting in your favor?
It's going to be tough. I think this is going to be a very momentum-based series, and I think Ascent being the first map is really going to be a big one. It's been a 50-50 map for M80 all year long. Not only have they lost to the guard both times they played them on this map, they've also just generally been a little bit, again, 50-50 on the map across all competitions. So meanwhile, the guard has only lost this map once, Shift. They have such a massive record on this map.
All right, well, the winner gets everything. The loser gets nothing. And the first bit of action happening over towards B main immediately. Nice little counter utility coming out, though, from M80, holding on and finding first blood. Shock Dart does find some value here, though, for the offense, and a huge first opener for Tex and the guard as they make their way on for site. They get the plant. And Trent actually is trying to challenge this heavy setup for M80 right on top of the doors opening through market. M80 need to make a decision on how they want to try to break this open. Xander gets the first. Now there's information for the guard that there are 2 members playing inside of B main. But how do you clear this out? Someone's got to hit. EU provides the first, not the second. Now the 1v1. John Cutie playing up against Net. And well, Net is actually going to make a perfect timing commitment to get in towards this site. Killjoy, you need the utility to get down. Timing of this is everything. John Cutie's going to try to hold this, but the shot looks like it will land, and Net will be able to open up with the opening pistol.
What a wild way to kick off these grand finals. Just a slobber knocker of a pistol round, back and forth. It went the entire way. It went from 5-on-5 to 4v4 very quickly on this B executes. Very tough stuff, but Tech stretches a huge entry to allow that spike to go down. This double B main play winds up working out well enough for Net to come up with the hat trick. I feel like Net is very often underrated as a Sentinel player, but he has been doing fantastic in Ascension. He's actually number 2 in KD and number 6 in kills per round and top 10 ACS and ADR. So Net's been on one in Brazil.
You saw the statistics pop up during the pregame show. The guard are unbelievable in pistols, winning over 70% of the pistols through Ascension so far. So that is something we got to keep our eye on throughout the entirety of this best of 5 series. Follow-up round, though, we'll see a pretty heavy amount of purchase still coming out on the other side for M80. You have a Marshall and a couple of goes, so there is some firepower here for M80 on their second defensive attempt.
Indeed, that Marshall and those ghosts are going to be the ticket to M80 trying to pull one over early on the guard. They're actually stacked in the right location as the guard are indeed looking to gather up and hit this B side, it seems. They do have a lurk still, though, at tree with Net, who could be an insurance policy on a backstab, or he might even call them over if they start running into trouble.
Oh, Qualinuk does hit the first shot. The guard will back off and then immediately head over towards tree side. But look at Xander. He hasn't fully moved off this yet. So he will still possess the top side of these ramparts, but can you read this cross as M80 try to make their way across spawn? Contact is made, and Tex is actually going to be able to work his way in still with the rest of the squad. So the contact for Net not personally great. Xander able to at least put together one Paranoia out, trying to follow up on that, but the offensive Paranoia is there to counter. Tex able to put together a couple of kills amidst the Fallon, and yeah, the cleanup pretty darn solid here for the guard.
Yeah, really well done. Net just got so much information and was able to get in a very key position to hear how many players were rotating over from B, which meant that the guard knew kind of what the numbers were looking like on the A side itself. Xander did a great job hiding under Heaven, getting the Paranoia on Generator, and picking up a couple of frags and keeping things interesting. But in the end, the guard understood the lay of the land, were able to work their way through the situation with the superior firepower. just peeking off each other from Generator and making sure that that round never really spiraled out of control. And so they will go up 2-0. Again, this is a map that they have a 12-1 record on for the year. If you also include that Bloodwood Tarek Invitational as well as everything they've done in Challengers, their only loss was to G2. That was 11-13 shift. So, I mean, not much but perfection for the Guard, and particularly it's defensively where they've been their strongest. Near 70% defensive win rate. They're only just over half on attack, but they're already off to a hot start.
Little opening spam coming out for the defense, trying to control B main, and how about that from Nismo? Quality also turns the face up towards the double hit through market. Net does put together 2 in response, but this would have to be a 1v5 for him. And, well, he's going to get completely taken by a 2-member stack here at mid, you would think. Paranoia gets hit. That should be enough for Xander to finish off the kill, and it will be. So M80 get on the board with their first full purchase, and they really don't lose that much in the process either.
Yeah, we kind of just go with the typical bonus pattern as far as economics go, as far as a 2-1 start being displayed, but now we'll have full buy versus full buy. There is the only ult available for the attacking side. That's going to be for Tex. Just nice B main aggression here from M80, able to get the bulk of it. Net was kind of the solo lurk through middle. Gets a couple, but that's really going to be it. Pretty clean win, all things considered, as we get into, again, that first full buy. And again, what you're going to notice is the Guard on this map in particular does like to slow it down sometimes. Just play like a methodical mid control. They're not as explosive as M80 is. They're very dynamic in how they can play this map. And I think that's what makes them so strong, Shift, is the different styles of Valorant they're capable of playing, because you never know when that pacing shift is going to happen.
And I think that actually is a huge attributing factor to what their growth looked like throughout the entirety of this year. Because I think you go back to stage 1, you talk about M80, and it's just like, yo, these guys are just going to run at us and just out-frag us. But they've definitely matured a bunch, and maybe taking a couple of things away from the Guard in terms of strategic little setups are concerned, as Quality will get first blood through mid. Does not stop Tex from popping the blades and try to maybe even find a way in. But the control here, honestly, really solid for M80, and Tex still cannot approach with 53 seconds on the clock.
That's the thing about when Guard plays slow like this. M80 are a team that likes to be very proactive. They're going to try to peek you and disrupt you and try to unsettle you. And that's exactly what Quality was able to do off that catwalk push. And they also just got shut down at B main by utilities, and they're trying to make the pivot through tree. There's an A crossfire, though, through this door. And a great stun comes in, and that completely locks Tex down.
Really well done. Quality getting another through the smoke, as now all of a sudden the Guard have to commit through tree door to get in, and the crossfire is so darn good. Last one standing was Valiant, but Qualinoob opening up with 1 and then shutting down the initial push here towards A. Tilts the edge in favor of the defense, and M80 have tied us up at 2.
Yeah, big hat trick there from Qualinoob. Again, he was in top 5 in almost every metric for the entirety of Challengers in North America, leading the field in first kills per round and #1 in KD. He's also second place in kills per round in ACS. So far at Ascension, he's in the top 5 in almost every metric except for KD and clutch percentage, where he's still in the top 10. And so he has really been able to carry over a lot of the same form you saw in NA Challengers here to the Ascension stage, and that was a big round for him there to win the opening gun round.
How about this?
And yeah, you're right. Look at this.
A little bit of a hodgepodge buy here for the Guard, but there's a Bucky and Knives out for Qualinoob. So talk about a bit of an X factor here, and look at the aggression from M80 taking over all of A. Follow-up smoke allows Qualinoob to exist here completely concealed, and the Guard are essentially trapped right now outside of B main.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a hard read from M80. Typically, the Guard, when they play a default, there's only one person maybe playing over towards the A side, and so in their mind, they're going to isolate that guy, maybe get the frag, or they're just going to be able to get the map control and the intel and be able to quickly rotate over to B, which is exactly what they've been able to do. And again, the counter utility has been so strong. They're just keeping the Guard choked at main. Net gets through, but with such amount of damage being taken away from him.
And the offensive paranoia has already been spent, so this is just going to be John Cutie trying to hold his life with just the entirety of the utility kit, but Tex still finds the first tap. EU trying to hold on to the site, but it's Jonah P to best him. And then the follow-up not going to be there at all. Wow, clean entry from the Guard considering the circumstances. And now it's just down to Qualinoob. Well, don't sleep on him, but the right click misses, and Tex will shut it down for the Guard to take the edge.
Yeah, really clean entries there from the Guard. Again, M80 had some good information with that A push, but they were yet to rotate over a 4th player. There's still really only 2 on site and a 3rd floating back hall, so Guard's still able to find a bit of a timing there, as Tex has been absolutely phenomenal for the Guard. Again, he was one of those guys in NA Challengers who's top 5 in every metric throughout the year, and so far here at Ascension, Tex is #1 in first kills per round. He's top 3 in average damage per round and kills per round, as well as ACS and KD. So, I mean, the guy has been an absolute stud in the duelist role for Ascension.
Yeah. Huge round right there for the guard. Kind of tilts the economy back to level terms as the approach immediately gets on towards A. The defense not in position to even contest this in whatsoever. Spike for Valen, now being planted on the default position. And for M80, no ults to try to retake this. This has to be done the hard way. And as the lockdown gets earned, it's immediately spent. M80 have to hold off this retake a little while longer.
Yeah, no way to cancel that out, so they just have to wait it out, which is allowing them to put more and more post-plant utility on top of the spike. Nice kill there from Xander on the flank. That's going to open up a new route for the retake for M80 and make things a little bit tougher on guard.
Prowler also clears out a lot of space just in front of health. Valen still positioned down low, not on a lot of health. Xander gets one, though, as he drops on in. Waladoo mixed up just a touch. Valen still on 5 HP, but M80 get the full surround. They envelop the site and then capitalize with every single kill. Plenty of time for the defuse. We'll go 3-3.
Really well done there from M80. That flank, I feel, meant everything to them to be able to get into A main, to open up another route onto the A site, not allow the guard to get really settled into the post plant. You figure with that lockdown, with the killjoy utility, they can start backing off into A main, play under heaven as well, and just have really good holding positions. But M80 broke that open with the flank, and they wasted no time just spilling it afterwards. That's the big thing about M80 Shift, is they're so decisive. When they decide to pull the trigger, there is no hesitation. And that's one of their big strengths, just being able to gather up together, play off of one another, trust each other is the big thing with trades, and get the job done.
We've got null commands on both sides at the ready for this round number 7. Outside of that, it's just Valen who does have it from the shadows. Waladoo peeking, finding the first. Prowler's out, hold on a second. No follow-up here from Valen. Really wanted it, but could not quite collect. And with that, we go 5v4. Tex trying to open up some space towards A, but he will not be able to make contact.
Yeah, again, M80 are doing such a good job being aggressive on the periphery of the map against the guard default and finding initiative. But look at this ult, as you said, into window room. I feel like M80 is keen about it. Xander is just barely avoiding this fragment, by the way, but does get taken down by the rifle anyhow. And so the guard get on site with advantage.
And Valen does go 1-for-1 with that teleport, so it gets us to a 3v3. Nightfall at the ready gets immediately spent. Here comes M80 quickly trying to break down this post plant. They get the first two, no worries. Waladoo working on the ace. The last player's down low. Trent will find one, but no, Nismo shuts him down, and whoa, we've got fireworks here early for both these two teams. Back and forth we go. M80 up 4-3.
M80 doing work. I mean, the last time they played against the Gar was the Uprise semifinals on this map just 5 days ago. They only got 2 defensive rounds in the second half of that game after having a slow start on the attacking side. We've already seen them surpass that with 3. They've kept this game very close. The economies are very tight for both these teams as well, because these rounds are coming down in these 2v2 side situations. It's getting very intense. Again, I think the big credit I want to give M80 that we're seeing throughout this half so far is how willing they are and how successful they have been in playing against the guard's default by challenging the edges of the map where they think that they might be able to find a 1v1 or maybe even a 2v1, and then use that to get information to understand what the guard's trying to focus on. The thing is, though, we have seen the guard already once this half pull the trigger on a pacing change with the very fast execute and get the job done because of it, and you never know when that's coming. M80, again, are a very well-rounded team when it comes to, you know, playing the defaults and mid-rounding and just using team play by manipulating rotations or pulling the trigger on a fast set piece with good utility usage. So that's going to be a battle that you're going to see all series long, really, is just kind of trying to play that mental chess. As the other Death said, these teams have played, you know, 4 official series against each other already. This is their 5th series, not to mention, you know, potential practice that may have taken place at some point. And so it's going to come down to mind games.
Absolutely it will. And the thing about those mind games is in which rounds are they most prevalent. And just looking at how the statistics have built out, there really is not much to separate these two teams. When they're at full purchase, both teams are incredible. They're the top 2 teams when it comes to being at full buy win percentage. So that's where you feel like I think the critical rounds and the possibility of turning a tide is going to exist here for both these two squads. Who can find a way to kind of command the full buy rounds, get themselves to an eco advantage, even marginally so. And that doesn't just equip to their weapons as well. That's also something we got to keep in mind for things like ultimates down the road too.
I think the other big thing that these two teams have done throughout this tournament is both of them are near 40% success rate in 4v5s.
Yeah.
So even a man down, both these teams have been able to find ways back into the round, which means no round's going to be easy. It's going to be a battle all the way through, but we wouldn't want to have it any other way considering what's on the line. As we see a big market pressure here. Does get one.
He was hoping for more though with the stinger out. Diapo also very aware at its position through mid. John just kind of gets through the dark cover completely unbeknownst by Valen. Jonah P try to tap away at this, but he will not be able to connect, and with that, we'll go to a 4v3 situation, make it a 4v2 as Jonah P also drops M80, looking good as they just take over the map, and now the spike is down, and Nat has nowhere to go but to fall. 5-3, M80, a little bit of daylight here as we get to the late stages of this first half.
Yeah, kind of an expected result. Not really anything invested in that round for the Guard, but now they should be back to a full buy. They have a couple of ults in play, and I'm curious to see what their call is going to be after that timeout as far as how they want to approach this next round. I mean, again, they're a well-rounded team. They have really well-orchestrated set pieces for both sides if they want to go fast early. They also are very good at slowing things down and playing that kind of multi-pressure, challenging market and tree simultaneously and leaving their options open and mid-rounding from there. But look at this koala noob. They just don't want to give Guard any space, man.
Yep, and that's going to force the Guard to have to commit through mid. Valen thinking about just putting his little shadow step right on in towards the point. Xander through tree shuts down the Al drone but can't contest any further. Now the counter utility from the Guard as they try to set up their plan. Rolling Thunder pops out, knives for Tex in the back line, but it's all about this action from the front at the moment, and it goes 2 for 1 in favor of M80's defense. Jonah P, though, very well, may have to couple in his sights, and he does. Gets 3 in total, fourth one up top, how about it? The Guard will hold on amidst the Rolling Thunder and get us back to within 1.
And again, that's the team play of the Guard coming through. They realize the pressure that they are feeling at mid and B, and so they immediately call the reaction, and everyone's on the same page to make it happen as once. A big round for Jonah P in general. Normally not one that you talk about as like a star of the team, but a very good support element. He's always been very good in clutch situations. And actually in Ascension, he's number 4 in KD ratio on top of being number 6 in clutches. So he has actually stepped it up quite a lot here on LAN. As Tanner called him Jonah Playoffs, he has definitely been doing really well for the squad in that supportive role.
Yeah, that one got me tickled a little bit. So we go into round number 10, 5-4 the count. The Guard, a big round there, but again, being pressured, stretched out at M80. Find more aggression, leading to success this time through B main. And how about the pre-fire from Xander? Takes down Tex, that's your big entry for the Guard down. Null command at the use, but no, not gonna find entry here. John Cutie shutting things down. Jonah P, the last one left. And this would be a technical 1v5 if he were to find a way to clutch this.
Not seeing that happening. The only thing he really has on his side is a gun and time. That's about it. He's got 9 health, no spike possession. I mean, saving this rifle even seems like it's unlikely. I imagine M80 will give chase. They have enough credits to, you know, try to get this rifle off the board, keep, you know, the Guard having to rebuy or even potentially save. Xander's going to get a great off angle here. He's going to be able to find that. So, yeah, no rifle save for Jonah P. Another dominant round win for M80, surviving with 3 players. This has been one of their best ascent performances, I should say, really all year. Again, defensively speaking, they win about maybe half their rounds, but it's the tempo at which they're winning these rounds and how quickly they're jumping ahead. Like, this is the cleanest we've seen them on this defense, in my opinion.
It almost feels a lot like the same story we saw yesterday in their 2 different 2-0s. It's just they're getting away with everything right now.
Right.
And that is a massive issue for the Guard, who now very well may be tested by Quality with an op at mid. Oh boy, dark cover comes through, but the Guard are fully stacked here. There's the chip. First shot lands, a Qualinoob will get out of there. Huge first blood again for M80.
And I mean, that's a big thing. The Guard are used to being able to get mid control and challenge this cat and tree position off their default. That's one of their strengths on Ascent. They've done it all year long. But M80 have made it a point to challenge off of catwalk so often this game, Shift. And I think that that adjustment, that read that they are putting into play has netted them so many opening picks. And it has rattled the Guard. It has not let them get comfortable in these rounds. Like, sure, they've been able to call some like audible quick pushes to get some rounds on the board, but I feel like every round has been stressful for them.
And it's not even just like the round in full is stressful. It's as soon as the barriers drop. They're stuck here at B main. It's like, are they going to peek us from main? Are they going to peek us through mid doors? Or are they going to peek us through cat? It's come from so many different angles, and now Qualinoob has the benefit of his team's utility to make these shots even easier. And the Guard look like they will fall here on just largely pistols, but there were a couple of hero weapons that were purchased this round, so we'll go into the last round of the half with a significant advantage for M80.
30 seconds left.
Again, go look at the Guard's match against Union. or go look at several of their other Ascension matches that they've played this year, you will see how often they're able to just control the map early,
big time,
and then be able to test themselves in the tree or test themselves into market and run the site splits from there in the mid round, or, you know, call the audible, go for the quick play, you know, throw some pacing changes in there, you know, keep their opponents guessing.
Yeah.
They have not been able to do that so far today. M80 have been the ones dictating the pace every single round. It has been pedal to the metal. They have varied where they push from. They have typically always found success, or at the very least shift, even when they don't succeed, they've never really been punished. You know what I mean?
True.
Like they're able to get back and just play normal from there after their initial feint.
Well, this will be a very explosive round number 12. The knives are already out for Qualinoob, still trying to get aggressive through B main with his operator. Prowler in the midst. Aldrone is there, but Paranoia will force M80 to get back out of this area. But the Hunter's Fury actually thrown a little bit more passively, and the jump up from Qualinoob follows up with the EU to go 2 for 1 in the opening exchange. And again, the guard cannot find initial entry. Lockdown will be spent. This will be the square peg meeting the round hole, unless, of course, John Cutie can just spam out the lockdown, which he does. The guard will have to rethink.
Yeah, it's a 3v3 situation, but don't count the guard out. They're usually pretty good about figuring situations out. I know this half so far has been a bit of a rough ride, but they are always dangerous when they have time left on the clock and they have equal numbers and they have some time to work things out, talk things through, work together. Valen, though, gonna get caught by John Cutie's Odin there, and Jonah P already on low health is just kind of stuck on an island in the middle.
Yep.
The spike, he can't even feel comfortable reaching for it because he might get caught in the cross for all he knows, and he has to kind of just wait for Net to get in position to see if they can try to work something out together.
30 seconds left.
The problem here is you've got a long lurk from Nismo. Jonah P, like you mentioned, is completely stuck. That was seen over towards market. Tapping away is Nismo, but he actually misses on a very low HP Jonah P, and all of a sudden, the spike will be collected, the fault line gets avoided, and there's actually a chance here. Or is there? Qualinoob up in hand says, not today, Freds. Last one left is Net, and he will be diced up by knives. An 8-4 half. Absolute chef's kiss from M80 in the first half.
That has been about their best defensive score the entire year. There was a couple of times online where they were able to get 9 defensive rounds against some of the, I'll say, quote-unquote, weaker teams in North America. But to get 8 against Guard on LAN on a map they have beaten you on both times you played it this year. By the way, both of those wins, not insanely lopsided, but they did not allow M80 double digits in either of those games. It was 13-8 and 13-7. So to see M80 come out flying with 8 defensive rounds, and that's after losing pistol and like going down the normal bonus pattern, that's big, man.
They never had to save,
massive.
Dust. They never had to save.
That's very, very key.
So now we go into another key pistol. Talked about the statistic earlier. The guard, well over 70% win rate through Ascension, and they need it badly here. And
yeah, they are a
full
super
stack
strong
through mid.
team.
EU in position through the dark cover, possibly to find some timing here. Can he land the shots, though? That's the biggest problem. And, well, as Net also provides a couple of kills, at least some damage on the backside to kind of keep this M80 play pretty well, I would say, claustrophobically put on towards A. Sure, they'll get the spike plant, but this is a very difficult 4v5 situation. Couple of battle back moments, and Nismo off the quick reload actually may all of a sudden turn things in the favor of M80 just when you thought that they were trapped. A couple of key gunfights come out, and M80 take these pistol in the second round.
I thought they were in a little bit of trouble after that initial mid push didn't work, and they missed out on a couple of kills on Catwalk. I mean, I thought, you know, that B-Link push had everything written all over it, but it wound up getting foiled. But nonetheless, M80 get on site, get spiked down, and went out at a man disadvantage, surviving with 3 players when it was all said and done. Very well done. Again, the guard typically good for around 7 defensive rounds minimum. We've seen plenty of games where they've hit in 10, 8, 9. You know, they've always had high defensive win rates. So to see them start off behind after already going down low in the first half it's a rough sign. We'll see if they can recover.
Couple of pistol upgrades here by the look of it for the guard. Double stack crossfire also right through Boathouse, and Valen able to help save 1 life, but the trades are good. Trent, little delayed peek. That works out, and the numbers stay to a 3v3. Trent's little jumping right clicks also creating some damage. Tech's trying to follow up on that. Oh, thought for sure he had EU dead to rights. But we get into a 1v2 situation. Net with a Sheriff, and what seems to be 2 low health pools for M80. And he'll upgrade. He's got a Vandal now. First taps. Whoa, what a shot that is from EU. Gets net down to half HP.
Destroyed.
Sentry turret will only find so much. Can he get any other utility into the site? Here's the check. No, Xander watching it, collects the kill, and it's gonna be 10 early for M80.
Yeah, you got a little bit concerned for M80 perhaps when you saw Net pick up the rifle and have such a big health pool advantage. And again, Net, certainly a strong clutch player in these types of situations, but M80 able to hold on now up to 10 rounds going into their bonus. Now they do have to rebuy on 3 players, so that will indeed limit what type of capabilities they're going to have on a bonus round like this. As you can see, it's slim pickings, a bunch of stingers, a Spectre, just a 1 rifle on Koala Noob. I feel like Garden need this round.
Oh, they badly
so
do.
desperately.
Yeah, and it's not even just need to win it. You need to win it cleanly here, just to get your bank account starting to feel a little bit more secure. Koala Noob, first contact. No, doesn't quite hit the shot. Tries to get the one-way. How does he do that? Fallon, the peak is a little bit too delayed, but Net and Jonah P pick him up, and that'll be a 2-for-1 trade favor in the defense.
Need it will. Nismo wasting no time, pushing the smoke at door to grab a frag to equalize things. Back to a 3 versus 3 as a Spike goes down. He is low on health now, though.
No.
But Xander with the stinger catches Tex up top. And now the Spike is able to plant, and the man advantage sits with M80.
And it's going to be so difficult to work through this. Trent, 2 shock darts at the ready. First one pretty well placed. But no, Net trying to find a timing to peak. Not going to work out. Now the paranoia is through, and Trent is completely stuck. Gonna have to make this thing sing a bit of a song.
Wow.
And no, does not transfer. M80 pull off the anti-eco, get their bonus in, and now they're up 11-4, where you would assume that the guard are gonna have to save again.
Yeah, this is a tough spot here, because it's like, do you want to force buy and try to challenge M80 and not give them a free map point, or do you need to just try to play for OT by saving, or do you go a halfway approach? I mean, those are the options you must weigh as M80. I mean, are just taking care of this half in trademark fashion, aren't they, Shift? The explosiveness that they are so well known for. I mean, Koala Noob wasted no time looking for a brawl, and he goes even, but he holds attention there as well, and that allows M80 to get through main and on site, and then they just go nuts from that point forward. Again, that is where M80 are their most dangerous. When you give them breathing room, when they're allowed to flex their muscles and, you know, show you that pace, they are so comfortable in those chaotic moments on sites. They are so trusting in each other. Their spacing is so good, and they just trade their way out even with the inferior firepower, so to speak, of the SMGs there. And this is dangerous because, I mean, this is the first map of the series. The guard dictated the entire pace of the pick ban coming from the upper bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Again, this is a map that has been, I would argue this is the guard's best map, period. Just in general, forget who they're playing against. They have been so dominant on this map. Only 1 loss. Mid-season face-off the G2 11-13. They have dominated everyone else. They rarely allow their opponents double-digit shift.
Yeah.
And right now, they are way behind.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're getting bested in their own type of play style, it feels like, for the most part. Just not able to find a way to get those mid-round rotates over that we always give them tons of credit for. And now all of a sudden you're down to pistols. You're likely facing down the barrel of what should be a match point situation, or map point rather, situation here for M80. And they've already got some mid-map control. There could be a check here on towards Net. The knife should surely reveal this. And yeah, Koala Noob's gonna sit here and try to see if he can catch some timing, but it's actually Nismo to stop the aggressive play from the guard deep towards A.
Yeah, I think M80 are doing a good job realizing that the guard are either saving and rolling the dice, or they're force spot, and so they don't want to do anything too crazy. They want to play smart and careful. But oh, as I say that, the sheriffs are starting to come through. Net and Trent good for a couple. Xander at least able to grab 1 back. He's going to ult back B, make sure the side is clear. Spike will be able to swing, but there is market presence here.
Yes, there is.
That's a great stun, though, on Net to allow them, with that smoke as well, to actually get through with the Spike.
Oh, and they delete the Nano Swarm. Extra utilities to make sure nobody peeks through that dark cover. So the Spike will make its way on, and it will plant. On the retake attempt, you still have 1 member sitting in towards market. The rest of the guard are hitting through the defensive side spawn. A bit of a reveal off Trent's utility that there is 1 member playing over, and the taps are starting to land. The guard are pulling this one back. It's just down to 1 in the corner, and the Guardian will find the final 2. How about that for the guard?
Really well done from the guard. Getting those 2 picks with the sheriff gave them a way open. It cracked the door just a little bit. M80, I thought, responded pretty well at Xander ulting to the back of the site. They were able to counter the utility to get up sidewalk and get that spike into B and have a 3-on-3 post plant. But they just got picked apart from that point forward. Trent and Jonah P, huge frags from the two of them to bring that one back. And now it's big because the guard elected not to invest on that round, despite the fact that they could have been conceding that point. And they come out on top with the Thrifty. And so they get both. They get to have their cake and eat it too, baby.
Yep.
I mean, that is exactly what they needed to get back into this.
And the cherry on top is you've got the Hunter's Fury still at the ready and a number of other key defensive ultimates that are right on the fringe of being earned.
Right.
Most importantly, the lockdown null command, very close to being in play here. So the guard have the ability to get some ults online and possibly continue this little stretch.
To M80's credit, though, they're back onto a full buy. They have Rolling Thunder and they have null command. So they have their own powerful punch that they can pack at a moment's notice, as they're, again, wasting no time, setting up for an aggressive A split again. That up-tempo playstyle is what they are known for. As soon as their alarm bot gets broken, they set forward.
Hunter's Fury just trying to clean out Catwalk, does not connect. Null command is spent. Net stays away from this engagement, so he's still behind this play at tree. It's Xander who's nearby as the rest of M80 have found their way on a brilliant reveal, though, coming out. Allows Trent a lot of information as far as what this post plant could look like. But the contest will not happen yet. We stay 5v5. Rolling Thunder gonna get spent here from the offensive side just to make sure this defense gets a little bit more tested, but Trent finds the first blood. Net getting another one. Waldip trying to slip on through, but no, can't make any good on any connections. So now all of a sudden the lockdown's in play. The guard haven't dropped a member yet. 5v3 situation. John Cutie considering the fault line, then puts it away, and then the over-aggressive setup from the guard floods forward, and M80 can find nothing as Zenny Flawless comes through as the guard get their sixth.
Man, what a wild ride of a round that was. You were liking M80's chances, just how they were able to get onto site clean, get spiked down. I believe that was a clean 5-on-5 post plant to start off with. They didn't lose anything along the way.
Yes, it was.
But lo and behold, the guard able to catch M80 trying to be proactive, pushing tree with that Rolling Thunder, as well as they were looking to be aggressive and fight Heaven. They didn't want to just rest on their laurels and play the 5-on-5 post plant passively. They were trying to force the issue at Heaven and Tree, and they lost on both fronts, and that cost them everything. Whether you want to call that a mistake or whether you just want to call that, you know, a good idea that just they didn't quite execute as well as they needed to, either way, it has now cracked the window just a touch further.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, their guard are right back in the mix. That's why you're seeing M80 call the timeout. Happy. Of course, a veteran in TAC FPS from the French scene. It's been helping this team all year long. It's actually very fitting because Happy himself, when he was in IGL in TAC FPS, he was a lurker. He was a very slow player, but he was very fond of the 1-4 setups where he would kind of lurk by himself and his other 4 teammates would be the ones kind of, pushing quick, getting fast map control, setting up execution. He would kind of be that guy that would kind of backstab or cut off rotates or be that character. So I feel like it's only fitting that this M80 team coached by him is a very aggressive team.
Yeah.
It just suits what I feel like the players want and what their strengths are. And again, it's like Happy's background in TAC FPS if you're unfamiliar with him. It's actually kind of funny when I watch M80 play and I realize, oh, Happy's their coach. Makes perfect sense.
Well, we're off the timeout and back into things. And Operator's out for Texas. The first time he's been able to afford it this map so far, which is rare to see in round 18. Flash out, M80 trying to get aggressive through mid, and they will collapse. Joda P, the first one to drop. More possibly, though, on the way. Trent's going to throw out a recon dart just to try to keep this under contest, and the shock dart takes a ton out of EU's health pool. Can't say for sure if the weapon got collected or not, but any further pressure for M80 to continue through middle is immediately shut down.
That was a wild aggressive push from M80 just to create space in middle, kind of split open the angles and then find a frag. Really well done. And now they will gather together for explosion on A. There's a lot of Killjoy utility, though, in position. The problem is there's not really a rotate in any form or fashion even setting up yet.
Yeah, it's
for the guard. So it's all on Net, who will probably just have to back off and play for retake unless he can use his utility and grab a quick pick.
Yeah, there's the fault line. The rest of the offensive utility, very wisely, Net will back away. So free entry on the way in, and oh boy, Valen has gotten behind with the from the shadows. Never seen out by Nismo, and now the guard collapsed from the front. John Cutie only getting one in response. He's deep towards A. Arches, not gonna make a difference. And all of a sudden, the guard have shown up in this map.
Indeed, they have. Valen was so quick on that alt shift. He wasted no time. The moment that they took sight and Net felt the pressure, Valen called the shot to sneak in the back lines with this alt. It did not get picked up on quick enough at all. He gets Nismo. Again, that opens up an additional route for the retake, and they get it done real clean. And the guard are fighting back. They've won the last 3 in a row. The separation is down to just 4 rounds, and if this buy does not work for M80, they may have to consider saving.
Agreed.
And that could be where the guards start putting themselves back in striking distance. Their economy is starting to get quite healthy, by the way. You're starting to see some of the reserves that they have. They're looking good.
Opening utility again defensively allows Trent to get the Odin in play through mid, oddly enough. Follow-up knife from M80 will, of course, scout out that it is just Trent that's here, and M80 will reconsider, saying, all right, you want to use you want to use the Odin over towards mid. We'll put some pressure over towards B, see if we can force some rotations out.
Yeah, you're seeing M80 in a situation where the guard are looking to play B lobby heavy. They're just relying on the alarm bot to cover their middle, and they're just trying to make sure that they maintain B lobby control. They're also playing double up on tree, and so again, a lot of weight is just kind of on that alarm bot to kind of guard middle while they cover everything else with numbers. Jonah P actually going to get aggressive with a little bit of a pop flash. Does get some damage onto Nismo there. It's immediately going to call him to call the null command, and that's just to try to slow M80 down, to kind of deter them from wanting to push it any further that direction.
Yep.
Is it a knife for info here in a second, too?
Yeah, the thing about it was M80 really weren't set up in an effort to hit that, so they kind of pull out the null command early. Still 35 seconds on the clock here, and you have to make a decision if you are M80. Nightfall cuts across market. You still have Net, though, trying to contest through B main. M80 have not committed to this play to B, though. But the thing is, you've got the operator Tex in position over towards A. Now, all of a sudden, M80, they're trying to repivot back over towards B. They may not know how deep Net has gotten through B main. There's still a chance for Valen to maybe catch one on this cross as well, depending on how deep they go. But John Cutie gets the first. Spike makes its way on. No chance to stop this plant, and we're going to reset into a 4v3.
Spike planted.
And I thought they have to know that Net is in main now, just based on his utility being triggered, but it may not matter. Knowing half the battle is Tex has already found one with the knives, and that is a 2-minute advantage now for guard. Make it everything.
Just down to Kuala-Noob, and Tex will run forward onto him. 3 in the round for Tex. All of it by way of the knives, and we've got ourselves a map.
We indeed do. That's going to put the guard to 8 within 3. M80 with that spike plant do have buying options, though, so they're not completely out of it yet. They can still keep purchases rolling. This is one of those rare rounds where M80 kind of got stuffed across the board and were forced to slow down. You rarely see M80 making their final push onto a site with only about 20-25 seconds left. They're normally, able to hit in the early round or mid round at the latest, but the guard able to bog them down and eventually come out with a brilliant retake here. Tex with another multi-frag, as again, he has been perhaps the best player in Ascension if you're just going by raw stats. I mean, he's top 5 in almost every metric for the tournament, and that was a big-time hat trick there.
Standing ahead.
Huge round, but still. M80 had the economy to purchase. Oh, spam works out. That's the knives off the table for Kuala-Noob and an early 5v4 for the guard.
That's some nostalgia right there. Trent plus Odin plus Ascent plus wall spam. I mean, where have we seen that before? So many times. As he is the one and true Sova of North America in many ways, and he's not done yet. That's another onto Nismo. He's pushed back, but he's not bothered, but the frags are starting to pinstripe a little bit, but Tex reeling it back in.
Yeah, I thought for sure that Trent was going to be safe, but the aftershock must have just been able to connect onto him. So M80 get on for the plant. EU's going to play off-site and over towards mid-market. The guard looking to go 2 for 1 here. 2 players to the defensive spawn, Net on screen, trying to make his way through B main. EU is currently watching this angle, but this is all about what they see, what they hear. There's the push-up, but Net all collapses perfectly. EU gets caught off guard. Now it's just down to John Cutie. The status effects of the Rolling Thunder off the table. John gets 1, but no way he turns and burns there. And it's going to be an 11-9 tally. The guard's starting to really cook with some gas.
We told you the guard are good on defense, bro. 70% defensive win rate on this map across the entire year with a 12-1 record overall on the map. They are so damn good on Ascent, and you can never count them out on this map. Even when they were behind, you always got to know that their defense could come through and bail them out. That was such a brilliant reaction from Net when the Rolling Thunder came through to peek and kind of keep his teammates safe who were in back halls and grab himself a frag. As we see the Brazilian crowd, they might not have a team on the stage. They're certainly still having a good time out there, which we appreciate.
And this is it. This is the last time out.
Indeed. And happy.
This should be a save here for M80.
Yeah. It very well could be some type of mixed buy just to give them like a slight edge. They are a team that likes to do that. You know, they are a team that's very resourceful. Even with low weaponry, they can still make some big plays happen. You know, you give them a upgraded pistol, a stinger, something along those lines, they can still potentially sneak one across. So I wouldn't be shocked if they go with some type of approach like that. But as you said, it could also very well just be a straight up save. As the breathing room is starting to become a situation of claustrophobia. I mean, there is not much space left now for M80. Again, they were up at one point, I want to say 10-4, I think is where they were at.
I think you're right.
And
they won the pistol and the follow-up, Yep.
So it has been 5 in a row, though, for the guard, all on retakes. And they actually are able to get pretty much a full buy through this round, M80, including an operator on Koala Noob. It's just the Guardian for John Cutie is really the only discrepancy. I think EU also has a Guardian.
Yeah. Koala Noob maybe catch the guard a bit off guard with this operator. Check on. What? How does Tex connect onto that? I mean, he was more than late to the party. And still...
He might have been late to the party, but he arrived with the goods. You know what I mean? So, like, people forgive you for that. People forgive you whenever you bring the goods, even if you're late. You know what I'm saying? And Tex, he had everything that you wanted.
Oh, my goodness.
If you're Koala, you got to just be like, man,
bruh.
I got diffed right there.
Yeah, for real.
You got to respect it. That's again, Tex has been a behemoth in Ascension. He's been one of the strongest duelists in NA all year.
Absolutely has been. So now M80 have to consider what they want to do in a 4v5, and the early insinuation here, Dust, is that they want to approach B, but again, Tex is waiting.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
That's really all I can say about it. The Killjoy utility's here. Tex has an angle with the operator from stairs. He can easily just take the shot, fall back if need be. They can play together on site. The only issue is there's no rotation in place yet. So they could get overwhelmed. Could's a keyword.
Yep. Nanostorm delays the hit a little bit further. Rotation on the way. Flash is coming through. Tex has made its way on towards side. Nope, not going to miss that one. Second chance. The flick not going to quite land. Nismo's able to put him down. Net still holding deep, and Trent has made his way over with the Odin. Look at the reveal coming out from the Sova utility. Oh my. 11-10 to count. The guard. This time, no need for a defuse. They stop it at the front door.
Bro, they have taken this map. They've drawn up the drawbridge. They've dug the moat. They are guarding this castle, my man.
Enemy kill.
It has been a brilliant comeback from the guard here defensively on Ascent. Again, very much their home map, very much their best match, statistically speaking. Their defense has always been kind of the, you know, anchor that has kept them going. You can see them hyped up. They realize what they have done here. They have brought this thing within a round. M80 just force buying stingers. That's all they can do here. Very likely a tie game. Oh.
Prediction of the Hunter's Fury is really solid, but no connections for the kill. Just got Nismo down to half HP.
At least slows M80 down, forces him to redirect a little bit. All this owl drone's gonna get a lot of intel, but the stun is gonna cause problem. They're trying to chase him, but that playing bodyguard. And again, it's the guard team play coming through for a big frag.
Unbelievable. Trent sees the information, backs away, and Net does it again, as Tex had no room to dash any further away. So now it's just down to Nismo. And nope, nothing there. Another Zenny flawless, and the guard have brought it back to level terms.
My goodness, Shift. We were hoping for a banger of a grand final. We felt like all the pieces were on the board to have one. You have this amazing NA rivalry between the Guard and M80 that has lasted all year long. The Guard won the initial matchup in Split 1. M80 gets their revenge in the midseason face-off and in the grand finals of Challengers to go up 2-1 overall and declare themselves #1 in North America. But then the Guard and the upper bracket here on land in Brazil tie the series back up 2 apiece, and now they're looking to take it a step further after tying the game up here.
Oh, flashed. But Jonah P pushing through B main with assistance. Does trade off one. EU has to be able to get both of these. Gets the first. The fault line lands. Oh my goodness. Trent still furthers the play out though. We get 2v2 situations with the spike down right in front of Trent Zoden.
He's kind of isolated though. His rotate's off. He's got to be very careful here. And oh, John Cudy's found that's going to be the spike reclaim. That's going to put Net in a 1 versus 2. He does have lockdown, and that could be interesting. But I don't know if it will have crazy value. And oh, maybe trying to fake him out a little bit with that ult, but he's not buying it.
Nope, not at all. So now Net gets forward through mid-market. Has already pushed through doors. John Cudy on the corner, backs up. Lockdown gets placed. And it's gonna force M80 to have to exit the site. First flash gets avoided. Net on the corner, no, nothing. The team shot's too good. And M80 get back within the lead, and now back-to-back point.
Yeah, that's a tough situation if you're Net, because indeed the lockdown does force them to come off of site, but it also allows them to pair up and push you together for a trade. So it can really go either way in those situations. Like, it's unlikely they're gonna split up and give you 1v1s. They're gonna just push together, and so I don't want to say that backfired, but it just makes it a lot harder. I think if he would have played maybe a different spot to try to single out 1v1s, but he was playing like a crazy off angle, just kind of gambling that they would come sidewalk and hoping that they wouldn't play together.
Yeah.
And neither one happened there. And so finally the momentum has been halted.
Scramble towards middle at the moment. On to south, but it's shown a peek at the first couple. Sander battles back, but only gets one of what was 3 trades that come out. Guard in a perfect position off their opening break-off, now in a 4v2 early to try to get us to OT.
Well, if you thought that last round rattled them at all, it definitely didn't. Their composure is still as stoic as ever. Into a 4v2 very quickly after that mid-exchange. We're going to see the ult from Valen to get some info at A main. Sees nothing there. Knows that it has to be mid or cat at this point, as they do have B lobby being watched by Trent. Net is solo on the A site. He does have a little bit of utility that will be an early detection system.
Defense not moving yet. Just one dark cover for Net to use. There's the contact. Net doesn't get anything. Backs up in towards Hell. Paranoia does land into John Cudy. Aftershock clears out boxes. Sander, can he pop off right here, right now? Dark cover gets replaced. Net hears a lot of this. Actually gets tagged through the dark cover. Tries to work his way in. John Cudy gets the first one, and they reset. Tex with a shorty out, shut down. Sander's gonna get another. It's all down to Trent for a 1v2 situation. Odin in hand, one shock dart. Shock dart gets queued. Tossed out. Sander watching on the cross, and Sander gets 4 in total of the round. A 2v4 situation turned around by M80 to strike first in map number 1.
What a crazy way to end it. M80 on top early and look to be steamrolling towards the finish line, but then the Guard pulls out all the stops on a defense that they are so strong on, and they bring it all the way back to 11-11. And then you start to wonder, are we gonna see overtime? Are we gonna see the complete comeback from the Guard on the pick and actually find the W? You know, you don't really know which way it's gonna go, and then it's the final 2 rounds right before the Guard are about to cross the tape, man, that we see M80 figure out those final 2 rounds. That final round, to be fair, very chaotic. You're playing a 2v2 basically inside of a smoke in hell. Like, who knows who's going to come out on top in that close quarters battle? But ultimately, it is going to be Xander finishing it off with a quad kill, as Xander has been, he might be their best player at this tournament right now. Like, the way that he is playing, he's, you know, number 2 in ACS. He's top 5 in almost every other metric. I mean, we know how strong of a controller he is, and boy, what a finishing statement from him in that one.
Huge finish for sure, but I actually think that this starts, at least conversationally, on the first half. How good were M80 defensively? And we talked about it a couple of different times. We just had not seen M80 necessarily do what they did here when it comes to defense. They were controlling every bit of space that they wanted to. The Guard didn't have anything really to work with at all. And outside of the pistol and the follow-up, I mean, the Guard really didn't put together anything save 1 round with stingers, I want to say.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was a masterclass of defense from both sides. And I mean, in particular, credit where it's due, the guard makes an incredible comeback with all the pressure on them on the stage. You know, they're the ones that have the massive advantage in the pick ban. You know, they bring it to their home map, Ascent. It's probably the one map besides, well, Bind, because M80 never's played it, where you feel like the guard probably have the biggest advantage. Again, they've already beat this team twice on it as well. So just like everything seemed to be in the guard's favor. And then you see the opening score line after the first half. You're like, wait a second. You know, have we got it wrong? But then the guard kind of brings back a little bit of faith to people with the comeback effort. But again, they just could not put the finishing touches on it. They couldn't dot the I's and cross the T's. The guard ultimately fall prey to M80, making some magic happen in the final 2 rounds, and they're up 1-0.
Big stuff. Well, with that, it is just map number 1. Haven waits for us for map number 2, but M80 may have done enough already to start to build this series layout towards their favor. That'll do it for us here for map number 1. Back over to Bach and the desk as they break down their reactions, thoughts, and of course set us up for map number 2.
Oh, baby. I am sweating and I'm just watching the game. That was one intense map 1, probably the most intense we've had yet, as it looked like M80 had that game well within their grasp. But then the guard switches over to the other side and suddenly things are not so certain. The guard on the defensive side with a very defense-oriented composition almost claws it back. And Tanner, even watching that final round, oh my God, the 4v2, like that was so incredibly winnable.
I mean, they chucked it, man. They just threw it all away. They had both of them trapped underneath. They sent way too many players. I said it while we were kind of all just chatting during the game. I'm going to say it again. The guard, their car looked broken down. They said, screw it, we're going to walk. And they started to make it towards their destination. And then they just, I don't know, said, never mind. Or they went to knock on the door and their friend wasn't home. That last round is so heartbreaking. And what I guess hurts the most is you could chalk up the first little bit of that to, you know, them getting comfortable, the nerves and stuff. Then we start to see them heat up, and then they iced themselves at the end.
I think a part of it, though, and it needs to be spoken about, the composition that M80 brings to the table is the type of composition that you have to play aggressively with on the defensive side. You don't have that dedicated side anchor. You don't have that KJ or Sentinel utility to help slow down a push. You're really relying upon space taking and preventing your opponent from gaining control. M80 did exceptionally well at that. They consistently pushed in B main, forcing the guard away. If you actually watch, the rounds that the guard won were mostly towards the B site. They went a lot because that B main aggression would scare them away. There'd be potentially someone on cat. They'd get a free pick. It's a 4v5 in favor of M80. And then they're trying these A site execs with broken economy because their money was never really in that good of a spot. M80 pretty much had that one on lockdown. But then the tides turn. The guard switches over to the defense, and it's a completely different story.
Yeah, and this is how M80 has to play Ascent with a triple and a shooter comp, like you were saying. They love to control the extremities, love denying A main or B main control, as we could see that was happening. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to start on the defensive side. Statistically, they are very, very strong on defense for Ascent in specific because of their comp. And they did such a good job on denying control of the mains. But also, they had to be afraid of middle, the guard, because you don't know where the opera was going to be from Koala. He was doing a really good job of making mid presence, but also we saw him push through a cat smoke, peeking into tile, getting those opening picks. We were talking about it pregame too, of the amount of first bloods that Koala really excelled in terms of comparison to Text, and we saw that here today.
Koala was playing disrespectful Valorant. This guy was just, I mean, he was just doing Koala things. That is what we talk about, or that is what we mean when we say Koala doing Koala things. He had help a handful of times, but then there are other times where this guy is 2 4Ks and a 3K into the game, and he's just like, all right, whatever. Like, I'm hot. I'm not stopping. I'm going to push through that smoke. I'm going to find that kill. I liked that the guard started to mix it up. They understood that they weren't winning their ones. They weren't winning slow around the maps because of the aggression that you talked about, at least on the attacking side for the guard. Then they try to play chaos. They try to play crazy. They try to just 5-man hit sites, and nobody knows crazy like M80 know crazy. So eventually M80 catch on and say, hey, we know how to play that game perfectly.
We were also talking about the pistols pregame, right? And the guard won the first pistol in the first half.
Yeah.
But it ended up being an 8-4 half. So that just shows of how strong M80 is on defense. It didn't matter that they lost the first 2 rounds. Then we swapped over and they won the pistol, M80. So we were talking about the importance of that and setting the pace, but it ended up being 10-4, right? And then we started to see a comeback from the guard. It was looking scary. And again, going back to that last round, how did they lose that? Net was doing such a good job on staying alive, allowing his team to come forward, and they just had to stay composed and take it to OT. It was so close, and I think that's just showing us of how this whole series is going to be today.
Well, the guard is likely disappointed that things don't go to overtime. The amount of resiliency it takes to go from a 10-4, 11-4 scoreline to tie things up illustrates that this team has what it takes to reset after a first map loss and come into map 2 like it's a fresh series. That's exactly what they need to do if they want to try to take this one to the victory they've been wanting since day 1 of Challengers. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into map 2 in this banger of a grand final. Stay tuned.
I still think we're the best team individually here. Like, every player on this team's insane, and I also think the advantage that we're gonna have now going into the grand finals is we have the stage experience. So like, guard's only gonna play against like the grand finalist team. They don't have any like real stage experience. We have experience on that stage.
Nismo here to back up onto the A site, but they've been dealt with now. Jonathan do it himself. Cloud burst down, he sneaks one onto Thule with one more player. No way, John Cutie goes huge for the Clud.
I mean, it's like a exciting but scary feeling because you're in a spot where like you can't lose now, but like you're excited because now you can prove that like this team's capable of bouncing back. Like, they won't just fall apart from a few losses. So I'm excited to prove that we can bounce back from like shitty situations and we can make it.
Everyone back for the guard. Now Koala Noob. He may isolate one. Indeed he has.
Once again, M80 in pretty dominant control of this round. Forcing the guard to, oh my god, Koala Noob. He literally just saw like the flash of his elbow.
It feels good. It's going to be a bit boring when the season's going to be over. But it feels good to be where we are right now. We worked hard and we're finally really close to the finals. So it's a good feeling.
If you were expecting a close series, map 1 certainly tells a tale of one that could go the distance. It ends 13-11 in favor of M80, but it very closely went to overtime as it was the guard who was staring down the barrel of a 2v4 post plant. Both players hell. That is exceptionally winnable. And I'm sure they're kicking themselves a little bit because it gets to that point and they end up fumbling the ball right at the finish line. But there's still a series to be played, and map 2 is just around the bend. And Tanner, we talked about it right before the break. If you're resilient enough to come back from a scoreline like that, you are resilient enough to reset into a second map in this series.
Yeah, I think the thing that hurts the most with the way that first map ended is that the guard did it to themselves. If it was just a great way to close out the map by M80, they played the last round perfectly, then it's just like, hey guys, we're coming back. They just needed to be perfect for a couple more rounds, and they did that. And then you can jump into map 2. But because you beat yourself, I feel like, and now I say beat yourself, I think when you look at that, everybody running at the people in hell who haven't planted the spike or done anything of this sort in a 2v4, the guard are definitely kicking themselves after that. So a bit more added, I guess like being in the doghouse, there's a bit more added to that because of the way they lost. But looking forward to map 2, Haven, they have a lot of options. They also already beat M80 on this map. They play a super cool composition, so I would imagine Agarda is a team that can reset, but we know both teams are barking at each other at the end, so the mental could be in the gutter.
I do feel like maybe there's some like playful jabbing on stage, but it's not necessarily the same as what we saw yesterday. Far from it. I would argue that, if anything, these two teams love the fact that they're facing each other in this grand final, and there even might be some bittersweet feelings, as there is a ton of mutual respect across the stage from M80 to Guard and Guard to M80 respectively. They definitely know what these players are capable of, and both of them think that the other one would belong and play well in VCT next year. But at the end of the day, there can be only one winner, so they're going to talk their game as much as they possibly can, and I'm sure M80 is going to be a little bit verbal early on to try to rattle the cages of the Guard, who's already a little bit rattled. And let's be fair here too, Tanner. Yes, the Guard did best M80 last time on Haven, but this is a map that M80 really like to play. Haven has been a part of their playbook for such a long time, and that both hurts and helps. We were actually talking about it yesterday, and when we were on the desk, we were talking about M80 playing this map. They've played this map a ton, and they've never changed their comp. They played the same thing, very much the standard composition for what one would anticipate when you're looking at a Haven play. So it's a little bit difficult for me to look at this and be like, oh man, like this should be an easy win for M80, even though this is their sort of playground.
It is their playground, and like we said, they haven't changed their comp once for this map, and M80 is a team that likes to have different compositions and different maps. They have players that are very versatile, who can play a lot of different agents, but for whatever reason, on Haven specifically, what they currently have works for them. So I think that Haven was a really good pick for them as well. Although last time we saw them play, as we were mentioning before, they lost 13-9 versus the Guard on Haven. So obviously they picked it for a reason, going in with a different game plan. Again, it's a lot easier to learn from the mistakes once you've already played them on against the same team who they're also facing today. So they very well isolated the mistakes, went over what it was, and they're going to bring a way to counter that, so they're able to actually take the win for the second map.
I think the beginning of this game is going to show us, obviously, where the mindset is, right? If the Guard can come back and continue to play electrically like they did in their comeback on Ascent. It also bodes very well that the Guard chose to start on the attack for this map. So they're not allowing M80 to keep the momentum from the first map to roll into the second map, because we expect a strong attacking side. The Guard are giving themselves that opportunity.
And just in case you're not understanding like the type of history we're talking here, the Guard and M80 obviously have played each other a lot, but one of the maps that M80 has played a ton is this second map in the series. They've played it 13 times since Challengers began back in February, and they've run the same comp all 13 times. And really, it's not expected to be changed. Why would they change it? Is maybe the mentality of some, why fix what isn't broken? But the reality is simple, man. At a certain point, it does become readable. And if anyone is going to be prepared for that, it is going to be the Guard, who also comes in as expected with the same composition that we've seen from them. But at least it's changed throughout Challengers. They've modified and codified their setups to try to find the perfect solution to playing this map, and we'll see if that's what it ends up being here, as they are down 1-0 to M80 after a near comeback. Saw them lose 13-11 on map 1. Can they reset? Let's send it over to our casters, Dustin Schiff, to find out.
Yeah, you know, they pulled it off last time around after the Guard, but it felt like there were just so many minimal battles that ended up being, again, big difference makers by the end of that map. And I think the thing about it, too, is now all of a sudden M80 have a little bit more experience built into what the Guard likes to do, in especially the mid-round, where they're often so darn good does.
Yeah, it's one of those things where M80 may have played the same comp every single time, but they've also dominated the map. I mean, 11-2 record, you know, over 66% win rate on the attacking side. They are so strong on this map. They've beaten the Guard twice throughout Challengers on this map, so they own the head-to-head, although the Guard did beat them most recently in the upper bracket semis here on LAN. And the thing about the Guard is on this map, they're, you know, just under a 60% win rate, but all of their losses have been so close, man. Like every loss they have had, they have gotten at least 10 rounds, and they've pushed it into overtimes or gotten 11 rounds, a lot of other matches as well. So don't let their record fool you. They're very comfortable on Haven.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is in this head-to-head, up until they beat M80 just the last time these two teams had played, it was 11-13 losses. So just kind of reiterating the point that this map has been tremendously tight between these two teams. And how about this for M80? Little pistol round sneakiness getting up into B window already. EU back at the side, a little bit of trouble with the Trailblazer.
Oh boy,
Oh yeah.
Stove's hot.
Stove.
The stove's hot, don't touch it. He didn't have a choice to.
It's also sticky and green.
Yeah, he got shoved onto it with no way to get off, like a fly trap. As we are going to see the guard just rolling through right now. All of them still standing, except for Jonah P. He's finally got taken out by Koala Noob.
Good smoke, keeps him alive. Counter fault line as Tex tries to do the same thing, but Koala Noob does collect the kill. So now 3v3, Valen dashed on, and he still gets one. Goodness, Koala Noob gets the trade. Back inside the Poison Cloud though, Trent very well may have done enough, and yeah, sure does. Gets the final 2 kills alongside Net, and the guard takes the pistol.
Yeah, again, pistols have been their forte this entire tournament. They have such a high success rate. I think it was over 70% if I'm not mistaken, or very close to it for Ascension. And again, it's nice to see them come out swinging after losing that first map in a grueling fashion. I mean, that final round was theirs for the taking, and they kind of fumbled the ball. You kind of wonder where their mental would be at coming out of their map pick, their home turf, and that they're so good on, that they were so nearly going to make the comeback on before that grueling final round. But seems like they've been able to shake it off. That was a very clean pistol, up 1-0. A little bit of investment from M80 though here. They got the Marshall Koala Noob.
Yep. This is the exact same setup, actually, weapon-wise, that M80 did on their defensive ascent. Jonah P flashing in, Trailblazer to follow, does see John Cutie, and actually connects onto him in the corner, so he's stuck there at the moment, but help is nearby, and the guard will respect the numbers that are on the site and back away.
Yeah, again, the guard's usually good for 6 or more rounds on the attacking side of this map. In all of their losses, their problem was defense. They were only getting like 4 or so rounds defensively, and so teams were able to make comebacks on them all the time when they switch sides. So I think the big thing for me, Shift, that I'm going to watch is the guard needs to come through with the strong attack, which they're usually good for, but the big tell is going to be how they treat the defense in the second half, I think. That's been their problem.
The sneak towards C-Long. Xander's not really in position to see any of this. The sentry turret also not watching. And Xander's caught with his hands up. Oh goodness, tries to get the dart covered out. He still finds the headshots versus Tex. But once again, the superior firepower makes itself known, and the SMGs light up the C site, leaving Koala Noob by himself.
Yeah, just a Marshal to his name against 4 members who have plenty of time to get in good post-plant positioning. They have one long watching the flank. That'll be Net. Everyone else on site. Koala Noob trying to see if he can find himself a fight, but they are not going to give him a 1v1. They swing together. Jonah P with the hat trick. That's going to be a 2-0 start for the guard.
Oh, yeah.
Looking to get a rhythm early here after a tough first map loss. It's going to be a pretty hefty bonus here for the guard, I will say. I mean, they got plenty of rifles in this one. It's not SMG heavy by any means.
Yeah. And even if it were SMG heavy, there's still ways that the guard have made that work plenty of times with this setup compositionally. So this kind of adds to the firepower boost here on this bonus. Big round early here for M80. Trying to get their defense set up in certain regards, and EU is actually going to pop an Odin here in round number 3. Bit of a wild card.
Very strong with it though, so I'm not too surprised. We actually have seen him break it out in the lower bracket a couple of times in these playoffs on a couple of different maps.
Oh, Xander up top as the hit towards B starts to make itself known. Nano Swarm's also in. John Cutie giving himself a bit of separation. Counter, actually, utility from EU gets a lot of information, but the follow-up is not good enough to actually collect the kills. So we go to a 3v3, and the spike will make its way through B and onto a wide open C site.
A round that M80 seemed to be in control of for a moment has now slipped through their fingers as a spike, as you said, will make its way to C side, and we're on equal footing right now as far as man count. Now the health is looking a little bit grim, particularly on Valen, but outside of that, the guard have found themselves in a chance to win. That's a great off angle from Net. That's so beautiful.
The other thing to keep in mind, there's only one snake bite here, so you've got to force yourself to play close towards sight. And Net will get 3 in total, and EU will not be interested in going for this. Huge start for the guard. They're going to win their bonus.
And again, that is what the guard are so good at, is those mid-round pivots. When the going gets tough and their initial game plan seems to falter, they are so good at calling the audible. They are so strong in mid-round, and that has been their strength. As much as we, talk about M80's strength being just their explosiveness and how aggressive they can be, for the guard, if I had to pick one thing that really sets them apart, it's their ability to audible. And that was just amazing how they slipped off of what was kind of a grueling time on B initially when Koala gets to double up. but then they respond in kind. I think, you know, it's a big kill from John Cutie that kind of helped them find a way through Link, and they get the job done. They convert the bonus. They're up 3-0.
And EU's going to go into another Odin. So, bit of a force buy situation here for M80.
Yeah.
Well, they're still thinking about it. There we go. Pistol upgrades. Depends on which pistol you like. 2 SMGs and then the opening Odin over towards A sewer. No one on C once again, so this will be a wide open sight. That nanostorm just doesn't quite get over the awning, but again, pretty negligible. As the spike will be planted down for Jonah P, who will earn Seekers with this.
Yeah, it's just kind of a gamble round for M80 where they spammed sewers with the Odin and then tried to push down through. Nothing was there, though, so now they're forced just to play the retake here at the SMGs and Odin. Koala does have the ult out, though.
Good flash. Valen in trouble. Well, Trent gets 2. Also shuts down the knives that were out for Koala Duke. John not done yet, though, but has to kind of be held back just a touch. Paranoia Aftershock holds the front line. Net getting another through the backside of mid. John Cutie now the last one left, and the guard will only drop 1, now up 4-0.
I'll tell you what, man, if there was any fear at all about the guard's mental state after the loss that they just took on the first map, I feel like that is now a dead storyline. They look fine. They're up 4-0. They are on cruise control on this attacking side. They have been in control of every single round. There has been very few moments they've looked behind. Besides that one double kill at the front of B in the 3rd round, everything else has been the guard, it seems. They look fired up right now, but we are going to see M80 back to a full buy claw with the operator, but he's not going to find a target early here. It's going to be a very big gather A for guard.
Just an early watch through mid. Aldrone scouts out a little bit of pressure over from the guard's point of view, and Nismo inside the dark cover. 2 different contestants, almost gets the snap to the second, but Valen provides the trade. M80 backing out of sewer just to make sure no one gets on towards the A site, but the guard, in that same instance, they've gained control of sewer because of that backup, and they'll leave Jonah P to lurk. He's actually looking for a couple, and he gets a bit of a lineup. Koala Noob shuts him down, and there's still utility for John Cutie to contest over towards C.
And that was just icing on the cake. He was just left there to be a disturbance. He's created way more than a lap. He has caused tidal waves to roll through. As now his team has a man advantage in what is seemingly going to be a free C site with that Viper's Pit going down. We're not going to see really a challenge from John Cutie. He's trying to sneak out around the platform, trying to just get lucky with spam it, boy, does he? That's Viper's Pit down.
Lockdown gets put in its place, but you can see Koala Noob is on the move over with that elimination, giving them a chance to possibly contest this post plant through C-Long. Dark cover gets placed right on top of the spike. Lockdown will expire. Here comes the check. Koala Noob would have to hit a shot here immediately, but he's actually going to hop on for the defuse initially. It's John Cutie in the corner. Wait a second, Koala Noob gets this to half. John gets 1. This surely cannot happen. Someone's got to hop onto it though, and Valen, cleans everything up around it. It's a 1v2 clutch, and the guards stay flawless on the scoreboard.
And you almost kind of wonder if he just would have stuck it, because John Cutie seemed to have his back. He got the first kill in a player peeking closet. I think he might have been able to pull that thing off, but of course we can understand his concern. And so he decides to drop off of it, but that kind of opens the door back open for guard to kind of get their fights through long if they want. But man, Jonah P, what a lineup frag. John Cutie, equally impressive immediate frag on Trent for Viper's Pit to get forfeited, but good counter lockdown right away to still kind of control the site. And Valen winds up with 3 when it's all said and done. And so the guard are fired up, and for good reason. They have a massive lead building here on Haven.
Oh, yeah.
Both teams are doing work on their opponent's home turf is kind of what's happened so far this series, right? I mean, M80 really probably have been the best team in North America, you know, on this map. But the guard getting the better of them. The guard, of course, being the best Ascent team, got bested there. And so it has been interesting to see how this plays out. And it only gets more interesting realizing that Bind's next, a map that M80 has never played.
Yeah.
So we're in for a fun time. It's not fun for them. I'm sure they're stressed out there on the stage. Again, they have so much on the line. I mean, people, you have to think, we have been playing Challengers for 5 months now. You know, multiple splits, you know, mid-season tournaments, playoffs, you name it. We've been through it. We came down to 6 teams. 2 from North America, 2 from Brazil, 2 from LATAM. We've battled through group stages. We've battled through playoffs, and there's 1 spot available for the VCT season next year and the year thereafter. And it's all down to this crazy rivalry between these 2 top North American teams that has waged all year long for such a big prize.
Oh, and Dust, take a look at this defensive setup. It's a lot of stingers with one hero rifle, but look at M80 already making their play up towards A lobby. Net trying to hide in a corner. If he gets 2, that would be incredible. 1 would maybe even be fine, but no, it's a full swab up through. That will be a 1-for-1 exchange. Weapon will be collected. Spike makes its way on by teleport in towards C. Should be a pretty quick plant.
Yeah, again, the guard pretty good at the snap reaction. They read how many numbers were coming through A. They knew that they needed to immediately pounce on the opposite side of the map for the plant. It's going to be a 4-and-4 post plant. They still have a slight firepower advantage. There is lockdown available, though, for John Cutie, but really just pushing them to long C wouldn't do them much good, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. So this would have to come from the front here if you're M80. Trent just staying in his poison cloud, looking for someone to come through. Fault line lands, but Trent doesn't get seen. No one checks this tight corner. Oh my goodness, he's gonna blow this play wide open. He's gonna blow, no! Quality snaps, finds the shot from Fallon at range. Still keeps the numbers in favor of the guard, and there's no chance for John Cutie to follow up.
Bro, that play from Trent was the epitome of what you think is going to be a great season finale to your favorite show, and then you wind up finding out that there's actually just another season coming. You get no answers.
Spin-off season, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he seemed like he was about to just destroy that play, but he winds up only getting 1. But then Valen says, it's okay, Trent, I'll take care of this. Gets the job done. Valen has been so key in late round situations for the guard squad. He's a pretty decent fragger as far as IGLs go. While you're not going to see him topping the charts when it comes to, average damage per round, ACS, things of that nature, he was number 4 in clutch percentage in both all of Challengers and so far in Ascension. And while that wasn't technically a clutch, it's still coming up big in a big late round moment.
Yep. Speaking of big moments, this round is going to feel pretty darn important here for M80. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, Operator in play with the full high here for the defense. And as M80 try to get, again, aggressive through A lobby, the hit from the guard is already underway here at B. The alarm bot doesn't actually get hit, though, so the moment of vulnerability coming through. Lockdown spent immediately, but the spike does get planted. And now it's on to this big hit through A lobby. Oh, and goodness, the guard get a perfect read on it. No one pushes through the lockdown. Even though it does get destroyed, the numbers holding significantly with the guard's post plant. Qualinoob working on it, but now he's just by himself for what would have to be a 1v3, a lurk from Tex. Very well made, just catch him off guard as Qualinoob's just trying to hold on to this operator.
He is. A jump peek's going to happen. It baits out the first shot. Koala trying to play inside the smoke. He's trying to be as crafty as he can be. He does get the kill with the classic. Now allow him to push the C site with the op as he tries to save it. And he might just get away with it. There are a couple of players, I think, potentially still getting chased through back hall, so he might still be under threat, but looks like he will carry it over. But man, oh man, the guard up 7-0. And we talked about how their issue this year has been the defensive half. They started on attack 10 of the 12 games they've played on this map this year, and they've always been able to put together a pretty solid attack. It's just on the defense, they haven't always been able to close the game.
Sure.
They may not have to play much defense the way this half is going. That's what I'm getting at, Shift. Like, it may not matter. But M80 coming to this one fully bought out with 4 ults. They need this round.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
If the last one was a nice to have, this one is a must for sure.
Indeed.
You just can't go down 8-0 in another situation where you're likely going to be low in economy. So yeah, I agree with you there, brother.
It's got to happen.
Walk down mid, though, for Nismo and Xander. The offense hasn't committed yet, even to getting past A lobby. Net is aware of a potential early flank, but I don't know if he's aware of this early of a timing into window that Xander's gotten through.
Qualinoob misses a slight timing here, rechecking main as they are able to get into sewers. And that's everyone, by the way.
Yep.
So he's not even going to catch a straggler. They're just going to waltz in here. They're going to clear everything. They just don't know about long.
Oh,
and Net catches the mid push. And now they know about Koala.
Yep. He's stuck. Hunter's Fury on the way over, but Qualinoob's already dropped. This will lead to a plant. And the guard still hold numbers 4v3. Retake coming pretty darn quickly, and you have to commit to this. So assume that the Rolling Thunder is going to be entry here for M80 and Nismo. Although he has not pulled his hands up yet, just trying to clear some space immediately. And wait a second, they may try to get the opening kills first and then use it to try to block out the post plant deep, but the problem is you've got to find the kills first. And even though there's a trail out shock dart to find one, it's not going to be enough, and M80 are backing away again.
Wow. the guard with the perfect play. They catch a beautiful timing, crossing sewers before QuadNoob can catch them with the operator. And while he was kind of the snake in the grass to get one frag from long, that was all he was allowed before the guard grabs sight and get the spike down. Net shuts down the mid flank. He was eyeing it the entire time. He was always wary of it. He was able to get the job done, and the guard have put together so far one of their best attacking has of the entire year. We did see them get 9 attacking rounds last time they played M80 in the upper bracket semifinals just 5 days ago. And they are on pace to perhaps do even more this time around.
Yeah, they're about ready to get 9 through 9 rounds here, Dust. I mean,
that's pretty darn good. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm no math scientist, but
yeah, it was one of those ones where when they faced off each other last time, it was like M80 was fitting in around here or there throughout the half. They never streaked together any rounds though. All their rounds were kind of on an island. And this time around, the guard has not allowed them to even find any signs of life along the timeline. You know, they have just blanked it out 8-0. And this is looking quite grim for M80. I mean, they're a map to the good. That's one thing, you know, going for them. The problem is Bind's up next. That could be a potential huge problem, depending on whether they have something secret in store for us or something like that, because they haven't played it yet this year. And again, I have to just credit the resilience of the guard to make a crazy comeback effort, get so close to doing it. In my opinion, they dropped the ball the final round. I think that was a big error on their part. But they just shook it off, man.
Yep, sure did.
Taylor Swifted their way into an 8-0 series on this map. See what I did there?
Yeah, sure did. She's dropping a lot of music right now. Lots of old music. That's new again. Very relatable reference.
You're welcome.
I never said thank you.
Well, it was implied.
Perfect.
I think.
I'm here for that. Uh-oh. Hold on a second here. Actually, Tex drops the scope at the exact wrong time. So M80 will get C-Long control here. They're going to put QuadNoob in position with a classic.
That's not a lot.
No.
But this is the one spot of few on the map where it could actually get the job done, and it almost did.
Almost did.
Almost, though, not going to count. Not in that situation. As Tex will be able to run away, get some regrowth.
How about this? Offense throwing fake over towards A. Spike has not left the C side of the map yet. From the shadows gets called. It will be picking up the spike and then immediately committing in. But the thing about this is the defense is actually here. Shock darts will stop Jonah-P from his first attempt to plant. Xander, just before the poison cloud comes up, also finds a kill here. So hold on a second. Seekers are called out just to delay a little while longer. Tex playing deep. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Valen hit by this. Same can be said with Jonah-P, and both will drop instantaneously. Last player left is just this late lurk from Net, and he actually gets 2, leaving a chance here for Tex. 1v2 situation, fault line out and all, just doesn't quite pull the trigger. And that secondary peek allows EU a chance to get M80 on the board.
Yeah, he was kind of prioritizing dodging the fault line as opposed to taking the shot there and kind of missed his window. It seemed like the guard is trying to do a little too much there, trying to run the fake with the ult of Valen. Even though they had full sight control, it kind of just delayed the spike point, which allowed further rotations and utility to be set down by M80 to disrupt the plant, do some damage. Tex never got regrowth, by the way. It was just never a situation where it could happen. Jonah-P was too busy using utility to clear out the site, so that kept them vulnerable in that last clutch moment to be an easy target. Nonetheless, the result is they made to get their first round on the board, but boy, do they need a whole lot more.
Yeah, I'll say.
Get out of my way.
And honestly, you just kind of have to string together a couple here just to create a conversation point. Because even in that round, it still wasn't all that comfortable. And that was behind a couple of ults, so M80 looking to get aggressive this time with a very significant amount of numbers over towards A lobby. Snakebite down over towards garage side. Tex with the knives looking to support this play. Lockdown gets placed, but John Q to the corner does at least shut down one. The lockdown will stay safe, and that will force a very, very labored rotation off the site from Xander, but he will get out, avoid the detainment, and in the process, actually, Valen gets one on the long flank, so now numbers hold with the guard's post plant.
Yeah, looking quite good. He's trying to clear out garage, but the counter Trailblazer is going to slow him down from taking any space that direction. M80 are just being held off on all fronts by the counter utility here. We see a push from Xander to the Nano, but Jonah-P's quick to trade it back. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Trades are fine here. The guard have plenty of pockets. Don't have to worry about trying to hold on to weapons here. EU gets another. It'll leave an opportunity here for M80 to start to play a little bit further forward, but try to break down this post planet long. Very difficult to do, but hold on. EU gets another. Oh, now just down to Val. This will feel familiar. Yep, he gets the 2 again. And that'll be enough for the 1v2 clutch and the guard to get denied.
Again, Valen, number 4 in clutch percentage for all of NA Challengers. That's both splits, midseason face-off, and playoffs. He was top 5 in clutch percentage, and he's in the same spot, number 4, here at Ascension. And you got to see an example of it right there. Set up beautifully for him, obviously, with the long C hold. And a lot of clock burnt, but still just choosing his battles wisely, never over-facing, never allowing his opponent too much of a chance to fight back as he gets the hat trick there, and the guard continue to rise as they are up 9-1, and the slim pickings by from M80 here is not looking too optimal.
No. And the thing too, just kind of comparing Ascent to Haven as far as a mentality and kind of a playbook is concerned, M80 have not been able to get away with stretching out this guard offense and also being able to kind of put them into a corner here. The guard have done a really nice job at avoiding the external plays and finding a route in. This time M80 tries to turn things up by getting the Hunter's Fury out early. It will not land though onto much. Contact here over towards A. That goes the way of Tex, who gets 2. Xander up high, couldn't quite find his shot, and the guard worked their way on for their plan.
And you like Tex's chances to get the first one, but the second one felt out of reach. It looked like a good off angle for Xander, but no, he gets both. Spike goes down. 4-on-3 post plant hold here. They know that EU is heaven now. They have 2 underneath.
I'll drone out, doesn't really able to scout out too much. Fault line does provide an opportunity to enter in. John Cooney, though, the only one holding onto a rifle, only gets 1. Nismo, who did find a Phantom, not able to do too much with it. And my goodness, the Carter off to the races here. I mean, this has been as indomitable as we've ever seen anyone play this map in this Ascension period.
Again, Tex has just been so phenomenal, man. He has stepped it up through Ascension. I mean, he was top 5 in virtually every metric throughout Challengers North America. Clearly one of the best duelists in NA. But at this tournament, he is number 1 in first kills per round. He is 2nd in ADR and KPR. So he's actually stepped it up a notch from his performance within NA here in these playoffs. He has really risen to the occasion. And they are well out in front now, a lot due to his efforts.
Well, again, holding into a corner. Oh, let's see now. Xander's stuck here at the moment. Does not teleport back, though. Instead, he eventually gets to the top-sided box. He's got the judge out in hand. Defense did rotate to assist just in case, but the guard have backed off once again, creating question marks here for the defense of M80.
Yeah, I like that they didn't overcommit to that C play, even though they had the read that he was in the corner. They didn't want to give over anything. They know that they're in a comfortable spot here. Viper's Pit's available for post plant, but a lockdown is available for the defense on a retake. You're going to see some aggression here from Qualamood down middle. Able to get the space mostly for free. Defense reads with that ult that there is a lobby presence.
Oh, man, but wait a second. Trent's coming to check. Oh, no, not check this. Looked like he was coming back. I thought maybe for a moment that Net heard something, but not the case. And it's M80 who win the first 2 eliminations. John Cutie trying to flush out another. The Aftershock assist. Trades to allow the guard to come back into it, though. Are you kidding me? It's a 3v5 now to a 2v2. And with the spike in hand for Valen, they're going to get a plant off.
Yeah, he's able to Shroud Step his way out of danger and get that spike down. As you said, Texas is going to cut off any rotations that might come through the B-Link. All he has to worry about right now is long. He's able to teleport across the plat, which may catch them off guard because they had eyes. They may not realize he teleported to the other side of this.
Well, that dark cover going down will surely give them some idea that it could be. Recon Bolt does not reveal Valen. Doesn't get through the dark cover, I don't think.
Nope.
So that could be a critical miscue here for M80. They're still looking towards back plat, and they do take down Valen. Tex, though, now to the 1v1 as he's already found Nismo. Shock dart out, but Tex, oh, guy just doesn't miss. Shots clean.
Did I mention Tex is good?
You sure did.
I did. I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't really just, you know, I feel like it was important to clarify just how strong this man has been throughout Ascension for this squad. You could very easily call him the best player of Ascension thus far. Just the impact he has had has been astounding. I mean, that was the crazy thing about the guard is they came into this year keeping their core 4, but they lost a big piece in Saya player. I mean, he was such a phenomenal duelist for that team last year in VCT.
Oh, yeah.
And so Tex had massive shoes to fill, and I wondered about him because he was a guy who benefited heavily from the chamber meta last year, and I was wondering how his transition back to a duelist would be, but he has risen to the occasion each and every time. He has been everything this team has wanted and more.
Well,
to
we
fill
swapped
those
the
shoes.
sides, and now M80 they have to win this pistol, flat out. Otherwise, the game's pretty much just over.
You don't say.
Yeah, I do in fact say. Wow. And how about it? Tex, little heat check coming through. Net's able to get first blood through the Toxic Street. And how about Tex on the hunt? John Cutie will deter him from getting too far forward. Koalanoob also in a pretty cheeky position deep in towards enemy lines, but does not expect Trent to come out from behind. Blindsides him, and now it's a 4v3 with Trent upgrading into a Ghost. Although John Cutie does get us to more level terms, share of shot lands, so we get to a 3v3. Spike making his way on towards A.
Yeah, free passage for sure, and they also have control of the B link area with that smoke that's being put down as well, the block to defensive rotation. The guard making lots of noise here. Xander knows what he's up against, but no one's half the battle.
Oh, that is a key 1v1 win for Jonah P, but he does get immediately shut down. Low health pools, though, for M80. Fault line comes out. Xander tries to use it as a timing check, but does not quite find it perfectly. Flash behind it, and how about it? M80 will survive through the pistol thanks to Xander getting the final 2.
And so they have found a little bit of a rope thrown out to them in these turbulent waters. But there is still so much to trudge through to try to get back on the boat. Try to make something happen. But hey, the first step is the first step.
Yep.
Of course, we saw a crazy comeback effort from the guard on the previous map. Don't want to count M80 out just simply by the fact that I know the guard has struggled defensively closing games on this map. I've just seen it too many times throughout the year. There's been a lot of games this year where they've been able to get, you know, their 6 to 8, even 10 defensive or attacking rounds and then still just not be able to quite finish the job on defense.
Yeah.
And so that's the one thing that maybe M80 can try to use to try to get back into this, but even still, it's going to be tough. This is a much different situation. The guard has a much more dominant grasp of this game than what they've had in the past when they faltered.
A little tech pause here. So M80 will have to kind of stew on that a little bit longer. And for the guard, I think you just got to know where your win conditions are. How do you win 2 rounds? Just at worst, look to get it done with full buys and ultimates. They've been so clean, as I would say anybody, more so than anybody that we've seen through either North American Challengers or here at Ascension when it comes to being able to execute on full buys. So you can't get into panic mode too soon is what I'm really kind of hinting at based on what you're saying here, especially with the things that have plagued them in the past, because the builds towards 11-1 half, I mean, come on.
Yeah, coming back from this would certainly be a pretty crazy story, especially because it would also put them up 2-0 in the series going into the mystery box that is Bind.
Yeah.
I mean, really no other way to put it but that. We just have no idea what to expect. Obviously, the guard has built a decent resume on Bind. 5-1 record. I'd say that's pretty darn good. Their only loss was a very tight one, the Moist Moguls, one of the top 4 teams in North America in Challengers. They've, of course, beat 0-0 Nation in overtime on the map. They've beaten all the other North American squads they've ever had to face. So definitely you favor guard on Bind. If they can finish this thing off here, then that really puts them in position to potentially put this series to 2-1, and then it gets interesting from there.
Yeah, you got lifelines there, right? I mean, you drop 2 of the first 3, and M80 have done more than enough to put themselves in a position to, you know, win this whole thing, qualify for partnership for VCT. So it does feel like, again, based on just how the maps were picked and banned out, if you're the guard, and as any team would come from the winner's bracket is, you have to win 2 of the first 3. Just have to.
No, that's a fair point. Again, certainly things get interesting if the guard were just able to not make that mishap on that final round of Ascent, how different the series could be. They potentially be 2-0 going into bind. That M80 have never played with a great chance at that point to potentially 3-0 to series, man.
Well, yeah,
like,
exactly, yeah.
And so that is going to be a potential storyline that Mike had talked about, you know, after this is all said and done, depending on how it plays out.
Sure.
But, of course, we don't know if that's going to matter or not. It's too early to call.
Yeah, the
but
hindsight
Guards certainly
of,
have firm control of this.
The hindsight of that one round doesn't come into conversation until this thing has been well put away and against your favor. That is the only way it even gets brought up again, I think, if you're the guard. I'm sure Reddit will talk about it for a while, but...
Sure. Man. What a crazy change of pace this map has been compared to the last. I mean, last we were talking about a crazy comeback effort. This time around, it just seems like the guard aren't letting up. It's full steam ahead. As we are experiencing some tech issues, apparently there's some networking problems, which of course was causing a delay to the tournament getting started in the first place. That's why we were a little late getting things going. Unfortunately, not much we can really do. It just has to do with service providers in the area of the venue. So just kind of at the mercy of that situation. Actually, I'm just kidding. It's totally Shift's fault. He could easily press the start button if he wanted to right now, but he has chosen not to because he just wants to hear us talk more.
Well, I'm going to nick that in the bud right now as we're likely going to be on this for just a bit. So we'll send things over to just a brief break. You don't have to listen to us for too much longer until we come back. 11-2 currently the guard. We'll be back after tech pause has been all solved and figured out. Don't go far. All right, we're back to it. Sorry about the delay, folks, but it's only so much we can do here from North America.
All your fault, Shift.
Well, I'm actually in Poland, so it is a little bit my fault right now. 11-2, still to count those to jump back into it. We will have just the single marshal, a couple of pistol upgrades here for the guard after, well, then maybe need to start stringing together rounds. They need to start stringing together now.
And forever and always at this point to win it within regulation. As far as this map is concerned, as they're looking to barrel into the B site with the Owl Drone leading the way. There's a big C push here defensively. And so we'll see if it's able to perhaps catch this flank of Koala Noob, and it does.
Huge first shot lands. Spike planted over towards B, and the post plant will now have to exist on site. EU trying to take some space away, but Jonah P there to meet him. Does connect to the body. Valen quickly now avoids the fault line. Has Nismo stuck in a corner at the moment, but it's all down to the follow-up checks. Valen in the corner, doesn't quite land at Nismo mid-reload. Shoulder seen, Nismo takes it off. Trying to follow up, Snakebite gets him vulnerable, but still Nismo holds on. Still stuck in the corner, they'll hold on the guard, trying to make their play forward, but as they do, everyone will drop in. It looks like the post plant for M80 should successfully hold this.
Yeah, Nismo wasn't having it. No holds barred there. He just gets a big multi-frag moment, make sure that doesn't spiral out of control. You're starting to get a little bit concerned when that triple push through C catches quality, when that flank starts to set in, that maybe, just maybe, the guard are going to somehow sneak one through, which would have been devastating, but M80 able to hold on. Nismo a big part of the reason that one finishes on their side. Now 3-11. Still a long road left to travel to stop the guard from getting to map point. And we got another pause. Unlucky. Shift, what are you doing over there? Why do you keep doing this to everybody?
Well, see, the thing about this is...
Go on.
I want this game just as bad as anybody else does.
Yes. Very clearly, if no one knows, I'm very being sarcastic. I just feel like I have to clarify at this point because I've just thrown you under the bus so many times.
Oh, man.
It's definitely not on us. We're struggling just as much as you folks are. We want to see the games as much as you do. We want to cast this game.
Badly.
We've been waiting all year for this, Shift and I.
Quite literally.
Well, not okay. I guess technically it's only been a few months.
So yeah, 7 months.
Yeah. Well, technically 5 because it started in February.
Yeah, true. Okay, fine. Technicalities.
Yeah. Obviously, the teams and players are the ones really getting iced right now. It's like that jerk of a coach that calls the final timeout right before the kicker goes off on the field for the game winner field goal. If you're an American football person, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
But it's like he tries to kick on first down and gets a chance to kick it on second, third, and fourth, and there's 8 timeouts.
Yeah, there's just so many more timeouts in this situation than in the NFL that I'm speaking of.
And we also know that's not the way that rule would work in the NFL or college football. But regardless, this is, man.
It tests a whole different level of the mental game in this situation too.
Absolutely, it does.
As players on the stage, like, I feel like as soon as you're starting to get into a rhythm and you're starting to make things happen, all of a sudden a screeching halt happens.
Yep.
I mean, it's just about keeping focus through all this.
Especially for M80 trying to put together momentum. I know it's like an intangible element that I know there's like a controversy over, like, does a momentum even exist, like in things like esports. I know there's like very differing opinions on it, but this is different. This isn't just like momentum does or does not exist. This is quite literally you're sitting there not able to keep your hands warm. Yeah. Totally different.
So hopefully, just like last time, things will fix here pretty quickly. We'll be able to get back into the thick of it again. If you're just joining us, M80 was able to pull out the win on the opening map of Ascent in a very tight fashion.
Yep.
The guard AG DQ'd the first half of this map. Set a whole new world speed run. But now in the second half, M80 is trying to put up a fight and stay around a little bit. But certainly the guard nearing that 1-1 series score as they're just a couple rounds away from basically creating the old classic let's steal each other's map picks.
Yep. You know, dude, it's one of those things that I feel like we saw that pretty regularly in like the Americas Grand Finals in both the two stages, and I think maybe also it happened in Face Off.
May have
quite done, but I feel like every time we take all this great time to set up from the desk, it's like, yeah, these are the maps, these are what these teams are good at, these are the comps we expect, and this is how it should go. It just doesn't end up going that way.
No, I mean, Ascent definitely did not go the way I expected at all.
No.
It's one of those things where, like, it's very much the guard's home turf. It's very much a 50-50 map for M80 if you look at the course of this year. And, I mean, it took a crazy comeback for the guard to even make that map competitive. And then, if we're honest, it kind of just, man, again, depending on how this series plays out, that round may haunt them.
Oh, absolutely.
That final round. Again, if all's kosher, if they want to win the series anyway, which they're certainly on pace to, tie up the series at least. But yeah, that was kind of a wild one. And now we're here on Haven, which is a map you'd very much favor M80 on. I would argue this is definitely their best map. It's certainly their most played, and it's their highest win percentage. As far as maps that are still in the active pool, I think Lotus is like maybe the only other map you'd put up there next to Haven as being kind of their home turf. And they have gotten rattled so far here. So yeah, it's been very interesting. Obviously, a lot of it, I'm sure, comes down to, the pressure of what's on the line. It also comes down to the fact that these two teams have faced each other so many times. I mean, this is their 5th series against each other this year. So there's a lot of mind games. There's a lot of scouting. There's a lot of, trying to pull the wool over each other's eyes. But at the same time, we also haven't seen any comp changes to these two maps yet.
Correct.
So there hasn't been any curveballs in that regard. But what there has been, particularly on the guard side, is they have definitely brought a higher tempo more often than usual.
Sure.
I mean, they're usually a very well-balanced team where they certainly are capable of playing, that up-tempo, but they generally are a little bit more methodical. They like the mid-round a little bit more, and they just occasionally throw in the pace changes. But we've seen them be very, very proactive in this map in particular.
100%. And the other thing too about this, and I think this is also kind of a curiosity point, talking about like recency bias and things like this, like these first two maps are very, very much so staples of the previous series that these two teams have played up against each other. Of course, most recently in the bracket itself, but we also saw them play this during the grand finals in North America for Challengers. I mean, it's been a very rehearsed map set in these first two for these two squads. So, there is something to be said about how close those maps had been previously, and even though the win records would favor one team over the other, I mean, when you're dealing with 13-11s, 13-10s, 13-9s, like those are all very winnable maps. So this would be the first time that we've really seen any map, largely, between these two teams be this much of a blowout.
Right. I think the other thing that we kind of had to talk about a little bit while we have time, I might as well, is that
we got plenty of time.
It seems like it. Is that there was a discussion on the desk, and I tend to agree that as this series drags on, the map pool starts to tilt maybe more in M80's favor. Like when you think about the fact that the final two maps of this series, should we need them, are Pearl and Split. I mean, those are maps that M80 have definitely looked very sharp on. In particular, their Split has been fantastic. We've already seen them play it multiple times this tournament and get some wins, but just generally speaking, even before this event started, they were, fairly strong on Split within NA Challengers. And then Pearl, they've won 4 of their last 5 matches, including a win over 9Z in the lower bracket of this one. They narrowly lost to Union in the groups. And it was like a triple overtime, if I remember correctly. So
that's right. And the thing about that loss to the Union, they pulled out a different composition than they normally run. When they run that fade comp they played versus 9Z, they blow people out of the water. So it's one of those things that they really found, I think, something that's hot right now for Pearl for them. So yeah, absolutely. I think map 4, map 5 starts to look pretty darn favorable for M80. Not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still one of those things that you came out, you took your opponent's map choice and map number 1.
Right.
It's literally one of those two things where, okay, like you feel like your job has been done, but I think you were hoping to do something a little bit more competitive, at least early on your own map pick. So some mitigation there.
Again, mine's going to be the mystery, right? I mean, who the heck knows what to expect on that one? Again, I think it's certainly a map the Guard have shown a good amount of power on, but we just have no idea what M80 has in store. They've never played. It's always been kind of a ban for them, but they didn't get that luxury this time around. Coming from the lower bracket, the Guard got to dictate the pace of the pick ban. And what do you know, Schiff? We managed to carry that thing all the way through back to the action.
I know, dude. We got to start finding names for our podcast. And it's not just ours. Like, I think we talked about this before. It's like, I would love to see, like, and no one would ever listen to this podcast, but you just put all of the caster vamps into like episodes of podcasts. It's just like 30 minutes of casters vamping about random
That's the name of the podcast, The Green Room.
The Green Room.
I think that'd be a good title for it, where we all hang out between games and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess not these days. We're all online, but you know.
Yeah, true.
The virtual Green Room.
Full purchase here, though, largely for both teams. Bulldog for Xanders. That's the only thing really kind of hindered as we approach this round. Also, a couple of light armors across the board for the Guard. But a delayed approach here for M80, just kind of taking their time, seeing if the Guard want to try to do something feisty, which at the moment they are not fully. But there may be a check here towards John Cutie. But no, he backs off just before.
He took a little bit of something with him.
I'll say.
He's carrying some extra lead. He weighs a little bit heavier than he did before he left.
Or a little bit less, depending on how much that pound of flesh was worth.
That flew off. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, Tex might be in a weird spot. Oh.
Gets the first. Surely not more. No. John Cutie gets the pinch up, but oh boy, Jonah P from behind this play. It's just a toxic screen in his way. Does he check left? May not matter. Valen from inside the site will do pretty much everything required to hold on, and that will put the Guard at 12 as Xander can do nothing through C-Long.
So they will have 9 chances to put this one away in regulation and even the series up at 1 apiece. Again, opening the series by sealing each other's map picks and keeping things on equal footing. Again, for a rivalry that has been this awesome all year long, and considering what's on the line, you wouldn't really want to have it any other way than go on the distance and really let these two teams brawl it out. I'm down. The crowd seems electric as well.
They're just happy they're seeing gameplay.
I'm sure that's a lot of it. I'm sure that definitely has a lot to do with it, as it seems like most of the people in the crowd are kind of favoring the Guard.
Oh, here we go. M80, little YOLO play towards C. Paranoia right across the Rolling Thunder. Nobody checks Tex in the corner. He dashes across it. Oh my goodness. He gets up close and personal with John Cutie. Flash out. Jonah P gets a little bit side-blinded though, but it doesn't make a difference. The Guard will hold on. And it's a 13-3 map 2. The Guard bounced back in a major way, while also surviving through the lengthy tech pauses to get us tied up at 1 apiece.
The Guard's like, what ascent? What do you mean? I'm not bothered. They just absolutely plowed M80 there on Haven. It wasn't even close. They kept their composure. They shook off the first map. They shook off all the pauses, and they got the job done to even us up at 1 apiece. The Bond around the corner, with us having literally no idea what to expect from M80, and then us having a little bit of expectations for the Guard. But either way, it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this series plays out. So far, we've gotten what we wanted, which is, you know, no one just stealing the series immediately. Like, it's going to be a back and forth affair, it seems.
Feels that way. It's just going to be one of those things that I can't wait to hear what the theory crafting on the desk is going to be in terms of what do we think that M80 are even going to pull out on Fine. So you guys have heard our voices for long enough. We'll send things over to Bach and the desk as they give us their thoughts here on map number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. My thoughts, that was the longest rounds played at that amount. That didn't make any sense. That wasn't English. Let's start that one over. That was the longest game with that score. That's what I was going for, as the tech pause obviously delayed the end, but it couldn't prevent it. You know, the Guard was steamrolling M80 on this map, and we were concerned coming into it, right? The Guard lose map 1 in a close affair. It was 13-11. They had a winnable 4v2 to take things to overtime. You do look at that, though, a little bit, Tanner, and you go, man, could you imagine if they were up 2-0 right now and they're going to go to bind next?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you would be assuming at this point that would be a 3-0, right? That would kind of be it. Unless, I said if M80 win this, they would shock everybody because they're coming from the lowers. The real shock would be if M80 pieced together a competent bind against the Guard. And I say competent, you know, making it a close game. I think it's going to be probably a blowout, much like we saw here. I think the most exciting thing for Guard fans coming into this one is We talked about the pressure that they were feeling. We talked about them being extra down on themselves because they did it to themselves, but that didn't show at all in this game.
Yeah, their attack side on this map was scary good, and M80 really couldn't seem to find a solution. At that point, the guard didn't have to do much. The finish line was right there. They just had to take a step. So, yeah, you know, the pauses certainly hindered the ending coming to us as quickly as it could have, but that was a very impressive second map victory from the guard.
It was, and it was actually M80's pick to be surprising enough, but there was a few runs that stood out for me, and that was from Tex. Tex did a beautiful job on getting those entry picks, even having a 1 versus 1 op battle against Koala, and he is just too quick on the trigger. He out-offed him a few times that we saw, and he had a couple lurk entry picks too that we saw, but also from Valen. Valen had a lot of clutches, 2v1s that happened on the same side of C. So we were highlighting him pregame, right? We were talking about how he was the heart of the team, and he was showing it today going into this game. They had an 11-1 half. So that was not what we were expecting because, again, this was M80's map pick, but they definitely came prepared.
And while we're giving players their roses for the guard, I thought this game started and it was all net. I kind of I like to do this thing where I think about the players and I try to give them kind of their tagline or what they are, like a one-word role for this team. And this is actually, it's biting me in the butt because this is kind of a 2-word thing. But for Net, he's always kind of been that Net. He's always kind of been the catch-all for the guard. And he proved that at tenfold today. Even in the round, if we go back to it, I remember the number of the round, but it was the Xander lurk up towards mid, and then Koala was causing problems out towards A long while the guard was taking A, and Net dealt with Koala too. He peeks out mid, has a perfect timing there. Koala's causing problems, pops the knives, Net's there down inside A lobby, finds that kill there. Anything that could like start to swing back or swing M80 back in favor, Net was there to make sure that things didn't get out of hand.
There were two statistics we profiled coming into this match. It was the 4v5 and the post-plant scenarios. And the success rates for M80 were slightly worse than the 4v5. And if you saw, it was a lot of first bloods coming in from the guard, which meant M80 was effectively playing 4v5 pretty frequently. And on top of that, 11 out of 12 post-plants went the way of the guard. They planted 12 times. That is impressive. An incredible amount of sight control coming in from the guard, and M80 really couldn't seem to do anything about it. But that does wrap things up here for our second map in the series. If you thought map 1 was just a bit of a taste, map 2 kind of changes up the course as we find ourselves swallowing a massive victory from the guard. I didn't think that was going to happen, but map 3 is just around the corner. We've got Bind up next. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break because I can't speak English. We'll be back in just a bit.
I think the keys to success for my team is staying focused, taking every round by round, making sure we pay attention to little details and we don't mess up the little things, and just staying confident. I feel like the only way we lose is if we lose to ourselves.
5 HP is trying to get back into this quick because of the space.
What a shot, and he can go for more! Tex finally showing off his prowess with the up, and John QT is gonna go down in an instant.
For me, I'm feeling pretty good, and I have a lot of confidence in my guys, so I'm pretty sure that they're feeling pretty good also. And, you know, we're already in the grand finals, so now we just get to watch all the other teams play, and we really get to see exactly how they play, what their tendencies are, you know, what they like to do. So we're feeling pretty confident going into this last match.
React with an orbital themselves. Here comes MTK with a step up. Will they even need the orbital? All they need is Tex.
Personally, for me, it means everything. I think every player in Challengers that's not in franchising, their end goal is to want to be in the big stage on the big league.
Handling it just fine. At 3v2 out of nowhere. Trent, gonna have to handle it with Net.
Last player standing. Net just, a flash on the outside.
Rugoide. Hey, he's trying to guess. He's trying to pre-fire. Find his spam.
It's just so exciting, man, that the excitement of playing in the match, especially at a LAN event, just trumps all the tiredness or all the burnout. It's like, man, we're doing what we love right now.
Of the lockdown, but it's only 2 for the Union to try to take back this game. 35 seconds left. Askia with the knives trying to burst in, try to find someone from the air, but Net shuts Askia, and Net gets them all. The guard discard of the Union.
It's go time. We've put so much hard work and effort in. Show it right now.
You got the right things. We look so good together. You make my head spin. You really do me in. You got the right moves. We really stick together. You got me brand new, right, left, front, and center. That's the way I feel about you. That's the way I feel about. That's the way I feel about you. That's the way I feel about.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those wave runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
The series is tied up at 1 apiece after the guard comes out and absolutely decimates M80 on Haven. After a close game on Ascent, you might have expected another close game here, as it is a map these teams have played on, and it's a map they're both proficient at. But the guard just proved to be an absolutely different beast on Haven, and M80 had no solution for what the guard was bringing to the table. And now things get real interesting, Tanner, because we move into uncharted territory. This is like a cartographer and there's just a black void on the map.
Yep.
That's where we're headed. We have no idea what M80 is going to bring to the table for Bind.
We are definitely jumping into the fog of war here for M80. And Shift kind of gave us the, hey, I'm excited to see what the desk has to theory craft. And I think there is a lot that we can maybe mesh out. I feel the chamber right now for Bind, the meta right now for Bind is chamber for a lot of teams. Okay, we got there. Box rubbing off on me. And I don't think there's a world where maybe John plays a chamber, maybe Nismo jumps over to the Rays, Koala could play smokes, but it's just, again, like you said, it's uncharted territory.
I think you're spot on with John playing chamber. A lot of people forget, they're watching this M80 play, that in the past, when he played on Ghost, John played chamber. Nismo played Raze. The composition was obviously a little bit different, as the meta was completely different at the time, but there is a world where that could be the approach. Now, it's not to say that other compositions don't work on this map. It's certainly possible we could see John stick to something more traditional to his agent selection path, looking at like a Killjoy. We've seen him play Cypher, but much rarer than the Killjoy. But I am intrigued at the possibility of the return of John QT on chamber.
Yeah, and they actually changed their comp, right? Going into Ascension. Jonah P was on the Sage originally, and they swapped him over to Sky. I'm really glad that they did this because we were highlighting pregame. Jonah P is incredibly well Sky player. He's very annoying. He's good at peeking with his pop flashes, so this was a good change. And same with Tex. Tex went from Raze to Chamber, and this is the comp that they changed going into Ascension. All of Split 2, they had Trent on Sky as well, but now they had Raze, Trent playing on Raze for Ascension. So 3 different players are playing 3 different agents, but it worked for them going into different maps. We're trying to decide what M80's gonna play in this comp. I'm curious as well if they're gonna bring the Chamber, because Chamber's slowly coming back into being the meta.
All right, you want some kind of insanity? This old team, the core of M80, the old Ghost roster, as we've always referred to them, Koala Noob, John QT, and Nismo, who played with Brock and A-Proto, who are now on Moist Moguls. The last time they played Bind was under the Ghost Gaming moniker, It was back in January of 22. Prior to that, I don't know how many times this roster had actually played the map because the roster changed right around that time. So there is a possibility where the core of this team has only played Bind once, which is just crazy to me to think that there is a world where the team who is seated on stage across from the guard right now has only played Bind one time. Tanner, that's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah, which, again, doesn't make me feel any better. I think this would be shocking the world if they could piece something together. Dust actually said something in our chat here that I think makes the most sense, is that we probably do get some sort of double duelist with Koala playing the comfortable Jett. And, okay, actually, hold on. We can take a peek and see what it is.
Oh, my God.
So
oh, my God.
Brimstone.
Hold on. John was playing Sky as well. What? Koala's playing Brim? This is an interesting composition, and I'm curious to hear the thoughts from our casters as we are ready to see M80 unveil Bind for the very first time in what seems like an eternity that this core has played the map. Dust, Shift, what are your thoughts on M80's composition?
I think the only thought we can have is about to find out today, brother. I mean, it's just, it doesn't feel like it's something that necessarily is unfamiliar to them because we've seen things like this on other maps, but it definitely brings an element of uniqueness compared to how other teams like to play map like Bind.
Yeah, I definitely had this kind of thought in my head, and I was even sharing it with the desk kind of privately, that I thought that there was a good chance we would see a composition from M80 similar to their Lotus composition on Bind, in which Koala Noob would play some type of smokes. I thought maybe he would just stick with Omen because that's a comfort thing, even though, you know, Brim's obviously more meta for the map, and then that they would have Nismo play the Raze. But we get Koala Noob on Brimstone, but everything else is kind of what I expected, and then the guard does decide to stick with the whole chamber setup that they had prior.
Yep. It's interesting, but it's not something that is completely unfamiliar to us. So we'll see how things go. The real only major difference maker here is that Koala Noob's obviously not playing Omen. He's playing Brimstone instead. Otherwise, this
Speaking
is
of which, this is important. This is his first ever time playing Brimstone in an official match.
Okay. See how it goes. Opening pistol shots down through mid sands. Valen will come out on top. A little bit of help from team shots through. Guard will still also have Tex lurking in towards this backside of the A site. And how does he get the second? Koala Noob doesn't quite catch the timing through his own smoke. Xander will try to get the spike to rotate over towards B, but he's going to be met here by two defenders already ready for him. And yeah, clean stuff here from the guard, John Cutie. Last one left in 1v5. It's just about what can you find.
Yeah, without Spike in its possession and with everyone else being on the other side, there's not a whole heck of a lot that he can do. They have a pretty nice little bait and switch set up here if need be through hookah, but it's not required. Trent will just finish the job there with the frenzy. As the guard will go up 1-0, and again, they certainly come into this map as a heavy favorite. They have a 5-1 record on Bind. They beat 0-0 Nation on this map in the group stage. They were very dominant within North America. Their only loss was a very close one, the Moist Moguls. Again, they were typically running the Sage instead of Chamber in the past, but they have made the switch to Tex playing Chamber and bringing him to the board, which we saw in the groups of this tournament, and they've kept up with that in this match. Again, this is M80's first ever time playing Bind, and as Box said, this is only their second time as a core playing Bind in a year and a half with the core Ghost members. So I think he said January of 2022. That's a long ways away.
Blinded.
Flash from Jonah P. Oh, he's got a handful blinded, but not enough apparently. M80 will still win out the first kill. That does allow them a chance to pick up Stinger. Sheriff's also in the mix here, so M80 do have the chance to fight from range, especially against what is a lot of SMGs for the side of the guard. Headhunter out for Tex, staying in towards Hookah while the rest of the defense tries to position through the sky smoke deep through screens.
Yeah, they do still have at least some control through back halls. Prowler's going to detect this presence though, and it's going to allow EU to get a little bit more forward here and try to play a close angle with the pistol. Tex going to try to move in with the Headhunter here. Nismo, though, beautiful timing. Shot there. Yeah.
There's no follow-up allowed whatsoever. Tex will also be held in place. And this is just all about waiting out the clock here if you're M80. Tex on the way down. What? How does he get that? Plus also teleports away. Net also getting one gives Tex a chance at this, which he does find at least one with the Ghost, but the Headhunter doesn't quite lock it in, and EU will counteract the opening pistol win by the guard.
And this is our first steal that we've seen this series. The first time a team's been able just to come right back in the second round and even it up at 1 apiece. And again, while M80 have not played Bind, just considering how explosive a team they are in general, I could see this map suiting them if they were to kind of adopt it. You know what I mean? I feel like just, you know, considering how quickly you can attack short A, how you can do these fast side splits and feint and teleport, like, it just seems like M80, if they have the reps and from practice, which we can't know, that their style would suit the map. You know what I mean?
Well, hold on here, Second Dust. We have a 3-man stack inside this mid connection where Xander is watching. But as this smoke fades, there's a flash being held by Jonah P. It does not affect Xander, but still Valen wins the gunfight. And oh boy, Stim Beacon comes through. The guard will now dominate control through mid, and it splits this M80 offense into 2 pieces, which EU is trying to recover through. Getting 1 is not terrible, but still, it's a 2-2 split here.
Yeah, and he's gonna get flanked and taken down. He was a little bit concerned about the hookah presence, and so winds up getting caught out. Nismo catches Tex here up top, even it back up. Net in a little bit of trouble. He's getting split from a couple different angles at once. Just a classic to his name, and Nismo will eradicate that as well. And so now it's starting to settle down.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'll say. Trent, last one left. Can't really do too much. Good idea here from the guard, but I think the one big thing about it is flat out the weapons come through for M80. Kills are decent. And even though the opening was pretty punishing, M80 survived through it, and now we're going to get our first full gun round.
Yep, and they don't have to do a whole lot of rebuying either. There's 5 with 3 members, so that's 3 rifles carried over into this next round, keeping their credits in a decent position. Obviously, nice that they were able to steal the eco in the second round. That really sets the guard back. I feel like they need to win a couple in a row just to get their economy back in order at this point.
Yeah, I'll
they
say.
can be right back to saving, and it could easily be 4-1 start for M80.
Jonah P just throws a quick bit of shouldering, checks over through Sands. Does get tapped at just a touch, but the defense not really going to do too much in terms of reposition, deal with this. Hookah will be left open voluntarily, where the Toxic Screen will be the first point of contest for Net as soon as he hops and sees anything.
Yeah, banks a snake bite in the front of Hookah to try to slow down any progression from M80 as they are certainly looking to run down this B side. They are all gathered up here. They have no presence anywhere else. And oh, Net gets caught jumping up. Awkward timing. Nismo is going to punish it, and now he's in the site.
Jonah? Oh,
he
for
was
a second.
so stunned.
Yeah,
I mean,
thought maybe for a second he was going to avoid line of sight, but not to happen. So
he was
Spike
in a
gets
different
planted.
dimensional plane, bro. He was wobbling.
The guard will just hold on to these last 2 weapons. Operator was called out early here for tech, so no reason to even try this.
Certainly not. So it will be 3-1 M80 on Bind, their first showing on the map. Quadoop's first time ever playing Brimstone in a match. And so far, not so bad. Again, I always thought this team had the playstyle to suit Bind. Just, you know, you consider the options you have to play the fast short A plays a double controller, or just get on the sites quickly, then play post plant. That is kind of just M80's forte on some of the other maps in the pool. So they just never really had to try to flex Bind before now. But so far, it's interesting. And I mean, here's the other thing that you have to think about, though. It's like the guard has nothing on this team. They have no idea what they're in for.
Yeah.
And so that element of surprise can sometimes be a problem, because maybe you've seen different things in practice, or maybe you have a good idea on the variety of ways people can play Bind, and so you kind of build your defense and such over time through the different looks you get. But it's different feeling a team in an official match on stage that you have not witnessed before.
Sure, and even though the composition feels familiar, the timings of the map are just crazy, flat out. Like, you're just not going to be able to predict what exactly M80 want before they execute, or how they want to set up their post plants, and what utility they may hold on to. Yeah, it's a crazy situation without question when it comes down to trying to read the overall tempo of the map, I think, if you're the guard right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know that M80 likes to play fast, so you're expecting explosive plays, but you just don't quite know exactly what they're going to look like and where they're going to happen at any given time. So it's definitely an uphill climb from the guard in that regard. Now, for M80, on the other hand, obviously there's film to look at on the guard, and that certainly helps, but they have made this massive pivot with bringing the chamber into their you know, composition just for this tournament against 0-0 Nation, I believe it was, right? So if that's the case, it's kind of the same thing. Like, yeah, you might know some of the guards' fundamentals on this map from what they did throughout Challengers this year, but they've made their own pivot and composition, which means you yourself don't have that much film on how they want to play this comp. So the mystery almost goes both ways, but certainly it leans more heavily in favor of M80, who are definitely just, you know, don't know what to expect.
Well, we're going to get our first look this time, speaking of not expecting things, of what M80 want to do to try to contest over towards Showers. It's been a lot of focus through mid and a lot of focus through Hookah till this point. So a bit of a Viper battle over towards Shower side, while Nismo actually not going to pop the showstopper here, and he runs right into the waiting arms of a judge. Valen also following up, takes care of Xander through Shower side, so huge advantage here for the guard defensively, and they're finding weapons on top of that to make this even more formidable.
Yeah, they're going to try to quick teleport with the spike over to the other side, and Quality's doing a good job actually holding these players down, and that might cause them to double the spike back, and indeed they do. They're going to come through market. Valen going to go ahead and pop Arc here to flush out the Lance player. He does get the frag on the Koala, but now they can double back again if they want to.
They sure could, but they're going to commit forward. Valen shut down. The traded orbital strikes does keep us at a 2v2. EU at a single point worth of health, and John Keaton will get to work trying to change that, but off through the box. Trent, big win. And actually, hold on a second. Whoa, what just happened? He pulled out Showstopper and then canceled it?
Yes.
So now it's down to Tex for the 1v1. John Cutie will get the plant and back away off the near box through U-Haul. Still holding pretty close. There's the check, and Tex will save the round.
Brother. Let him know, Tex. Go ahead, let him know. What a shot. Jump, sticks the landing, pulls the trigger at just the right moment to be accurate, but just fast enough to get the frag before his opponent can respond. Definitely a weird interaction with Trent with the showstopper on the site. I'm not quite sure what happened there. He must have just hit the wrong key in the heat of the moment. Those things do happen. A little bit of a slip, but it wound up not mattering.
Player standing.
As his teammate Tex is able to finish the job.
That angle makes it even more awkward, I would say.
Yeah. No harm, no foul. Tex saves the day.
Still one of those things, though.
Up.
You don't want that all to just go up for nothing.
Sure.
Especially in a tight game. Full purchase still enveloped. Tex stole the operator. Seekers at the ready. Nismo still holding onto his showstopper.
Jiggling for information here at Fountain. Sky is so powerful defensively on this side of the map just because of the guiding lights and trailblazer. You can just get so much info all the time at Fountain in these slower rounds, which really helps you dictate your rotations. And it's something that M80 might not be, I'm sure they've seen it, but they might not be privy to feeling it in server, having not played it officially yet. Hate to beat a dead horse, but it matters so much.
Yeah,
with
you're
what's on the
absolutely
line.
right. And at the moment, I mean, again, just based on how the guard is setting themselves up, it's just a little poke and prod from net through Showers, but a lot of focus on their defenses to make sure that this B-Long stays safe. And they've been successful in keeping M80 away from that angle. But as the Seekers get pulled offensively, M80 will make their move over towards A on the mid-cut. Nismo, this time Showstopper will be a part of the play. Just trying to clear things out, up and over the truck, and he will find Trent lurking in towards Lamps Halls. Quality also finds another one deeper on towards the site. Battle back by Valen only gets one, and the numbers for M80 very significant. Tex the last one left, and as he gets shut down, it's M80 up 2.
Yeah, and again, that is kind of what I envisioned M80 to look like on this map. You know, having the theory craft, having to do guesswork, just knowing their play style and knowing how good Nismo is maneuvering with Raze. I really did think their short A attacks would be quite deadly, and we definitely have seen that be the case already a couple of times in this half, and I imagine we're going to see it more and more. Nismo's going to be able to kind of, you know, change up his routes on which side he chooses to attack Lance from. I'm sure he's very, you know, savvy with the satchels. He's obviously going to know how to use the boombot to clear out Hookah position on defaults. You know, he's going to be good to go, and M80 are able to flex their playstyle on this map very nicely. Uh-oh.
Different setup this time with the guard on the half by. Have the tour out for Tex. Shotgun for Trent, who sneaks on the opposite side of Xander's toxic screen. Now Xander's a little bit stuck, or is he? Classic gets the job done for the trade, but damage has been dealt. 3v3 situation, tough shots for Net, doesn't quite land it. And with Valen on what looks to be about 10 HP, he will be in a very tough spot trying to rotate over into a 1v2.
Not going to be easy by any means. EU is low on health. That's one little thing that kind of helps him out. He's got a couple of smokes still left, maybe try to limit some angles. But nah, not even really going to get much going at all there. Immediately taken out by EU. M80 are certainly liking to make these quick pivots through the teleporter. Also not surprised to see that from them. Viper's Pit now available for Xander. full buy still coming through. Plenty of credits to go around. Op is out again for Tex. Viper's Pit available for Net to lock down one area of the map early. And I mean, for M80 coming into this with, you know, no resume at all, so far so good.
Yeah, passing the eye test, right?
Yep.
This time offense, once again, full 5-man stack over towards mid.
Gunner.
Viper's Pit will defensively be used over towards B as Valen just takes a dry peek through mid connector and takes off ahead. So Xander will drop. M80 still trying to force their way forward, but as Valen takes down another, M80's hopes of trying to continue forward on this angle are pretty much out the window.
Valen's just DMing short air right now, dude. He's just sitting back and popping domes. M80 not even able to get anything going here. Showers will get cleared out by Jonah P just to make sure that they aren't setting up a split. He's going to do it again with the guiding light. He's going to get a good flash on that. Knows that they're still present. They'll just keep their defense in place, right? I mean, they got Viper's Pit, the lockdown, Octagon. Yeah. They have presence inside Hookah. I mean, they got everything covered. It's no problem.
There is no reason to move. Jonah P is going to try to find some timing here, though. And actually, a little bit of a burst play from the guard. Goes 2 for 2, though. So the trade's not as efficient as the guard I'm sure we're hoping for. But still, it's a 1v3 situation for Koala as he will collect the orb and just back away.
Yeah, not too shabby. Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of players on that, but they still have a 3-on-1.
30 seconds
They still have everything pretty much covered. Going to be very tough for Koala to do much here. He's able to get a smoke that might allow him to get out, but out only into the awaiting arms of Tex. And that's going to make it 3-5. The guard hanging around here in this half. All their rounds have been isolated, though. They haven't really been able to find a rhythm.
Sure, I mean, you had the opening pistol, then you had the kind of heroic comeback to get the defuse off, but that round right there felt a little bit more par for the course, I think, for Fear the Guard. Just the ability of being able to kind of dictate and stop any early contest on the map, force them to have to play through mid. It just never feels good, I think, especially in the face of Tex sniping on one side, and you still have the ability to drop mollies and smokes on that mid cross anyways.
Interesting round ahead here, considering what alts are on the board and considering that we're back on equal footing as far as firepower is concerned. M80, a little bit of split pressure here. Prowler, as well as the Trailblazer being sent through the A side. I mean, they're putting a lot of utility into A, but they're not committing. Look at this push, though, for B.
But Xander may actually catch timing on this. Yeah, catches one in the corner, but Jonah P does fight back. Flash gets popped. John Cutie on the hunt. And this is all about just isolating Jonah P, trying to stop him from doing too much damage, but it may be a day late and a dollar short as he actually takes down Nismo as well. EU does slip through A, but he would have to find these 2 kills on rotation to make this a little bit more competitive, you'd think. Sniper rifle actually catches the wall, but doesn't matter. Tex has the headhunter to finish the job, and now it's just down to Koala Noob in a 1v2.
I also don't even know that he detected Trent was A heaven throughout that entire play.
I don't think so, no.
So Koala may be rotating into a situation where he thinks it's clear, and quite literally it's not. Trent is right here in back halls waiting for Koala to start to play at any moment. Koala, though, doing his due diligence. He's clearing stuff out. He's weary that there could indeed at least be showers control that never got checked because everything was through short A on their initial attack. So he's minding his P's and Q's to clear it out, but he's running low on time.
Down.
Thing is, he's got a lot of great post-plant tools. Orbital strike, molly, 8 shells, won't quite get there. Spam shot's also not fully gonna land, and Koala Noob will just kind of step in towards the smoke, maybe catch one on the cross, but Tex, how does he hit that? Running and gunning with the headhunter, and that'll put the guard back to within 1.
I don't think that was an intentional gap on that smoke either. I think that was a missed smoke.
I don't think so either.
And I think that just comes down to the fact that he hasn't played much Brimstone. Again, never played it in an official match that we could find. And so that kind of gave the defense some easier peeks on them as he was trying to escape the site to set up in the 1v2.
No more dream.
Either way, the guards starting to find their footing defensively here as typically they win kind of an equal amount of rounds, attack and defense. I mean, they're right under 60% on both sides of the map, so they feel very comfortable on attack and defense. And after a bit of a rocky start, they now start, finding themselves closing the gap and keeping this thing close. It's now 4-5. Timeout coming in here for M80 to talk things through.
Good time for one as well.
Yeah, certainly. It seems like their sails are starting to lose a little bit of wind. The gusts are dying down, and so time to figure out a way to adjust.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for M80 is you got to start thinking about this B long setup They haven't even really contested B-Long at all, which is why I think the guard take that as a chance to push through and say, let's see what we can get over towards Fountainside. The same can be said through Showers. I mean, everything is going to either come through Hookah or right through mid. Nothing has been played through Showers or over towards B-Long side. And I think if you're M80, you need to diversify just a touch here.
Yeah, but the problem is how deep can their playbook even be, right? Like, we just don't know what they've been able to work on if they just decided to not worry about buying and just really focus on everything else. And hey, if it came down to playing buy, we'll just kind of freestyle it almost.
That's not ready. Teleport's ready.
So that'll be the big question, I think, to kind of answer yours. I just answered another question. How deep is their playbook? How do you like them Apple Shift?
I'll have to find out, brother.
Yeah.
Solo
you thought I was going to give you
defender.
something, I could just ask you another question instead.
Yeah, it's more of a hypothetical, rhetorical question, if you will.
Sure.
And once more, same setup here coming through. The defense of the guard, heavy stacked through B-Long. They don't see anything. It is just the solo defensive Tex on towards A. And this will be the first time that we've really seen Valen stack with Net to double up in Hookah.
Scout destroyed.
And that Scout does not see anything.
Nothing.
Got shut down real hard. It's going to get countered by the Poison Orb and try to, stop M80 for wanting to go that direction.
Face your fear!
And they're just going to Nightfall the site. Are they going to commit?
I don't even know if much gets hit by this. Offensive Orbital Strike, though, does land. Defensive one also getting used in response. Trades the kill feed, get us to a 4v3 situation in favor of M80. But the rotation's going over towards Texas direction. He does get flashed out. Teleports back. Viper's Pit keeps the rest of his push safe. A couple other spam shots coming through. The Headhunter also out just to try to make something heroic happen, but it won't fully work out. Quick contest, though. Jonah P. right through Shower side. He actually gets one and can step away now. Still decayed down low, and he'd be very careful at Snake Bite. Down to just a single point of health for now. Has to back off. Net on the other side is trying to work his way into sight still. Last flash for Jonah P. Doesn't quite see, I don't think, the player sitting in the corner. Predictions out, but doesn't make a difference. Xander gets the jump on it. And now Net in for a 1v3. Likely not be able to do too much with this. There's the flash check. Net does step away to keep his life, but it will be a 6th round for M80.
Yeah, beautifully played around there from M80. Lobbing the utility on B, really keeping that double hookah stack present. Not really allowing anyone to rotate over to A to reinforce Texas' position, who was basically totally reliant upon his forward angle on short, and the fact that he had his trip inside of Showers to detect if anything had pushed through that direction. He gets nothing as he's blocked out by the Viper's Pit and a smoke and gets caught while he tried to pull the pistol out. That high-low play in the corner was never going to allow Jonah P any forward momentum there. And so M80 up 6-4. Nismo has the showstopper available, so does Trent. I'm down for a low rocket launcher battle.
We very well may get it as well.
I'm
based
up
on how
for it.
both like to use it. Net, once more, again, free control for the guard over towards B-Long. That has not been a problem for them in any form. It's been this hit towards Hookah that's causing the most amount of headaches. Tex Trailblazer out, Nismo. Ooh. I would say both players pretty lucky to be alive after that engagement. Overgrowth to get Nismo back to 100 HP. We'll stay 5v5.
Yeah, Hookah control will be given over to M80. So they have that extra bit of real estate as they still have presence over toward Showers. Short A kind of being dominated by Trent right now at the forward angle.
Yeah.
Guiding Light will come through there, kind of clear out towards Lance and John Cutie, but no commitment behind it. They are just kind of leaving the lurk of Xander inside of that long A area while they, again, just hold on to Hookah and maybe look to pounce on B here.
Sure feels like that's going to happen. Trademark slows down Nismo pretty considerably. Showstopper towards Octagon, not going to work out. Trent also teleporting through, trying to clear out the backside of Hookah, but the action really is happening more so over towards Xander's direction. He gets 2 lurking through A. Tex is still very healthy and on sight. Catches, oh, not one off guard. I thought he had Nismo dead to rights, but the footstep sounds allow Nismo a chance to react. 1 trade back from Trent, but still, this has to be a 2v4 situation. Nismo will not allow that to happen. A 7-4 tally comes through. 1 to play for the half.
Yeah, just a beautiful little play there from M80 because they're able to attack into B, get to the backside of it, and then use Xander's lurk through the attacking spawn, as well as its ability to cut off the A rotates to secure a massive advantage in the post plant. Not to mention Nismo catches Tex there despite being caught a little bit off guard, as you noted. He winds up with the hat trick, and again, Nismo on Raze is a beautiful thing. these days doesn't get to play it as often as Qualnoob's the primary duelist of the squad, but when he gets to break it out, particularly on Lotus lately, he's always been fantastic. Again, he is definitely a top player in almost every metric for Ascension and throughout Challengers. He is such a powerful star on this team.
This is a lot of trust here that Net can hold off this play with nothing but a Sheriff while the rest of the guard push through B long again. That's his second snake bite down. He does actually put a lot of damage into Nismo. I think that was a headshot, maybe partly through the box.
Regrowth though.
But, yep, absolutely. Healed back up. M80 going to get themselves a chance to plant. And now it's down to Qualnoob all of a sudden, trying to back away through mid. And he puts the stim beacon out just to try to survive a little while longer, but the shot's starting to come through for the guard. But oh, Xander picking things up through the mid-cross, no worries. 3 kills for him. Snakebite lineups at the ready. Trent clears out U-Haul, but there's still so much the guard have to do here. And not a ton of time to do it. They will toggle the spike. That'll be enough for Xander to toss out his snakebite. Was not needed though. M80 clean up the half, 8-4 on their first attempt on bind.
Very impressive half, particularly that final round was really well done.
I'm no doctor.
Again, Xander has been mint this tournament for this team. Again, we talked about how he wasn't always like the biggest star throughout Challengers, always kind of Koala-Noob and Nismo who really took the spotlight when you look at North American Challengers. But at Ascension, Xander is top 3 in ACS and kills per round, and he is top 10 in almost every other metric. He has been absolutely phenomenal in this controller role for this squad, and he came up big in that final round. Nismo obviously also just having a field day on the Rays, as Nismo does when he gets to play Rays pretty much every time. So no shocker there. But yeah, that was definitely a great attacking side from M80 for their first go on this map. No doubt about it.
Very similar to what we saw in Ascent. Did never have to really go back on the ecos. We have a quick burst here from M80 right down middle. Shut down immediately though by the combination of Fallon and Trent. Xander does get a trade off the action to get us to a 2v3, so more level numbers, but the guard get a chance to set up their post plant however they want.
Yeah, I really thought that M80 were going to have the jump there when they caught Jonah P in the corner still with utility out, and they were able to get the kill. I believe that was on Net next to him, but Jonah P was able to kind of recover from it. He got some help from his teammates, and they wound up getting into a 3-on-2 post plant here.
Well, Fallon just kind of playing with this retake. Stims his way out of there. Poison Cloud still ready for Xander to try to block off this Heaven Cross, but the problem is this bike is just in such a tough spot to just stick to. Xander's gonna give it a go, and he does get it to halfway. No one's taking any shots at this. Xander's gonna stick it, but no! Spike Diffuser gets killed just in the nick of time. I mean, just in the nick of time.
I mean, I don't know exactly how close that was, but it looked real close.
Close as I've seen in a minute.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was dangerously close. On the edge of the orb, sticking it the whole way through. That was really our only chance to win in that scenario. It certainly got very near it. We're looking at it here. All the bullets are going astray, but it's the knife of Jonah P that saves the day. I didn't know you could get a headshot with the knife. That's pretty interesting. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but
that's massive.
He has the highest knife headshot percentage in Ascension.
And the curiosity point here for M80 is going to be how do they want to defaultly set up this defense? And they're putting a lot of focus on the outsides of the map here as well, at least initially. Again, it is just pistols, 3-2 split. E will see the utility streak in towards lamp side. Smoke will block them and actually kind of hold them inside of showers. Grenade comes out, but that is a mere inconvenience. Delays the plant for a little bit, but Trent will just hop right back on and get to work planting again.
No worries at all. Retake already being held at bay through the long side here as Texas pinching them from behind. The spawn is going to get some help here from Valen as well. Valen will do the honors. Should be a formality now.
Should be. Snakebite blocking the exit. Net checks it, gets the easy kill. John Cutie, Xander, the last two left, and they are just going to try to sacrifice themselves to the spike detonation, try to keep this flawless from finding any more kills.
So here we have it. The guard wasting little time closing the gap on the scoreboard by continuing to find success in these pistol rounds. They have been so good on pistols in this tournament. I want to say they're in that near 70%.
They're plus 70%. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's including now. I'm just thinking, like, trying to do the quick math, including what we've seen so far this grand finals. They've won what, 3 pistols of the 4?
That would have been 5 of the 6.
Okay.
Because we're map 3.
Yes. I did the cardinal sin.
Tried to do caster math.
Doing caster math live. It's the wrong play every time.
It's either 5 or 4, one of the 2.
Yeah, when people ask me for casting tips, sometimes that's literally the first tip I give them is don't do math. And I just did it. So, didn't heed my own advice.
Well, the guard are going to make their approach in towards Hookah. There will be one waiting, but the flash out. Whoa, Xander actually dealing a lot of damage, even though he does eventually fall. Could not quite fully get out of Hookah, and there are no other defensive players nearby, so this should lead to a very quick plant here for the guard.
Yeah, going to be 7-8 right around the corner, and so all of the good work that M80 did on their first go of bind to create some separation has now been shrunken quite a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Again, we have no idea how comfortable they are playing defense on this map. No stats to go off of, no eye test to rely upon, so hard to know. But what I can tell you is, again, the guard, a team that's usually pretty good for finding 6 or more attacking rounds on this map. And so at this point, that would just be quite enough.
Yeah, sure would be. And again, we really do need to kind of keep our eye on what exactly, with still full weapons, M80 want to do defensively here, because in this first couple of rounds, it has been a lot of focus on trying to take over this shower side of the map at the moment. In that round, it's just the Viper laying by themselves, kind of hopefully delaying for what would surely have to be some sort of an early rotate, whether it's through teleporters or just around the back, and that doesn't come through. So what's this setup going to look like here again from M80?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I feel like they're going to be a team, just based on, if I just think about the rest of their pool and just thinking about Bind in general, that they're going to want to be proactive somewhere on the periphery of the map, whether that be through Octagon or whether that be inside showers. Like, I feel like they're not a team that likes to play back and play retake. They like to try to disrupt their opponents, especially a team like the guard, who's very comfortable playing you know, the methodical default style. Like, you want to rattle them. You don't want to let them get comfortable and have a foundation to launch from.
And there's also the point of, you have a Sky and a Fade, so you've got a lot of tools to get early information and freely clear out those extremities. So once more, it'll be Hookah focus here for the guard. Very quick to get their approach. There is a judge in hand for Xander. He will be seen, and well, the threat is also known. A little bit of pre-fire coming through. Xander just going to pop up, throw a couple of the shots, but Trent actually collects the kill. And now all of a sudden, the guard can still commit forward as John Cutie gets caught. And that's going to lead to another very healthy post plant for the guard.
Yeah, unfortunate the judge did not become the executioner there. And so it allows the floodgates to open for the guard on the site for the spike plant. And now a tie game is right around the corner, it seems. M80 just saving the rest of their weapons here on the opposite side of the map. Again, it's not often you get to see Trent play a duelist, but similar to Nismo, when he gets his chance to play Raze, the man can pop off. As Trent has been phenomenal. I mean, everybody has been known for a long time this guy is great. But I would say throughout Challengers, he kind of, you know, got maybe a little bit overshadowed by how well Tex was playing at times, or, you know, just the general, like, overall team play.
Right.
But this dude is leading in almost every category, essentially. I'm talking, he's #1 ACS, #1 KD, #1 average damage per round, #1 kills per round. He is top 3 in clutch percentage. Trent's giving it to you everywhere, all the time, all tournament long, all situations. I mean, he is a guy that, again, a lot of people already knew just how good he was. Again, he had an opportunity or 2 or 3 probably to be in VCT this year. Elected to stick with the squad, hoping that it would pay off, that they could ascend together. And he is certainly putting his best foot forward here in Brazil. And this team overall is certainly looking to put their best foot forward towards the second map in this series.
Well, it's an M80 timeout here, having really not found much at all on the defense, maybe save just the pistol round that had a little bit of cheekiness off the opener but didn't fully work out. So got to see something, and the problem has to be, what are we about Hookah at the moment? Because the last 3 rounds, the guard have just walked into B essentially for Hookah.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, there's really a couple different ways you can go about it. It's either you can test it, or you make sure that you control Octagon and long, and you have another anchor point in retaliation to having Hookah being taken. It's either that or you have to play more of a retake setup passively at elbow and back halls and just kind of like wait for the cavalry to rotate and then try to pinch in together. So there's a whole bunch of ways that you could go about doing it. But again, how many of those protocols do M80 have established?
Sure.
That's what this game comes down to a lot of the time, is throughout practice, throughout, scrims and dry runs and whatever else your team does to prepare for a match. Part of that is building protocols, building a flow chart on how you want to approach certain situations. Do M80 have that decision-making process in place for all the different things that can be thrown at them on a map they've never played before competitively?
Yeah. Well,
that's a tough one to say.
I will say that I would prefer to see them stay a little bit more restricted on these opening engagements, because the last 3 rounds that have come through, M80 defenders on A have just conceded the round. They haven't even had a chance to contest. Orbital Strike will opening things up here, though, for the guard. Quality just trying to spam, seeing if he can get lucky, while the rest of the defense tries to rotate in. There are full weapons on both sides here, but look at the space that Jonah P's gotten through. Denies the first bit of utility, and then Jonah P finding the double turns. Oh, Jonah P. Paint shells follow up by Trent. And once again, John Cutie will have to just sacrifice the round to try to save the weapon.
That was such a beautiful strat from the guard. Again, the guard known for their methodical play most of the time, but the thing that they are also so good at is just being able to be dynamic and throw in those pacing changes just when you least expect it. And that was beautifully orchestrated as far as their utility usage goes. They used Orbital Strike in such a way to just clear out the entire back right-hand corner of A side. What does that do? It gives you a guaranteed free lane to attack the site from, right? So you smoke heaven, you smoke the rotation elbow, you know that the entire right side of A is clear because you've hit it with the orbital, and then that just gives you all the space you need to pave way to control site. If anybody decides to get gimmicky and try to peek the smoke, you're already there waiting.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what Jonah P was able to do. So, again, this a very tactically strong team in the guard, pulling off a good play there.
Wow. Well, John will get one on the exit. Round will end, and the guard will now all of a sudden be up in the lead 9-8. It has been flawless offense to this point. And, well, M80, it's just one of those things of it just doesn't feel like anything's working at the moment. And I just don't know how you make a call here. After a timeout and a full buy, you just didn't find really anything at all.
Dude, it is crazy how much Jonah P has leveled up for Ascension. I mean, the guy was always a solid player. Again, more of a supportive element, so never really in the limelight, so to speak. But he's actually number 4 in KD at this tournament. And he's also up there in some of the other categories that maybe he wasn't ranked as highly in Challengers. Like, Land Jonah P is a different beast.
Sure. Well, M80 will kind of take away some focus through showers here. And they're going to play pretty passive over towards the B screens while the Trailblazer clears out B long. Showstopper out. EU will step away from that by way of the teleporter. But again, that is, again, so much space cleared out. The guard will control halls. They'll control through the site. And that last little showstopper hit up towards heaven will also make this M80 defense really have to consider what they want to do for the retake. Seekers are out, though. Offense trying to, again, delay the inevitable. Sniper rifle for Tex watching the cross. Predicted it the whole way through. M80 completely stuck, trying to find their way in, but they just don't have any information at all. And you can kind of see they're just hoping someone's going to peek them, and there's no reason for the guard to do that. Shorty out for net. That will work. Back to the rifle. John Cutie a bit caught, and there is just no ground anywhere for M80 to work with.
No, not at all. Again, just another beautifully orchestrated A execute from guard. Showstopper to pave a way forward, clear out the entirety of lamps and the site itself. They use that to get the spike planted, and they find themselves some beautiful post-plant positioning. Playing the close corners and lamps to perfection. Tex having the operator inside, halls to play the long-range battle. And now they're up 10-8, looking to take this pick, try to get themselves ahead in the series.
Player standing.
It's been as calm as it could be on the offensive side, especially consider that, again, based on the first half, the eye test kind of checked out for how M80 were playing their offensive half, but they just have not had a chance to contest a single plant. It's just been almost borderline too easy, I would say, right now for the guard on the offensive half.
Yeah, the guard have definitely dictated the pace of this entire side. I mean, they've been able to get whatever map control they've wanted. They've been able to take sites with ease. They've always seemingly been out ahead in the initial trades. And M80 has kind of been battered into submission. Like, they're not really able to play forward or disruptive. Like, they're kind of almost forced to play more of a safe style that they're not as privy to.
Once again, there's the Trailblazer information. Oh, good counter though. Haunt comes through. Also the follow-up from Nismo works out, so we go 2 for 1 the exchange. Nismo finding everything in this round at the moment. Tex battles back for 1, but Nismo goes showstopper. And oh, it doesn't actually hit Jonah P. He was inside the middle of the container. Qualinoob still finds the kill, but it's Tex for a 1v2 situation. Flash out, steps away from it, makes the contact, finds the first headhunter. No, not gonna quite land as Qualinoob takes him down, and M80 bring it back to within 1.
That was really on a razor's edge though, man. He was almost gonna pull that one off. He was playing that so smart. But M80 just about hold on. Beautiful combination of utility from the paint shells of Nismo, as well as I believe a C's that landed for EU inside the front of Hookah. Held them in place for the paint shells to pop them.
Enemy remaining.
Insane the showstopper miss. Let's not forget about that. Not sure what happened there. That was pretty wild.
One enemy remaining.
Winds up being no harm, no foul, though. M80 do collect the win, but at a huge cost. They have to rebuy 4 players. Keeps their economy very reserved. You can see the repercussions. Guardian and a Judge are out.
Yeah, but the Viper's Pit still makes this Judge very deadly, so.
True. Very true.
M80 are going to feel pretty comfortable about holding on towards this mid position at A, and in fact, they're going to send 3 members over to watch B. 2 of them in particular playing right at the edge of long, and opening contact. Nismo just gets
What
1
an
for
angle.
free.
You just don't expect that. You just can never really anticipate someone's going to be playing that spot. Catches them completely off guard.
Oh, the flash being held here by John Cutie. The guard looking to try to break their way on through. EU's watching the cross. EU does get the first. There's the flash follow-up coming through. John Cutie does it with the Guardian. Little tap-tap-taparoo. Upgrades it now to a more formal AR.
Is that your new single coming out on Spotify next week?
It's
the Tap-a-Tap You?
It's another Happy Gilmore reference that you missed from earlier, my man.
It's fine. I thought Tap-Tap-Taparoo sounded like a new single. I could see it.
Could be. It's not too late.
It's never too late.
30 seconds left.
Okay, so this is better for M80.
Yes.
Now, the thing about it is, can they continue to put this same kind of pressure on when they don't have things like a Judge Viper's Pit combo?
True.
And you still have an Orbital Strike, still have things like a Nightfall, so there's still a lot of tools here for M80 to try to get this through the finish line, but
10 seconds left.
I don't know if I'm convinced yet off these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's just getting interesting now. The Gar were very dominant. I mean, they were on a tear to kick off this half on the attacking side. They had a couple of very beautiful A set pieces that were just played as well as you could ever hope as far as how they were layering their utility, how they were using their timings and spacing to just, take control and get spiked down and get good post-fight positions and then capitalize. But this was a beautiful bait and switch play from John Cutie and EU at Octagon.
Spike down B.
John Cutie able to rattle off a couple of Guardian frags there and basically shut the round down, upgrade weapons as well, and now put us all square at 10 apiece. And so, you're starting to see another tight game here similar to Ascent, where it kind of came down in the last couple rounds of the side of things, and once again, that is what these 2 teams will be called upon to do.
Oh, yeah.
Who will respond? That's going to be the question. Can M80 convert a win on Bind on their first time of ever playing the map? Or can the Guard use the advantage you would think they would have based on their resume on the map and their fluency and comfort to get the job done and take the edge?
And I think this has to be for the Guard, putting a little bit maybe more attention into trying to count out the utility coming from the Sky and the Fade on the other side, because the last couple of rounds, the Prowlers, the Flashes, the Trailblazers, they've all found tons of value in controlling the outsides of the map.
Right.
So if you're looking at this from the Guard's point of view, are we going to try to commit some extra resources and try to dominate those outside plays, or do you just kind of wait it out a little bit longer and pull like an old school T1 strategy of don't show anything until 30 seconds left in the round and then hit something?
I mean, that's the thing. Guard can play all styles. I mean, we talked about that multiple times throughout this series, and I feel like that's such an important point to reiterate, is how dynamic they are on this attack. There are different styles that they can bring to the table. Again, so far, the bulk of their success has been on the set pieces, but yeah, maybe you do just kind of slow it down, use your map fluency to kind of poke and prod and try to catch M80, in a tough spot where they don't know how to rotate.
Well, this could be interesting. A little poke and prod on both sides of the map simultaneously.
Love it.
The offensive toxin screen kind of covers over through mid. Qualinoob is sniping very forward with the operator on the Brimstone. He sees one, and yeah, huge connection. Trent will drop. And now the guard have to kind of consider what exactly do we do from here, because you don't really have a lot of information on what's still on this A's side. And, well, if they peek this, they may get punished. Xander getting one would be fine, but EU pops through. He finds two of his own. And now it's just down to Jonah P as M80 have come to life here in the defensive half.
They just keep running into these bait and switch plays on these choke points that M80 keeps setting up. I mean, last round it was Octagon that they did it. This round's on short. They just swing off each other so well. And Qualanu winds up getting 2 operator frags with the Brimstone, so he probably leads the tournament in Brimstone op frags, I would imagine. another fun stat for you. I try.
Knife headshots and
yeah, I mean, these are the types of things you don't get on your website of choice, all right? You only get it from your boy Dust here in the broadcast, okay? Let me let you know. As he certainly hit a couple of nice ones this round. I like that the guard were doing the split pressure early. I mean, I was a big fan of that. It's just, unfortunately, they got picked apart by the op that they probably were not anticipating from Qual, if I had to guess. And then again, there's another bait and switch play pans out for M80. And now they're ahead 11-10.
And the economy for the guard starts to become a little bit thinner here.
Yep.
Tour should be out for Tex. Credits are starting to fall, though, across the board. But it looks like this very well may just be a very quick execute through showers, and Qualanoob seem to be thinking the exact same thing. So he drops an early molly off, still has a smoke, and more importantly, the orbital strike if he needs it. So he backs up safely into U-Haul to try to hold his life.
Yeah, Nismo actually re-clear showers after the fact as well, which is very interesting. He'll play inside the smoke. Tex does have the big boomstick. The tour de force.
Whoa, early.
Yeah, I'm curious if that was just a stall for some reason. I don't, that seemed really weird.
Well, they're gonna toggle with Seekers right afterwards. That's the hit through mid, actually. It's coming through as Jonah P. Seekers out, and Tex eventually does connect onto Nismo. So now the kills lead to an opportunity for the guard to make their way on towards A or move in towards EU's direction. How many does he get? No, just one. Follow up though, John Cuty's got an operator out, and the guard has to be thinking, how many ops do these guys have? 3v2 situation. Spam fire coming out from Qualanoop doesn't quite get the job done. Viper's pit being placed. Xander catches Tex on the rotation over. We'll have an even 2v2. But look at this Viper's pit. I mean, you're gonna have a hard time getting net out of that position. Xander's gonna have to wander his way in. A couple of the pre-fire shots are already in, but Qualanoop was looking to see if maybe he could catch net on the other side. Doesn't work out, and we'll go 11-11. Make a wish.
My wish is already being fulfilled, Chip. That's it. We're getting a glorious grand finals between these two North American squads who have been battling it out all year long. Again, they sit at even 2 series apiece, but maybe the guard own the most important of all thus far, which is a series on land. But this is the true biggest of all. It'll settle the score. One team will be ahead 3-2 in series count, and one team will be moving on the VCT the next couple of years. So I don't really have to do a whole lot of the 11-11, man. I'm getting what I want out of this. I think
Fair
the fans
enough.
are too. Getting some great Valorant here on this map.
Well, here we go. Another different look here from M80. It's going to be Nismo pushing through and deep into showers this time around. Orbital strike out. That is going to block off the front, and Tex catches an ankle. Oh, Nismo tries to break the timing with the blast pack. Doesn't quite work out. And then the follow-up from the showstopper turns this into a 5v3 situation where M80 are going to have to save.
Yeah, they played that orbital strike play again, but this time they used it in a different location. They didn't quite hit through the right side of A at the same pace. So it was a little bit of this small tweak in the details that I think threw M80 for a bit of a loop. I think they were looking to just kind of directly contest showers and catch the guard staging there, and they really didn't. Texas playing it more back defensively, able to catch some big frags there. Obviously the showstopper Trent also grabbed one. And now it is the guard at map point looking to go up 2-1 in the series. M80 though still with the shot at bringing this into OT. And again, if they could somehow steal bind from guard, having no reps on the map, and considering what maps are up next, you start to think that maybe the needle starts to move towards M80 just a touch. But if the guard can get the job done here on bind, they are certainly no slouches themselves in the maps coming up. So definitely looking to try to
It's a big one, what you're saying.
Yes.
I mean, this round right here could be huge. And the thing about it is the guard do not have any more ultimates to play with. You've got Seekers and a Nightfall at the ready for M80. They will have no more cheeky operators in play. In fact, it'll just be Tex going uncontested. And for the guard, looks like they're gonna try to use that, try to catch something off the mid opening. Smokes down early, a little bit of pre-fire from Koala Noob does force out a flash, and that will be the end of that battle.
Trailblazer will make sure that no one's left. It's gonna spot 2 players there over towards A side. He spots Viper and the Brim. So it gives him a little bit of a read of the lay of the land.
Oh, good prowler.
Very well done.
Poison's off.
I mean,
holy.
So awkward, so close.
Tex is looking for a pixel to peek through, not gonna work out. He will hold this position at Cubby though. Xander has backed up to try to help out over towards Shower side. The spike is rotating though over towards B. Seekers will be called. The defense is gonna get a lot of information off of that, but they rotate almost right into the waiting arms of Jonah P. They flush him out. The isolated kill is good. Flash for John Cutie. He's gonna step maybe even into this play a little while longer. Nightfall just to try to assist him, and no, will not be able to do too much. And EU tries to follow up, but the guard will battle back. 3v3 situation. Tex trying to work his way over, but it's Trent to strike first. Nismo from inside the site gets 2. Now it's just down to Trent, and he will fall. Overtime it is for Bind.
And that was looking shaky the whole way, for honest. It didn't seem like the defense was going to hold at Octagon. John Cutie, yeah, he got the flash. Yeah, the Nightfall came in, but they kept facing and taking duels to where the effects of the Nightfall had minimal impact. They were getting rinsed, if we're honest. But then Nismo with the triple saves the day and keeps this in contest, and the 2 teams represented there, I guess you could say, brawling it out. This is certainly a massive fight breaking out here on Bind. And Matt, we probably didn't expect to be contested this well by M80, considering we had nothing to go off of, but they hang around and force extra rounds.
And the thing about it is they're starting to build a little bit of familiarity with what they want to do on the defensive side. So this hasn't maybe just been dictated by all offense. Both teams putting it together late in their defensive halves to keep things relatively tight. That may be the difference maker here in this OT. The guard walking up B long again, and Koala Noob.
Attacker spawn.
I thought for sure he would get at least 1, but not the case, and extra information for the guard that the spike is down.
Certainly can't fault him on the crosshair plays, and seemed to be dead on, but just didn't quite pull the trigger quick enough, and it's him going down instead. So advantage guard here on the defense on this first OT half. Spike still lingering over at Fountain. Slowly, we're seeing EU try to get some control of hookah position. Jonah P just playing for info. Jiggling here, does spot a couple. We'll go ahead and back off, just trying to play the numbers.
Rest of the defense not going to move, though. This will be a 4v3 on the site. And a lot of the defensive utility will be spent here. And actually, the Trailblazer doesn't see how many M80 members are still here. So this will be a little bit questionable, I would say, as far as what the guard are facing up against.
Yep.
M80 just waiting for the proper time to hit. On rotation right now is Trent, but the hit is on the way. Oh, what a molly that is. Chips away at so many health pools. Jonah P will follow up and make good on the damage. Well, EU maybe had something to say about it, but only getting 2 leaves this now to a 1v3 scenario for John Cutie, and Valen will not allow him to get even 1 of them. Advantage guard.
Yeah, they handled that very well. They detected the long B presence early. They didn't overplay the hand there. They kept fading back. They kept chaining the utility to keep them at bay. Eventually, they force them through a Molotov. They take a lot of chip damage. And just in general, we are able to see the guard hold on defensively there. And so they will take the advantage. Need this one to take the map. If M80 secure it, we extend the OT. You know how it goes.
Yep, glass cannon for Tex this round here as well, Dust.
That could be interesting. You got to know it's possible, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
It's a risky call, but with that agent, it makes sense.
Oh, first time we've seen this. There's been a lot of back and forth 50-50 battles over towards Showers, but M80 will walk through, barely even spending anything. I don't even know if they used any utility to clear that out.
They drive the whole way, and now they get detection at long with the guiding light. And they're going to split this flank up. They're going to have all routes covered. Shift. This could be very dangerous depending on timing.
All right, here we go. Fireworks to determine if we have extra overtime or if it will be the guard going up 2-1. The hit's still not underway as of yet. I mean, this is perfect from M80. They're just not giving them anything. But the trademark reveals the player on the back. And now all of a sudden, the Guard are gonna back up, see if they can maybe isolate. The thing they don't know about though, is that the brim of Koalanub has made its way all the way over towards Fountain. Nismo still gets one. The teleport gets used to come back over towards A, but the numbers are good for M80. We've got a 5v3.
Yeah, they're able to get across the spike to A at the very least, but they are at a two-man disadvantage in this post-plant hold. Trent, though, is aggressive inside Heaven, and they're also playing aggressive at elbow, so there's still some ways in for Guard here.
Trent got an orb as well. He only needs one kill for a showstopper. This could be unbelievably massive. Valen, first contact, he just taps at it, no worries. Here comes the follow-up. Tex, oh, he's flashed and he finds the shot onto Xander. Oh no, not like this. All of a sudden, we're down to a 2v2. Showstopper earned for Trent. Doesn't know where to spend it yet. John Cutie on the corner. He takes down EU instead though. Now the paint shell's re-earned. Timing not gonna earn out here. John Cutie would have to hop it right now and he's not gonna be able to. Trent will technically clutch it up for the Guard, who take map number 3 in 2 straight overtime.
What a beautiful pivot. Things were looking rough. It was a 3-on-5, but they made the call to swap over to the opposite site. They put Trent in an aggressive position in Heaven. Tex plays the op perfectly up close and elbow, despite the pressure that was being lobbed at him. And then when Trent's called upon, the clutch, a beautiful use of showstopper and paint shells to kill the clock and take the victory, and that is big. That is a win that they absolutely required. It's a map that they were the favorite coming into, but M80 certainly caused a bit of a disturbance with their own first half performance. Made you start to question exactly how that thing was gonna go, but in the end, while it took extra rounds, the Guard took care of business and they go up 2-1.
It's definitely tippable from M80. And again, I think the overarching reaction for M80 still has to be, look, we just needed to get one of the first 3. That had to have been some sort of the game plan early. Them coming out and winning map 1 though, could have been a mental shift saying, all right, we took away their map, let's just win ours on Haven, and then all of a sudden this series is ours for the taking.
How close
Not necessarily the case, but I still think overall for M80, you're happy with the fact that you got through the first 3 maps being very competitive map you've never played before, and on top of that, you still have a chance to make your way into map 4, map 5 that are still pretty darn good for you overall.
It's crazy to think, though, Shift, that this one round is why this series isn't over yet.
The thing is, you can't think about that if you're the Guard.
Sure.
Like, flat out. Like, things happen.
It's just funny. It's like, when in hindsight, you just think about it, you're like, man, one round, this thing could have been over already. But
yeah,
M80 have a lifeline. They look sharp, like you said. I think that does build some confidence that they were able to, like, get some work done on Bind and, like, show, you know, a pretty good look of themselves, I think, all things considered. But the Guard do indeed get the job done.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, about M80 is how well they set themselves up for this map in the first place. Like, getting yourself a huge offensive start. Then the double initiator worked out really nicely for them, but then on defense, it just took them a little bit too long to figure out how they wanted to use the Fade in the Sky in terms of, do we just get information and then just be happy with that, or do we get information and then challenge into that information? It was more of the latter early on, and obviously it really wasn't working out for them all that well. Eventually that changed and the tides turned just a touch, but yeah, interesting things to say the least. I'm sure that'll be a conversation point for tournaments and competitive events future if M80 find themselves on Bind. But for us now, we have to send things back over to Baka and the desk as we have a 2-1 tally. The Guard currently find themselves up.
You know, it's interesting. I was looking through the history books going back to the match that these two
Got a massive headache.
faced off against each other back in the grand finals of playoffs. And if you remember correctly, map 1 starts out close, then map 2 is a blowout, then it's close maps 3 and 4. And we're on pace currently to match the pattern that was developed there, as this time we do make it into overtime. But Tanner, it's gonna be the Guard who is walking away victorious here on Bind, albeit barely.
Yeah, and I know that Dustin Ship kind of hit the hindsight of, you know, this series would be over, but it's very clear that that has been erased from the Guard. From map 2 to map 3, map 2 obviously a different look, but coming into this one, they're down 4 to 8 at the half. They were probably pretty surprised by the strength of the M80 first half. I think maybe they underestimated them a little bit, but then they just buckle down and they get it done.
They did get dangerously close, though, to throwing this game away too. I mean, you look at the way that Ascent ended, it was a 4v2. They very likely could have taken things into overtime. No guarantees they would have won there. But here, they could have closed things out in regulation, and they lose a 1v3 to Nismo. So, you know, obviously, things can easily turn on their heads at the tail end. M80 did force things into overtime, but the Guard do walk away victorious, and that is a stat we don't often see line up. First bloods to successes, 12 for M80, 14 for the Guard. Obviously, there's no direct correlation because there's not necessarily a guarantee that those rounds were always the rounds they won, but it is an interesting stat to see. But the one that does continue to be true, and it was what we saw in the last map as well here, the post plants for the Guard, rock solid. They have looked so incredibly good. I'm pretty sure they were 11 for 12 on Haven, and they are 9 for 9 here.
Yeah, it shows. And both teams had a really good attacking side. Both halves were 8-4, and they brought it into OT and were able to close it this time, as we were talking about on Ascent. It was super close for them to bring it into OT again, but they weren't able to close it. This time around, they felt the revenge and were able to do so. Nismo really shined for me in this match. He went 25 and 18. His movements with the satchels were incredible. He really understands the abilities and utilities that Raze has. Got multiple kills multiple times with the rocket, and overall really excelled for me.
I do want to bring up that in the first half, to go back to maybe the Guard kind of underestimating, good for the Guard fans that they've recognized, but I feel like their defense was kind of how M80 wanted them to play. Bach, you had mentioned it, where they weren't really playing the extremities. They weren't really trading space that was kind of given to them or allowed to them. They were really just fighting on sight. I think you could go back to that first half and probably take 6 replays, and all of them would have a 1v something fight inside U-Haul, where Guard defenders are playing alone and losing that duel, which, if you're assuming anything, if M80 don't have anything cooked up here, you know that these guys are going to be able to win fights. They just are. So if you give them that opportunity, and I think that's kind of what happened in that first half, the Guard were still waiting for things to boil before they could start cooking. But when we swapped sides, we saw that first round of OT, the Guard are immediately fighting for that space. They immediately flipped the script on how their defense looked the first time.
Yeah, it did look like Guard was playing maybe a little bit more pensive on the map. And as a result, it was giving M80 a little bit more map control. And the fact is, M80 didn't have a Sentinel, so the flank wasn't as protected as it would be for potentially the Guard on their attacking side, as you didn't have those trips down to guarantee that maybe your backside was a little bit safer. As a result, the Guard could have exploited that a little bit more. Obviously, they still walk away victorious, so it's a moot point, but it is something to look at when you're looking at this team's bind in the future, how they're going to approach the map in general.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up, Buck. I think that's something that they struggled on the defense side. They only got 4 rounds, and they definitely could have utilized that there was nobody that was on the flank. Essentially, they could have pushed multiple times, and it wasn't until round 10 when they finally started to show a little bit of aggression. They're playing with the chamber. They definitely could have done a few more aggressions, either on short, because the chamber could TP out. They can also hold deep in showers, deep long. This is something that I wanted to see for them. It wasn't until round 10, as you can see, that they started to do that. They stacked forward towards the B site, but I want to highlight how M80 was able to adapt. They knew that it was stacked at B. They took the TP. Tex wasn't even able to get away with one pick, but at least he tried on short. Then we have this incredible round. They ulted up short with the Raze rocket. Also, Brim ulted showers, so they had 2 options. They either had to push up into a rocket or push back into an op. Either way, I really love this idea that we saw from them.
And it was at a point in the game, too, when M80's money was just not good. So ultimately, those 2 players who were playing a little bit more tilted towards showers to start the round, like you mentioned, they had to either push through that Brim ult and get into showers where they were wandering into an op, or walk backwards into a showstopper, which ends up killing one of them anyway, because they go into showers, the one dies the op, the other one tries to get back away, and the showstopper's right there. At that point, it's a 5-on-3 within the first 20 seconds of the round. The remaining players have not even gotten into spawn yet. Round's over. Money is not good. They cannot take it. It's a really good push-button round coming in from the Guard to try to take things to a close. Unfortunately, they do lose a round right after that to a 1v3, so what could have been the conclusion for them ends up being closer to a conclusion, but still not quite what they needed. But at least it did guarantee overtime. But we do have another map coming up in this series. We are not done yet. Another close one as the Guard and M80 continue to fight for control. We're going to Pearl next. We'll be back in a bit.
I can say safer socially. Please give me a corpse. Give me a corpse. Give me a corpse.
Time to hunt.
Time to hunt.
Molly. Steam beacon down. Molly.
I think we should kill someone with a headshot. It's pretty cool. Like, oof, stuff like that.
Oof. Você não matará meus aliados. It's like the Uchi from Sage.
Wait, I'm trying to. What are jet lines? I don't even know jet lines. Wait. Okay, here, I'll do jet. Jet knives. Watch this. Watch this.
I am the hunter.
Hi.
Here comes the party. Here comes the party.
Oh, I think a voice line from Brimstone. He's like, "You got a stubborn ass" or something. But I forgot the full thing. But I know he says you have a stubborn ass, and he says it in like his Brimstone voice. You know, it's kind of funny.
Brimstone's a stubborn ass.
Boo. Almost says boo. Perfect.
I guess Jet, watch this.
Stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed.
Another close game, but it is the guard who comes out on top of this one, and it does go into overtime. 14-12 in their favor as M80 pulls out all the stops on Bind. Even though it is the guard that walks away victorious, I think credit where credit is due. We didn't know what to expect from M80. They had never played Bind. I even saw people tweeting about it, like taking this map into the lab for 2 years just to bring it out here. What a Gigabrain move. I mean, they hadn't played more than one time. The old Ghost Core roster played it in last year. That was it. So for the longest time, we hadn't seen this map, and they end up coming out with a pretty successful run, even though it does fall a little bit short. But Tanner, now we move to a map that is definitely a little bit more comfortable for M80, something that's more in their wheelhouse. We're going over to Pearl. This is a map we've seen them play quite a bit, and even going back to the start of Challengers, it may have been bumpy for them at times, as they did find a loss to OR Esports going back to the very early map in stage 1. But since then, it's been a strong map for M80, and it's certainly going to be a difficult one for the guard to best them on.
Yeah, I guess like watching Pearl for M80 in this tournament specifically, we got to see it once against the Union, which was, it wasn't really until overtime in that loss for them that I really start to feel like M80 was over the jitters. They eventually end up losing that overtime, but then they come back and played against M80, and it looks good. It's a dominant victory. I think people were expecting that. I think what's most impressive is I don't think we've seen all of the M80 playbook on Pearl. I still think they have a lot of ideas that they haven't shown us, and they have a lot of old ideas that they haven't brought forward or like brought to light again. So I think coming into this one, they've had 2 chances to cook up options on how they want to play this map and the set pieces that they want to work in. And then if they need to, they can tap back into what they used to play back in Challengers, or the plays that they used to have back in Challengers. So I think this is a great spot for M80. Unfortunately, it's also pretty good for the guard. So this doesn't just mean that we're immediately jumping to a map 5.
But see, is it? That's the ultimate question, because we don't really know. The guard has not shown this map very frequently, playing it twice since the mid-season face-off upper final against M80. They played against Moist Moguls in week 8, and they played against the Union in the upper final. And while they did find success with this exact same composition, there is certainly concerns that maybe they weren't properly tested. We haven't seen them push to the brink. M80, on the other hand, is a team who has found themselves in many close situations on this map. A lot of slugfests, overtime victories and losses. M80 has been tried and tested on Pearl, and we'll see if that's what it takes to get them into map 5. It certainly feels like we could be going that direction. We've got our casters standing by to see if that is the case. Dust, Shift, map 4 is yours.
Man, tough scenes right now. I just kind of pick a favorite, I think, for either of these last two maps flat out. I think both the desk and what we heard from the analysts overall throughout the entirety of today have kind of pinned up the fact that, sure, the news gets better after buying for M80, but there's no guarantees anywhere. And in my mind, that sets us up for what should surely be one, if not two, absolute classic maps.
All right, let me be frank with you. I think M80 are stronger on Pearl than maybe what is given credit. I mean, this team in Challengers and Ascension combined right now hold a, I believe, 2 losses and 5 wins, so 5-2 record. One of those losses was when they tried to experiment with the Harbor Viper double controller comp that just didn't quite pay off when they lost to Moist Moguls in the second split of Challengers. But when they have played this comp, they're 5-1, and they've beaten M80 head-to-head twice online.
Yeah, fair point.
So it is very possible they could 3-1 this.
Well, opening first blood will work out. Again, the pistols for the card continue to be impressive. As Tex gets one from range, then backs off very quickly. Does keep his life as the follow flashes are still getting a chance for M80 to get on towards sight. Nismo will get the plant off. Forward play from John Cutie shut down, and M80 are still trying to commit into this, trying to take away that connector play. Not fully working out, though. Now the guard have numbers. Health pool still low for a couple of the members. Koala Noob tapping away. He gets one, maybe more. Oh my goodness, he dashes forward, trying to get the reload off, but Trent has him stuck in a corner. Maybe if he had another bullet or two, but not gonna be.
Closer than I thought it was gonna be, considering Tess got, I think, the opening 2, right? I mean, he got the first pick definitely on top of the double stack box, and he faded back, and they were controlling that round pretty much the whole way through up until the very end. Woo! Okay. All right. Not a thing that we thought was gonna happen. I'm not even.
Not at all.
No. I think that does merit a technical pause. Yeah, probably. Well, here's what we know.
Yeah.
Here's what we do know.
We know the pistols won.
We do know that the guard won pistol. It definitely didn't happen the way we thought it would, considering how it started. And it definitely didn't end the way we thought it would with us going back to lobby.
That's very true.
That was not on my bingo card for the grand finals of Ascension. That's for sure. Nismo is like,
okay.
Like, yeah. Interesting stuff. As I guess we might as well dig into Pearl a little bit more, right? Just overall, when you think about a team like M80, they've tried 3 different compositions on this map, but the one that they're playing now is their most played, and they have definitely been quite strong all year on this map, particularly just considering that they're equal. Like, they're 60% win rate on both sides of the map. So, I mean, definitely a massive resume, but half of their losses have been to the guard. And it's gone both ways. One time, they could not get anything going on the attacking side. The first time they played the guard. The second time around, it was the opposite. They couldn't get anything going on the defense against the guard. So the guard does hold the head-to-head advantage over M80 on this map from Challengers play. And again, in general, with this composition, they're 5-1 for the year. So
well, at the same rate though, like I hate to cut you off at the moment, but it was, this is also the same situation you could say about M80 when they played this composition as when they usually win the map, because they were fiddling around with playing things like Viper. They also had amidst a time where they were playing, a couple of extra initiators in the mix. But now with this Fade composition that they've been pulling out, everything's looked really calm and collected, and a lot of their wins have been dominant wins, especially recently. That's been, I think, the biggest thing in my mind that stands out is how much they completely destroyed 9Z yesterday. And I think on top of that, some of the results that we had when we were watching them in stage 2 of North American Challengers as well.
Yeah, I think the consensus that I hope that we're coming to is that this is kind of an equal battleground. Now, granted, there is one little caveat we have to mention, which is important, is that is an older version of Pearl where a lot of these results are coming from. And obviously, I think the way that B plays out is very different than how it used to. In the past, the way that Pearl was constructed, B retakes were almost impossible. Just if you could get Spike down in an open location and get back to ramps at long B it was so hard to retake because there was really nothing they could do. Like, you could just keep playing the little headshot angle on the ramp. You could, you know, just make sure you don't get flanked and you're pretty much good to go. Now, it's a little bit different. You can't really jiggle the headshot angle, you know, post-plant top B as easily as you could because now it commits you to jumping on top of a box rather than playing a ramp position. Also, you can cover the site more easily defensively because there's more cover to play from behind with the billboard not being entirely spammable anymore on the one side. Also, one smoke can block the angle into site when that used to not be the case. So there is a lot of different dynamics now on particular how B plays out more than anything, which could make the match play out differently too.
And I think with that, taking the focus, I think starting with M80, the ability for them to play off each other has been, I would say, the most jaw-dropping part about them running this composition in particular. Like, I'm already thinking of moments where you remember seeing like EU dropping a prowler in, Koala Noob is quick to follow up with his own smokes, dashing on in towards site. Knife and flashes are there from Nismo. It's just like, it feels like they layer their utility so darn well. No matter if they're on the offensive or defensive side, because retaking on the defensive side, they've been able to stay super efficient on. So I think both teams have very different pros and cons when it comes to how they choose to play this map, which is why I think for this map and potentially Split if we need it, they're going to be great maps. I don't think we're going to see runaways in either of these last two maps if we get both.
Again, outside of their matches against the Guard, the attacking side of M80 on this map has been just so devastating to most of the teams they face. Like, even when they lost to Union in that overtime game, their attack was still on point. They got 7 rounds at that side. And again, we've seen them even against like Oxygen, top 4 team. They got double digits on the attack. G2, they got 9 attacking rounds against them. So they have consistently been able to just be strong on the attack. And really the reason for that is because they are so good at just being efficient with the fast-paced play, and they can come at you a bunch of different ways they do it, right? Like, obviously the A set plays and how quick they're able to do that is like something that they're very strong at. But the other thing that they're really good at is like controlling middle and then being really rapid at R to B link and then catching you that way. So they just have a bunch of different ways that they can play explosive Valorant, and they're very effective at it. Whereas the strength for Guard on the opposing side on their attack is, again, they're a little bit better at just kind of playing the spread offense, poking and prodding all across the map, leaving all their options open to the mid round, and then kind of playing from there, and then throwing in the occasional pacing change. But that's been the dichotomy between these two teams the whole time, right? It's just the little slight differences in style and what their strengths are.
It's a pretty great breakdown, if I were to say so myself.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
You got it.
I try.
Boyfriends, I'll tell you, we have been in a blender tonight.
There's been a lot of Valorant watched. There's been a lot of Valorant casted. There's been a lot of behind the scenes VOD review and stat combing that we do. Like, a lot of stuff, you know, it's not just us coming out here to cast. We got to come out here prepared. And man, we have seen so much Valorant between these two squads head to head, and it's only fitting that we see it again here in the grand finals of Ascension. Again, there was certainly a chance that we could have had a Brazil versus NA grand final, but M80 got the job done through the lower bracket, and boy, did they do it in blistering fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, they dominated.
The same can be said about when the Guard played Union in their upper bracket final as well. It's just, outside of one map in the midst, it just looked like Union just could not quite hang with what the Guard wanted to do as far as kind of outbraining them, and then M80 just ran at them, it felt like, from start to finish. I mean, they were carrying a lot of heat after that.
It was like 8 total rounds only from Union?
Yeah, dude, it was wild. I mean, that was surprise to say the least, because I think you and I both walked away after like day 1 of bracket play. We're like, hold on a second, this Union team is playing some clean Valorant right now. Like, they definitely have a chance of putting themselves on top of this region, but
they looked improved for sure in comparison. And that's saying a lot because they were already the #1 team in Brazil and were like just a strong team already, but they did look more refined as a team. Like, they weren't as individually reliant. They had a little bit better team play. They just seemed a little bit more sharp. But nonetheless, M80 got the job done in the lower bracket, find themselves here in the grand finals for that grudge match, I guess you could call it, against the Guard. A friendly rivalry. Sometimes there's a little smack talk, but it's always in the server, not outside of it. Except for that one time they looked over each other on the wall on stage and had a little extra chatter. But I'd still count that in the server. You're still in the match, right? You know, as soon as this game is over, it's going to be all handshakes, I'm sure. Although one team will be certainly ecstatic and one team will be left a little bit devastated after
100%.
a long, hard year and with so much on the line. I mean, let's be honest. Both these teams are very much quality of being in VCT. Like, they are both very deserving. They would certainly do damage, I think, in the league. And certainly, you know, depending on how things go, maybe some of these players, even if they're on the losing squad today, could still find themselves in VCT next year, depending on how things go. So
sure,
definitely a lot of talent on the stage. Definitely two very deserving squads. And we have a series that's very tight right now. 2-1 for GAR, but we're going into Pearl. Again, common ground. Both teams have a good shot at winning this one. And with that said, there's a decent chance at a Mat 5. But the GAR do hold the edge. They have the pistol under their belts, and a 3-1 is certainly possible.
Very much so the case. Boy, a lot riding on it. Obviously, doesn't get much more important than this. And I also just will say, because this kind of hit me when you were talking through the regions of the teams.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of teams like Voice Moguls, who I think could have represented North America just as well, if not maybe even better than some of the other teams that were here at this particular tournament. So it kind of gets me a little bit amped up and excited about next season as well. And whatever happens in this offseason.
They've held their team too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the one squad that he came out and said, "No, like I'm going to keep him." You know, some orcs have kind of dropped out. They have, so far at least, it seems like they're sticking together, which will be fantastic. I think they'll be a strong Challengers team next year for sure, depending on how things go. And yeah, I think it just goes to show like how strong Challengers is in general, to see the quality of these teams. You know, we did get to see at least the GAR get to play against one of the VCT teams early this year at the Tarek Invitational, the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, and they actually won some of those games. So again, they actually won the whole thing, by the way. They beat Sentinels and TSM and T1 to do it. And yeah, it is tough that we're going to have to send one team home so close to being the VCT for 2 years, and they ultimately just miss out. But then, of course, we have the joy of celebrating the one team who does make it, and how much that means to those players.
Absolutely. It solidifies the future, right? I think that's the biggest thing for these guys in particular. I think it's maybe more so a conversation for the Guard because of, you know, their ability to qualify for Reykjavik, sticking together, trusting the process that these guys would get picked up in the midst of all the partnership conversations. And then when it doesn't happen, they still trusted each other to come back together and put together what was arguably, undoubtedly, the best team in North America to start the Challenger season. M80 on the other side, I think you see a lot of individual growth from the players. It almost kind of feels like a story like the Guard had put together from a couple of years ago, but with a little bit more familiarity to the scene overall for M80.
Yeah, I mean, M80 was definitely, I mean, again, like if we go all the way back to the beginning of the year, when we saw these two teams on paper, you know, first off, we knew the GAR would be strong just based on the core four that was a strong team in VCT throughout 2022. And there was no question that they would be a front runner in Challengers considering their pedigree, their experience, and just what we knew of them, right? The only question was, how well will Tex fill Sire players' shoes? And over the course of the year, we pretty quickly found out he can do a pretty darn good job filling those shoes. And he's been doing it really darn well here at Ascension. Again, he is probably the best player in Ascension, you know, from this point, you know, to the beginning. For M80, on paper, the team looked strong. We didn't know exactly how they would gel together. You know, obviously they kept the core three, so we knew there's a lot of chemistry there. But we didn't know exactly, you know, how the other two players would fit in, you know, how quickly they would be able to come together and get the job done. But, you know, pretty quickly, you know, it became very apparent just how individually talented they were. And maybe at times we felt like they were, you know, a little bit loose and scrappy and maybe needed to tidy things up a little bit, but we knew the talent was there. And over time, they did become more refined as an aggressive team. They added some organization to their chaos.
Who would you say, and I don't think we have anything built for this, so I'm just going to go off the cuff here and just create a story point for us to talk about something. Who would you say is like MVP of this event so far for you?
Tex, for sure.
You think Tex? You wouldn't say Trent?
Ooh, that's a tough battle. I think who wins the grand finals will probably determine it. I think it's a neck and neck race in my opinion. Like if you just want to look at the numbers and go that way,
sure.
Trent is definitely up there in pretty much every single metric. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But I don't know, man. Like it's a tough question. It is because they're on the same team, and if they wind up winning. Oh, man. It is tough. Maybe you give it to Trent just based on diversity and agent pool.
That's where I was going to go with the
category.
That's exactly where I was going to go with his flexibility.
But Texas had so many big moments, and he creates so many openings that he kind of like opens up the rest of the round for everyone else with the space that he creates and the entries that he's able to achieve. So it's tough, man. I think you could go either way and you wouldn't be wrong. If that makes any sense.
If M80 wins, are you kind of in the same boat then, talking between Nisbo and Koala Noob then?
I'm actually thinking Xander. I'm liking Xander a lot.
I'm here for
I
that.
think he's had an incredible performance. I think Nismo definitely is in the conversation. Qua's also in the conversation, but
based off the fact that Nismo has been able to go to like weird flex maps and still pop off and just dominate, I think that he currently leads the charge for me. If again, this is all hypothetical, okay, chat? We're just making conversation happen while we're waiting for whatever we're waiting on.
Yeah, with really no idea when that waiting will end. No, I think you're right. Like, obviously, the fact that Nismo has been able to play very powerfully on both Raze and as a supportive agent, whenever he's asked to do whichever one, he rises to the occasion. I think the big thing that really has helped, build the case for Nismo as potentially the MVP is the fact that he's doing so well in both like just general ACS and things of that nature, but he's also number 2 in clutch percentage, but he's also number 6 in first kills per round. So if you're looking at the timeline of a round, he's able to come in with impact at the start, and he's also able to help close down rounds in the end. And I think that really puts him in a good place. But Xander's also kind of in that same area. Like, he also ranks very highly this tournament in clutch percentage and first kills per round, as well as also being the number 2 player in the tournament in ACS, just behind Trent.
Yeah.
So, again, it's one of those things where I don't know that you could really be wrong.
Good options everywhere for sure.
Yes, let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Well, it doesn't look like we're any closer to getting into game here. As
we don't know. We're flying by the seat of our pants. We're doing it live. We love you all out there. You know what? I do want to give some shout-outs, though, really quick. First off, I want to give a shout-out to all the family members out there for these two teams. I mean, that's a big story that we've talked about all year long, is how supportive the family members of these squads have been, particularly a lot of the players over on the guard. Like, I'm thinking of Koala Mama, I think is actually her literal account name. She's been out there. We've seen a lot of the other families out there as well, so we definitely appreciate all that. We also just appreciate all the watch parties. I mean, you guys definitely are a key component to the community. There are so many of them out there who do great work. Sliggy, Tarek, Sean Gares, there's so many others as well that I'm not even thinking of that really kind of help the community. And so a big boost out to all you folks out there watching from the watch parties. Hope you're having a good time in the chats with your streamer of choice. And just shout out to really all the fans who have helped make Challengers such a fun experience for everyone throughout the year.
Love it. Well, after those shout-outs, we are going to kick things over to a brief break. Hopefully a brief break. And we'll be back in the mix here with Pearl, hopefully very, very soon. Sorry for the delay, friends. Stick with us. We'll be back after this. Hopefully.
Siempre iba, siempre lista. A mí tú ya me molestas. Tu perdición, una salida de realeza. La que tú quieres y no te besa. Estoy guapa y tú lo piensas. Se te nota en la carita. La solución para esta calle sin salida. Escucha, baby, 'cause I don't need ya. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer, te hago enloquecer. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Y mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no te quiero. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no. Ella luce de revista. Mis amigas en la pista. Prende el party conmigo a la vez. Bebí un shot y ya cuento de revés. Y ya cuento de revés. Bebí un shot o maybe dos o tres. Vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer, te hago enloquecer. Ja, vamos, ready, puesta pa'l pared. Nana, nana, no te quiero a ti. With my body, te hago enloquecer. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Y mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. Y con el ritmo suena. No, 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 no te quiero a ti. No, 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 no. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Mira cómo pega. Y con el ritmo suena. Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. 'Cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it
damas novas por 3-0. Então, de novo, sendo uma evidência muito forte de que o time da The Guard, assim como o time da M80, consegue se preparar no antitático, pegar os riscos, pegar os estilos de jogos, todo mundo torcendo pra The Guard, aplaudindo o jogador, a gente sabe, né, que estamos aqui esperando o jogo voltar, então o jogo é complicado, mas a galera tá aí, tá presente, mandando energia, mandando positividade de poder começar mais uma vez.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, what a night we've had so far, but we're ready to get back into the mix. The guard, of course, did take the opening pistol. I know you may have forgotten, but we are back into the action here for round number 2. At least that would be the assumption based on things we do. I think full force buys coming on both sides, if I'm not mistaken, your Dust?
It does seem that way. Obviously, the guard won the pistol, so they're able to buy up a little bit here, but we're seeing that the attacking side definitely has something invested into this one. They are definitely a team that likes to roll those stingers, and they're going to try to go B-Link, but they're getting stalled out by some utility.
Oh, that fragment placement gives Jonah a little bit of breathing room. Tex also rotating over through backside halls will find one, and no one checks Jonah in the corner. Trades are decent, and Ismo able to get a couple to back, but Tex still creating a lot of time and space for the rest of the team to rotate over, and yeah, no worries there. We're back into the mix, and the guard start us off hot.
Yeah, that revealed 4, that knife did, and then the suck came in, and they were stuck, and that rhymed unintentionally, and everyone got destroyed.
Fair enough.
Sorry, we're trying to work ourselves back into the cast. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's been a bit of rust for them. We've out left in the rain. But now we're working through it. As again, if you're just joining us, the guard is up 2-1 for the series in this best of 5. In these grand finals, only one can win and only one can move on to VCT for next year. We are kind of on an equal battleground as we kind of debated. You know, both these teams have shown a lot of strength on Pearl throughout the year. The guard owns the head-to-head over M80, having beat them both times they played this map thus far. And they're off to a good start here, 2-0.
Agreed.
M80 into another little force buy situation here, trying to go for a quick A split.
And M80 are going to get a lot of space here initially towards A, but the focus on this defensive retake is going to be quick to come around the back. Koala Noob under a little bit of pressure does dash away from net, so he keeps his life. M80 not going to commit forward through that play, instead regroup over through mid. And they've got the option here. They could actually just try to overwhelm and isolate by hitting this all together or rotating back. It looks like they want to do the former of the two.
The thing is, there's such a forward angle from Tex on B side that they're able to kind of keep this grouping on the A site, as well as they do have the Killjoy utility kind of keeping tabs on B Link. They're also watching for any type of sewers push by net. So they basically have all their bases covered defensively speaking. And this is the one of few teams that have been able to shut down enemies' attack on Pearl.
Here we go, Jonah B stepping in, tries to drop his own fragment. John Cutie just going immediately for the plant. That's a nice call for M80, just trying to give themselves a little bit of a clock to work with, considering the weapons. Nanostorm also keeps us dugout position contested as M80 will back over towards Art side. The guard on their retake now, working their way forward. Lots of utility now in their way all of a sudden. They have to be the ones to clear things out. Good shock dart usage from Trent. Moves the post-plant defense around just a touch. And now it's down to who chows first. And Net will find the first blood. Trent trying to stick for the defuse, but the help comes through perfectly. EU trying to get it done himself, but too many members to deal with, and the guard will start this map off 3-0 up.
That went from very quiet to frags breaking out very rapidly for the guard, as they are going to go ahead and move up 3-0. Again, you got to think about the extra variable that's now in play. The mental fortitude of these two teams to sit through the pauses, sit through, you know, what's gone on so far this game, where both teams essentially stole each other's map picks to kick off the series. Then Biden was the mystery box, where we had no clue what to expect from M80, considering they had never played it before. Kwanu playing Brimstone for the first time ever in his career. It was a wild ride. But in the end, the guard got it done. And now we're on what could be the deciding map, the final map of these two teams' careers for the year, before they shift their focus on VCT, Whoever becomes victorious, of course, being in that league for the next 2 years, the losers will have decisions to make going forward.
Well, this round, a very important one to start things off early, as the guard will set the tone with the early operator pickup for Tex. Also, a Cosmic Divide available for Valen, as the guard defensively will pretty much full stack into control mid. And a number of others may actually consider trying to lurking around the back. The ult command gets spent by Nismo. Offense makes their way over towards B. This is voluntarily given up initially by the guard, but they are trying to contest this post plant late. And oh, there may be an opportunity for Jonah P to just slide on through. Qualinoob didn't have the angle locked up. Trades are decent though. And now it's just down to the long lurk of Net, who will give away his position with a couple of spam shots over to Qualinoob. EU on the close corner, they line up! Oh my goodness. That got a little too close for comfort.
Indeed it did. There's certainly going to be a bead of sweat that breaks across the foreheads of M80 on that one. Jonah P nearly stole it away in the mid-round, and Net nearly lines it up for the clutch in the end on top of it. A lot of different ways out of this one, but M80 do get it done, and that was a very needed round. It was starting to look like the guard were beginning to create that dominant defense they're oh so well known for on this map. Especially against M80. They have always been solid defensively against this team. They seem to have the formula on how to hold this team off, but a big attacking round there for M80. They'll follow it up with another full buy, low buy here for the guard on a couple of their players, Tex and Net. A little bit worse for wear.
But still for Tex, he's only one off of being able to get knives out. So that seems to be the idea here. Tex actually stepping a little bit further forward into that gunfight. Bold decision, but eventually backs down, only getting a little bit of Xander, and now the offense starts to make its quick wrap over towards the B site.
Indeed, they do. All five looking to push. Again, M80 wastes no time. But that up-tempo playstyle looking to go for the attack. A pop flash peek goes wrong. Nismo finds Valen, and now Jonah P's kind of just stuck in the back of the site. Tex will try to join him in the back halls, but they're getting pressured everywhere.
Oh my goodness. It's just so much utility being thrown into this back hallway, and Nismo will eventually step in to clean up the last two remaining defenders on the site. Net, 1v3, still very doable. First shot's decent, almost got the snap down over to EU, but not to be. And with that, M80 will bring it back to 3-2.
And with that, they'll also force guard to concede. Looks like we should see a save here. While they do have all the ults available, the firepower is not really available. They are going to go a little bit of a halfway approach, you know, get some shares, get a stinger, give yourself some chance, especially if Tex can break out Bladestorm, make a play happen, then you can use those ults if you feel like there's a way back in the round. If not, no harm, no foul. You tie it up, you get a full buy next round, and you have all the ults at your disposal. So, I mean, they really kind of have the dealer's choice on how they want to play this situation out. And so with that, it's still very dangerous for M80 despite having the firepower advantage.
Yeah, Guardian has also been purchased here for Jonah P. So long-range pressure could still come through, but Qualinoob has the operator out, and he will tally the first blood over through A. Trent, I wouldn't think about doing that, brother, and he will hold his ground and will continue 4v5.
Yeah, Koala will continue to try to just hold this A angle, and meanwhile, they are kind of keeping tabs on any type of B push with the positioning of John Cutie. Looks like, again, they just want to gather and trade. That's M80 style. Bunch up and brawl. But we see Trent, great frag. Oh, nearly find another.
Flash out for Jonah P, trying to step into it, but no.
Here.
Good mitigation from M80. Got a little tight for a moment. There we go, 4v2. Prowler will clear out the initial staircase over towards Art side. Net, timing-wise, I'm sure he would love to have that one back. Tech over the top, gets a reset, dives on in, only 3 lives remaining, now just the single one. Can he reset? No. There's a rifle waiting for him, but also EU is also waiting for him. So 3-3, tied up after a quick start from the guard. M80, 3 in a row.
Yeah, starting to get some life back into them right away, not allowing the guard to get too out in front. They squared things back up, but again, Tex has an operator, and now there's 4 ults available for the guard defensively. I also will say that a lot of these round wins have not been easy on M80.
No,
they've had the battle for them. This one was a little bit cleaner, to be fair. I mean, Net had a chance to cause a disturbance, but just didn't quite land the mark. So they survive with 3 players on this round. Their cleanest win yet, I would think, of the half. And this is a big round here to kind of see how this half can get controlled.
Wow. Look at all the opening utility offensive for M80 to try to get in towards B-Link here. The only thing in their way is an alarm bot. So that will create some problems here for the guard to think about. And Tex, talk about wanting one back. He's going to want to try to take it back, but no. Has to dash off. Cosmodivide comes through for the offense. He's looking to go quickly, but Tex still standing tall. Nightfall also in the midst. But Valen from the corner, he's able to go essentially 4 for 2. How big is that with Trent jumping into the action late? Qualindu now the last one left, and there's nowhere for him to go. Massive props to Tex for holding tall.
Dude, you have to give props for Tex for holding on to his grit despite the initial misses. When he misses that first opportunity, that's a rare miss. He's holding the angle. Someone swings to him. You feel like he hits those 9 out of 10 times. Then he tries to go for the aggressive second peek. That doesn't work either. But is he deterred? No. Tex stands his ground. Look at how much pressure he's in this moment. And he still delivers a second frag onto EU for Trent to play off of. That is just brilliant from Tex. Again, shake off those first couple of misses and just keep that confidence. That's beautiful.
Yep. So now 4-3 the count. Still have a lot of ultimates on both sides and another full purchase coming through here for round 8. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, Lockdown, all earned and ready to go for the guard, whereas there's a Lockdown and Null Command on the other side here for M80 taking their time this time around.
Yeah, again, M80 usually just like the fast-paced A-hits or fast-paced mid-plays. This time they're kind of doing something in between by slowly approaching middle, but not overshooting either direction just yet. Tex trying to hold this forward angle with the operator over towards art position. Does find the target he was looking for in Qualindu, but is able to get away. No missing this time.
As the rotation starts to make its way through Link, though, there's no alarm bot here. A lot of the defensive Killjoy utility is actually on the site here. So there will be an opportunity for M80 to get a little bit further forward. Still a very dangerous peak, and it largely would come down to can Xander maybe even create a little bit of a space time through long. Null Command out, and Lockdown also getting spent at the same time from the defensive side. Fragment trying to deny it. It's well placed, but no. The defensive lockdown still is here, and oh boy, M80 were banking on that hitting, and now so a detainment comes out. Storms are in. Xander's getting chewed up. Defensive Cosmic Divide is through, and we've got a stalemate on the zone.
Indeed we do. M80 finally able to get in on the plant. Hunter's Free though comes in from Trent. Net finds a frag, and things are looking dangerous.
Wow. What a good play from the guard. And it all just, how much of this results in the fragment not landing? What M80 thought it would.
I mean, everything. I think 80% of that round was dictated on that alone. I think you called it perfectly. They certainly thought that they were going to melt the lockdown with that fragment. The moment that they don't, a player gets detained, another player gets caught in a nano swarm. Trent's able to pop off, you know, Hunter's Fury, where the clock is very tight and M80 are kind of forced to commit to a plant. Trent's able to use kind of process of elimination to start tagging the right areas. Net cleans up after the tag. Trent finds back Hall's clearance there on Xander. I mean, it was just one of those situations where, yes, it was a little bit of a missed fragment from M80, but the guard took full advantage, man. Their reactions to the opportunity were brilliant.
Big time, big time. So after 3 rounds in a row, the guard now all of a sudden have put 2 to their name, and M80 will call a pause to try to talk about things. I think a lot of this has been, we haven't really seen many post-plant setups. This has straight up just been a straight up slobber knocker on most of these 2 sites.
Again, we knew that these 2 teams were coming into Pearl feeling confident. Both these teams have played this map to a very high level. I mean, yes, we did see a loss to Union by M80 earlier on in the group stage on this map, but it was a map that required multiple overtimes, and it was damn near could have gone either way. Outside of that loss to Union, they had won their other 4 games they had played over the last few months. Their, again, only losses come from the guard, both of which were kind of one-sided, if I'm honest, particularly the last meeting. It was very one-sided in the guard's favor. Meanwhile, you look at the guard, and I mean, again, they've beaten M80 twice. They beat Union in the playoffs. Their only recent loss was to Moist Moguls, a very strong team in the split of challengers. So, again, both teams with a pretty solid resume. Both teams fairly comfortable on both sides of the match, statistically speaking. But the guard just look a little bit more amped up right now.
Definitely feels that way. Their corrections coming after the 3 straight rounds from M80 definitely notable, as now all of a sudden the attackers will be unhindered by 3 Stingers, a Spectre, and a Bulldog. Lockdown still at the ready if needed, though. Could provide some opportunities for a post plant if they can find a way to get the spike down.
Oh, timing here. Jonah P nearly caught Valen, able to play Guardian Angel through the smoke spam. And now Jonah P comes forward. Oh, the flash comes through. It's good. Nismo gets a couple, and he's able to get it into a 3 versus 3 and some weapon upgrades on top of it.
Yeah, the trades are decent, all things told here for M80. It's going to be 2 rifles. Xander is not in position to take the third, but still, there's an opportunity for him to kind of feel things out at A, where this rotation through Art is on the way. Alarm bot will be the first thing triggered. Nano Swarms will be held onto by Net. At least initially speaking. Lockdown could be a part of this play here for John Cutie, but yet you call it. Trent around the back. Oh, he gets red! John Cutie sniffs it out, and now Net's stuck in the dugout. He does get away, if only just barely. The hunt is on, and Net punishes to the 2v2. Net gets a second. Now it's down to Xander versus Tex. 1v1 situation. Xander cues it up, but bang! Tex finds him with the op, and that's 6-3 to the guard.
I cannot find words to fully describe how important Net's play was there and how impressive it was. This guy is getting pressured so heavily inside dugout position from utility. He doesn't really have any support anymore because Trent gets caught on the backstab. The man decides to play back through the smoke against John Cutie and is somehow able to find a second frag, and it gives Tex the chance. It gives him a fighting moment to try to win out the 1v1, and he gets it done. A headshot just to add some extra accuracy for icing on the cake, and it's now 6-3. And that was a tense one, and the guard somehow found a way through it.
Thing is, caveat to all that, M80 was just coming in with stingers, so it's still relatively punishing round. You can keep the bank accounts level for the guard. They don't snowball, at least technically speaking. But still, late into this first half, the guard have gotten past the halfway point on their side of the scoreboard. M80 still working with a lot of fuego through mid.
Yep.
And the Prowler will help them get in towards Art again.
Yeah, they like these heavy Art plays. They like to move fast. We talked about that a lot. They're using some good utility to block off the rotation from that angle. They're going to use their own lockdown now as well. That's going to clear out the entirety of B site, basically, other than maybe a sliver of dugout. But look at Net challenging again.
He hits the head of one. Oh my goodness, Net's going to get 2. So 2 for 2 exchange. Still will allow M80 to jump on. Trent will be detained here backside yellow.
Spike planted.
But all things should be still fine. How do you set up this post plan? Tex backs up, but avoids. Oh my goodness, Xander down low initially. Quickscope comes out. Now to a 2v2. EU's on a single point of health. John Cutie fully healthy with light armor. And the retake for the guard is coming in tandem with one another, playing around the back. EU's holding right on top of the spike. Down low, no, EU gets 1. Again, on 1 HP. There's the gravity well. Should be an easy finish. Now Valen, does he get a read in the last one? John Cutie in the corner will finish it off. And M80 go to 4.
A labored route to 4, though. Again, another moment where they almost got clutched upon. Net comes up with a big double, playing through the lockdown, putting his team in a 3-on-3. And again, you got to respect the boldness of Tex. Even though he whiffs the Blade Storm, he hits a crazy op shot, nearly hits another there onto EU. But EU holds on. He winds up with 3 frags on the round, and then John Cutie left on the stone unturned, able to finish the job. And so M80 finally catch a little bit of wind in their sails. A really nice execute and really well managed post plant.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple of ults available on both sides. Lockdown now for Nets. Cosmic Divide at the ready for Xander. Qual noobs close to knives. Don't anticipate seeing them here.
Oh, that shot dart.
What a dart, dude. A Trent's utility game off Sova is just, it's unreal.
And he, of course, detects a lot of presence over on A side. And it was certainly M80 looking to go for a faster-paced A play as well as getting Orb. Now they've been slowed down a touch by that utility from Trent. Again, we do have Jonah P kind of jiggle peeking long B just to kind of keep tabs, and they're keeping their A defense in place here.
Wow, that knife detection is massive because this whole setup for M80 was trying to bait something towards B with EU making a move. He's sending out both of his prowlers, but I mean, look at the defense. Jonah's already saying, all right, I mean, if they don't commit in the next 20 seconds, then I'll go back. But for the time being, he can lean towards A. And he will second guess this. Yep. Thing is, Net's got a lockdown here. This is going to be really problematic for the clock for M80.
Indeed. Yeah, he has nanos to stall, plus the turret to trigger, and then, like you said, the lockdown available, and he's already popped it.
Yep.
And now what are they going to do?
This Cosmic Divide's not going to last long enough to stop the initial contest nor retake. You've got one member on, still in net. Nismo still trying to force himself into the plant. He will sacrifice likely his detainment here, but his teammates have kept him safe to this point. Wow, that's actually pretty huge. Cosmic Divide does its job just long enough as Nismo shrugs off the status effects of the detainment. Top shot plans for Tex. That's huge to shut down the potential pitch. Dual command spent by Nismo trying to stop the utility early for the guards retake. Can they win these gunfights at range? That's what it's going to take. Tex turning the tides. Operator is being a huge X factor, but Xander up top. EU down low. They go back and forth. Just down to Valen. For the 1v2, both players are low on health. And Valen will try to get this to half. Maybe even more than that, and no. Koala Noob will spam him down, and round 11 goes the way of M80.
Yeah, you start to get a little bit concerned that the utility with the lockdown and nanos would be a problem. But as you said, that Cosmic Divide lasted just long enough to give Nismo safe passage to get the plant, get the team, but get away safely. And get into good post-plant positionings at long B. Again, while the slight has changed, it's still pretty hard to retake when you have players able to play long B like this. Your only hope is to really try to get that op out and work and use some long-range battles to your advantage. And while Tex was able to get 3 when it was all said and done, it wasn't quite enough. It made you get the job done. Both teams still fully bought out. Koala Noob pops the ult. Look at the aggression defensively.
Oh, Tex in a little bit of trouble here. Koala Noob maybe looking for more, and he finds it. Oh my, Trent Snesh tries to touch timing, but that won't work out. Only gets the one trade. Valen trying to create a line in the sand for this defense to get into position, but there really is no one left. Wow. And the bold aggression from M80 is going to work out here likely for round 12.
It's just one of those rock, paper, scissors type situations, wasn't it? Both teams elect to fight heavily on long B early round. And both teams had the numbers there, and so it's just going to be an all-out brawl, and M80 comes out on top as they so often do in those chaotic situations. That's what they pride themselves on, being a wild, aggressive team that can handle the chaos, and they really pave a way into this half. They were looking well behind, and now it's all even.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What a half. Took us a while to come back from the pistol, but once we did, it was all action. So we swapped the sides, and now it's up to who cracks the code early. Again, favor on the pistol towards the guard, statistically speaking.
Sure.
But M80's defense, like you continue to mention, it's just as good as their offensive side is. I mean, it's just kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Yep, very true. We've seen them do both at different points in time throughout the year. The guard has typically done it one way or the other. The first time they beat M80 was because they had a 9-round defensive half first half and didn't really have to do much work on the attack to close.
Right.
The next time around, they started on attack and won 8 rounds and didn't have to do much on defense to close. This time around, they're kind of somewhere in the middle, Chip, where they are going to have to actually do some hard work to close out the game. They don't have like a massive advantage to work from.
And that's the thing about both these two teams. On these individual comps for each team, they've dominated the competition. So even though M80 have some close results, with this comp, they have looked really, really good. And how about the full mid control coming out? This is all about how long can Nismo stall. That's simply it. If he could stall and support with these stars, this flank could be nasty.
They're doubling back through Art, though, but it's still going to be a flank potential. It'll be interesting to see if they can pick up on Koala Noob, who's just playing this corner. He never triggered the turret, so the guard have no idea how much space M80 may have taken in the middle. They need to check this corner.
Yeah.
They absolutely must, and they do.
Oh, just a wide swing from Valen. Huge heads-up play. EU, though, may catch a bit of timing here. A little pinch set up over the top, but the flash comes through. Xander gets pulled off, fragment in, and Jonah P will use that as a chance to collect the kill and push through his fragment for a quick rotation to possibly catch someone else defensively through their spawn. And oh my goodness, Nismo has absolutely no idea, and why would he?
How could you? Yeah, how could this man literally Usain bolted through his own fragment and then gets in the back lines and wreaks havoc, and now it's just 2 left for M80 to fight in this pistol round against the 4 of the guard with the post plant.
That little shoulder gets checked. Gravity well. Shock dart used in combination to make sure no one's holding on for halfway defused. Valen, here comes the check. Oh, it's John Cutie, the opening double, though. Hold on a second. Oh my goodness, hold on a second. Just down to Trent. John Cutie gets the halfway recon bolt down, and the shot lands. No way does it end like that. The guard take the pistol, survive the 4v2, and take the edge in the second half.
Ain't no easy rounds today on Pearl. With so much on the line, every single moment seems to take everything from these two squads to stay alive. But Trent does get the clutch. The crowd is amping. I mean, you have to be when you see rounds like this. It looked like the guard had that one dead to rights, 4-on-2 post plant, but then M80 come out swinging, really challenged nicely, but the guard do just hold on. But now we have the force up from M80 with these marshals and Ghost. Not looking to lie down, looking to fight right away.
Yeah.
They know how costly that round was, Chip.
The interesting thing about this setup is both marshals went to B long here, so it will just be the Ghosts in and around A. And against SMGs, a Bulldog and a Guardian, that's a tough battle. Early rotation from Koala trying to get there. Aldrone scouting things out. One tag comes through, but the guard does not find the connection on the kill, and they're going to back away.
Yeah, they just don't know how much else is there, right?
Sure.
They were able to spot one. They didn't spot enough. They didn't get to clear out enough corners to feel confident in laying into the A side. But they've thrown enough of a feint to make M80 bite down and respect that it could be an A execute. And this is maybe going to give them the timing window they need to just splurge onto this B site with free passage. As they're all coming through long now, just one player stands with the Marshal between them and the spike plant. It's going to be EU.
Oh, misses his first chance. Does keep his life. Doesn't take any damage. Oh, second opportunity, but even though a body shot lands, the guards still find the first 2 kills. Spike will be planted here. Spam shots coming out. It actually stops Jonah P from planning initially. He's down to critical health. This is still very doable, pending, of course, they can find kills. And the problem is the post plant all retreats back over to ramp side.
Yeah, they're so low on health. You're right. These marshals at range could definitely maybe get something done, but they do get away safely. Valen catches the cross on Nismo. That should do it. Should being a keyword.
Yeah,
and it does.
Full flood. Wow. Okay. Force buy doesn't quite work out here for M80, though again, it's not really, you know, a 1-for-1 force buy. They're still going to be able to afford quite a bit here coming into this next round, but they didn't make it as punishing as they think they were hoping to.
Yeah, this is like a pretty decent bonus round. It's 4 rifles. One of them is a Guardian, one of them is a Bulldog, but still, they're not tied down to SMGs. Although Jonah P does decide to spec down the one.
Oh, you
to make sure you get some utility. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Placing swamp grenade.
The selfless teammate dropping the rifle over to Valen. And he's on a heater right now. Why not?
I'll say. Quick dash through here. Control over through A. Quick rebuttal, though, from the guard, making a play in towards Art.
And look at what Texas has done in the meantime.
Respect this, yeah. Oh, over the top. Lots of damage. Exchange. Oh, my goodness. And then Valen follows up with a second. Fragment down. Valen getting a lot of damage his way. M80 still have a chance to rotate quickly. They have not allowed the spike to be planted as of yet. Cosmic Divide could be used here for Valen if they feel like they need it. Trent sees everything. Cosmic Divide will come through immediately afterwards. And actually, a couple of the shots do tag John Cutie, and M80 may need to consider saving here. Looks like they will.
Yeah, they are going to tuck their tail between their legs and kiss this round goodbye. They just don't have a way back in. Dude, I have to say, there's no stat for this, but the amount of times we've seen Tex miss his first opportunity, but then keep his composure and find the follow-up chance, it's been remarkable this game.
Absolutely.
I mean, you look at the first half, he had a couple of rounds where he kind of maybe missed the mark on this initial op shot or two, or maybe he didn't quite land the blades that he wanted, but he'd follow up somehow with a nasty shot or two. And that tap he got over the top of the site after kind of whiffing his first chance on the boost was brilliant. And it opened the floodgates. And the guard never wavered from that point forward on that round. What a beautiful play.
So another 3-round opener to our second half. The guard doing exactly what they did in the first.
I wish we could see that happen again. Oh, man.
is going to...
Are we?
Call.
Nope.
No, not quite.
We're going to see the crowd, which is cool. Glad the crowd's having a good time. Look at them getting hyped. They even got some cheerleaders up front.
What is
Heck
going on?
Yeah, they are. I don't know, man. They're having a good time out there.
They're trying to hype up the pauses now. It's become a feature.
Yes, we're like trying to build.
Look at these boys.
Yeah, lend us your energy. Maybe trying to taunt M80 a little bit since they're behind. Try to rat them a little bit.
All right.
It's been a long day. Lend us your energy, crowd. Let's build a spirit bomb here.
Look at this Mo. He's
Spirit bomb commentary. Yeah, he's like, he knows what's up. He's not worried. M80 timeout, but Happy's not doing a lot of talking. Curious. Maybe he's kind of letting everyone kind of share their piece.
I mean, it's been such a well-rehearsed map for both these two teams. May not need anything besides just small adjustments, because it feels like a lot of these rounds have come down to a lot of 1v1s, 2v2s, things of the nature.
Sure.
No need to rewrite the book.
Does seem like the Guard are starting to inch towards that finish line.
Sure
Get
feels
that
that way.
final map they need to hoist that trophy and punch their ticket to VCT next year and the year thereafter. But M80, again, a formidable opponent on Pearl. Very comfortable here, very easily could turn this thing back around and challenge for a 5th map. No doubt in my mind they're capable. So much talent on this squad. They've been so resilient all year long, winning the midseason face-off, winning challengers, taking some knocks their first couple of moments on stage, but then making a crazy lower bracket run to get back to these grand finals. You cannot count them out.
EU sees some information, backs up very quickly. C's will be spent here trying to lock this in place, followed by the Haunt for intel. Help on the way. Xander's going to be stepping in right next to him, and Xander gets 2. Joda does at least provide 1 trade. EU still alive, if not a little worse for wear, down to 70 HP. Trent trying to cut things off by playing a bit forward and towards Flower's side. The same was the idea for Valent. Trent finds some success on his side, but it's only marginal. Down to Jonah P. It's the first, but no. The follow from EU from behind is good, and M80 get back on the winning side.
Like I said, don't count them out. While the Guard were certainly getting a little bit of wind in their sails and inching towards the finish line, M80 are still around and still a team that can get the job done. They've shown their composure and perseverance multiple times throughout these last couple of weeks, facing the odds of the lower bracket, battling their way through, getting revenge against Union. And again, this is a rivalry in North America that we know can really go either way, as it has been an equal series thus far, 2-2. As far as overall best of 3s, best of 5s against each other so far this year goes. Credits are a little bit vulnerable right now for M80. They're not out of the woods yet, despite a big win there.
Yep. But they do bring a lot of firepower here, including the operator, which will be unmatched this time around. Early, Null Command being spent by Jonah P. Flashes the follow, and Tex just dashes right on in, finds the first blood. And then backs out, where he finds Koala Noob waiting for him. Holy, this was all just a fake.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, this is all intentions towards B, so Tex has gotta be smiling ear to ear.
That was a fake cream sundae, and it got everything it needed. It got the whipped cream, the sprinkles, the cherry on top, you name it, they had it. It was a part of it. It was tasty. And now they're gonna be up 10-7.
Yep. Holy
Dude,
cow.
the amount of damage Tex did there. And also the wherewithal to like entry quick and then immediately divert back to art and then just catch Koala Noob in such a tough spot. Like, you can't expect Koala to do much there.
No, not at all. I mean, and the thing about it was, we also see John Cutie play that spot a lot. So, I mean, you have to know, I think, if you're Tex, that you back up, you watch that cross, there's going to be a high chance you're going to make contact again.
Yep. But just to be, instead of taking it further through sight, to take it back to art. That's so brilliant, man. It's a nice little change up.
Texas is done at the moment, although EU Nismo will force him to be done. So a couple of fadeaway kills will see M80 carry these 3 weapons into the next round.
Yep, got the op back too, is the big part.
Yep. And it's gonna be a judge for Xander here, maybe, thinking about it.
He does get dropped a rifle from a teammate. I believe that was Nismo who was able to drop him. It was either him or John Cutie, not sure. Either way, they're able to get a full buy here, but their credits are running scarce. If they lose this round, they are in a lot of trouble.
Yep, looking
when
at
it comes to spending
7-11.
power.
Yep. Important round, very important round. Opening knife can be sent right on over to top of A. EU's caught by that, backs up immediately. There'll be no further focus. Offensive gravity well, not going to catch anybody on the opening entrance towards A. Aldrone to follow. The Guard maybe showing a bit of pressure, but once more, they're just here to collect orbs and back off.
But here's the problem. Quality was pushed all the way up Long Beach in the meantime. This is something that M80 have not had in the past, and they felt this early A pressure. They didn't have map control for the intel to really be able to kind of understand exactly what they were up against. Now they do. Quala has a great position. The only thing that's vulnerable is B-Link, but there is that alarm bot at least keeping tabs on it.
The thing is, the guards should be very familiar with this setup. They pulled the exact same thing out on their defensive half.
Sure.
So they deal with the alarm bot. Star gets put over towards B-Link. They're thinking that maybe M80 are going to rotate over. That's not the case. We're going to get a 5v4 on site here. Darts coming out, stepping forward with Xander and EU, but they don't trade out well. EU still trying to hold the ground for as long as it be possible, but there's just everything being thrown at him. John Cutie doing what he can to hold on, but he can only do so much. And now Koala Noob is left on his lonesome 1v3, and the team will make the call, save the op. We're going to have to use that to hopefully win the next round.
He's going to be the hero next round. He's going to have to be. That's like basically the one main weapon they're going to have. They might be able to force buy a little bit around it. I'm not sure with their loss bonus now. Maybe there's still some ways back in. But you're going to be put in a tough spot this next round because the guard are up 11-7. You do not want to give them free map and series points. So you're going to want to spend probably every cent you have. But what is it going to leave you with? It's going to definitely leave you a lot worse for wear compared to these last couple of rounds, where the guard, honestly, man, have really picked up the pace. And usually they use these types of plays for kind of change-ups, but they've actually made it the forefront of their offense this half. And hold the focus. Qualu may not save this up.
Wow. Okay.
That was narrowly saved.
Wow. But you have to have it. I mean, and the thing is, those kills actually get him, what, on knives right now, right, too? So he's got extra kill potential? Okay, there's chances here that M80 can still bounce back into this one, but everyone else is going to be pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, indeed they are. Stingers, aplenty, Sheriff for EU.
One off the knives.
The thing is, if Koala would have had a rifle, you could drop it and have knives, and that would have expanded their weapon pool. But because he has op, you don't really want to drop that to anyone else. You want Koala to have it, so you can't really spread the weaponry in the same way.
Opening contact, trying to come through, and it will through mid-map. Tex gets one in the follow-up flash. Uh-oh. Not good news here off the rip for M80. It's going to be a 5v3 situation, and I think all eyes are looking over to Quality. He's going to have to try to do something amazing. He's going to have to win this round.
And look at M80. They have to make this fast rotation over towards the A side of the map. They have to respect the pressure that they have felt. The thing is, they've made the right call. The guard are playing right into it. They have no presence anywhere else on the map. They have a turret watching their mid flank, but they have no, real control. They don't know what's going on the B side, so they're going to commit to an A hit, and they're going to run into the stack. This could be a problem.
Yeah. Cosmic Divide goes up. Oh, Quality actually doesn't pull the trigger on the first shot. Doesn't make a difference, though. Xander still finds the kill, and now, yep, they do. Full rotation back, but M80 may try to meet them around mid. You've got John cutting off the rotation. He's in a good spot for this, catching one out with the knife, but nothing further. And now all of a sudden, the guard need to make a choice. Is it going to be B or is it going to be A? And they've chosen incorrectly. Xander's going to catch another on knife. Quality there to try to set up and out of the 1v1. Net's going to think he's got time to go all the way back, and
he does.
Koaladoob is going to try to, again, predict this.
Bot coming back.
Plant will extend the clock. Koaladoob! First opportunity takes the breath out of Net, and M80 a huge round.
Oh, man. The guard run into the stack, realize it, try to back off. They actually have a pretty good exchange out in middle, all things considered. But that B-Link push, they were not expecting Xander in the corner. They did not have really that much time to check it efficiently either. I mean, the clock was running pretty low. And then, yeah, Koala Nu doesn't even need any time in that clutch. He finds it the first chance he gets. And that's going to keep N80 afloat. But not out of the woods yet. And the reason I say that is because they do have to rebuy several players. They took a lot of damage that round despite the victory. That's going to keep the credits very low. And so if Guard can come right back and convert, get to map and series point, M80 are right back with their backs up against the ropes as far as what type of spending power they're going to have. So this is a tense moment.
Yeah, it is. Wow. What a map this has been. And the thing about it is, just to kind of put a little marination on all this, if we do see map 5, expect to see something similar. I think that's going to be another one of those even battlegrounds where both teams have very distinct play styles, and sometimes it's just What's it going to be, the unmovable force or the unstoppable object? I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Yes, sir.
Man, the amount of weight on this next round. It could be a series decider in all reality. Both teams have 2 ults to their name, both with the lockdown. Hunter's Fury for Trent. EU has his ult as well. Trent can kind of cancel out John Cutie as far as lockdown's concerned, but he can also use it to help pave the way forward for one of these attacks.
Opening look, I'll drawn out. Oh, bodyguard from Valen works out. Xander holding close. Actually, the fragment is a problematic part, but oh, he gets behind the play. Oh, what a pinch setup that is. Xander getting 2, EU the 3rd. And just like that, opening first blood counter to numbers with M80, but the secondary fight rings out, and it's Valen who gets the guard to championship point.
Bro, it's the guard beating M80 by playing like M80. They're just barreling through some of these moments, and even though they got bludgeoned inside B-Link, they had no business winning this round. Xander and company run them right through the Vitamix, and it does indeed blend. But then the push through long from Valen and Trent. The exchange is back and forth. Valen winds up with 3 when it's all said and done. And despite the odds, despite how bad things looked after that B-Link battle broke out, they win. And now look at M80 facing elimination. 4 chances to try to force OT, but look at the low buy they have.
Yeah.
And they're going for B-Link again. They just don't care.
Oh, boy. Okay. Can they work their way through, catch a piece of timing here? Nightfall gets sent over towards long. The only player watching this cross through B-Link would be Nismo, but the guard, they say, no, let's not bother with this. Let's set ourselves up for success.
Yep, they're gonna double back. Maybe look for the A split.
Oh, net.
Gets, you know, a little bit eaten up there, but able to escape. A is gonna get tested, and there's really only one player defending. And he doesn't have a comfortable place to play from. He's getting challenged from both sides.
Stays away from a lot of the opening damage. Here comes the hit. Lockdown gets spent. Xander trying to hold inside this tight area. John Cutie also stepping in. Damage dealt, and Xander's going to get 2 from behind. Trade comes through from Trent, but the damage has been dealt. M80 will get a handful on the opening approach. Spike gets dropped. John Cutie still staying safe behind the Cosmic Divide. Valen and Net still working this one back. Be a 2v4 situation.
Spike planted.
And the plant comes through. Nismo from behind gets the first, and now it's just down to Net on 49 HP. Defensive lockdown spent. Net gets the first. Flash out. Timing not there for Net, and that's going to lead to Quality getting the defuse.
And they're just never really able to fully clear the site. Xander actually stayed hidden. I thought that Xander was going to get pinched because there was some presence coming through long. But somehow Xander able to kind of just stay alive towards the long side of A. And when they decided to force the plant through Art, Xander never really got checked that long. He was able to just, you know, turn around and pop off 2, stop the spike from being planted for a time, buy time for rotations, and ultimately keep M80 in the hunt. That was a very difficult round to face, considering their firepower and considering just the heat of the moment, what this means, how far behind you are in such a critical time. But Xander makes a big play. And now there's still some hope.
Small lifeline for now. A lot of work to be done here. Koala Noob looking for an early first blood, but no, not going to happen. Aldrone trying to follow on in. And now Trent tries to get to work. Dancing with the devil. Koala Noob slips away. Hit still on the way, though. And oh, the follow-up from Tex is perfect. John Cutie still holding over towards Art Stairs. Can he find anything on this reopening? EU gets his utility and Prowler's gonna connect. The follow-up from Nismo from behind. Oh, they're gonna find a couple of trades. To the 3v3 we go. Jonah P, Net trying to hang on. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Shock Dart chips away at EU, but the health pull for Net is what's most critical at the moment. Time becoming an issue. Shock Dart sent out preemptively. No one home. Start gets placed. It's a Nebula. EU tries to hang on to it, but no! It's Trent to find the final kill! It's been 471 days since the rookies made it to Reykjavik, but today is the day where veterans qualify for VCT the Guard, your Ascension champions in the Americas region.
And you can see how much this means to them. They have tasted VCT before and they have been successful. You mentioned the qualification to Reykjavik. That was a big moment for them. They also narrowly missed out on champions. They came second at the NALCQ at the end of 2022, losing to 100 Thieves in the best of 5. They have been at the top of NA in the past. They're very near it. They decided to stick together, despite, I'm sure, offers having come their way from VCT teams. And they were kind of behind M80 just by a smidge throughout the year, coming second oftentimes to them. But when it matters most, with all the pressure and all the marbles on the line, they come through and they will be your Ascension champions, and they will once again have their chance at playing in VCT.
What a story. What a run. And what a final map it was. You can only give respect on both sides of the stage. But in the end, it's going to be the Guard to lift the trophy in an all North American Grand Finals. One more time. It is your America's Ascension champs, the Guard. And the biggest thing, Dust, is the transformation. From that first moment in 2022 qualifiers, and how about this? Now, all of a sudden, a chance to compete at the highest level.
And they are certainly a deserving squad. M80 deserving too. Commiserations to them. They obviously had a brilliant year winning the midseason face-off and winning Challengers North America, coming through the lower bracket, battling against the odds and making it to the grand finals to once again face their rivals in the Guard. But this time, the Guard just a touch better. And now there is no question shift. The score has been settled. It's no longer even.
True.
The Guard up overall and up where it matters most on the Ascension stage to claim the trophy, the prestige, and the placement in VCT for the next 2 years.
And boy, I'll tell you, you already mentioned it earlier in the broadcast about 5 hours ago. The last time the Guard had a chance to play up against a lot of those American VCT teams, they took them down to the Tarek Ludwig Invitational.
Yep.
So you have to know that everyone who's been watching, that's part of that VCT run from this last year. There is no doubt you have to be looking at these guys as a major threat when they eventually start back up again.
Absolutely. Valen, now a veteran IGL. Trent, one of the best initiators out there. Tex, you know, a guy who certainly proved himself in the chamber meta, has now proved himself to be a true duelist. Net, often just overlooked and underrated in that Sentinel role. I think he's fantastic.
Big time.
And then Jonah P, the man kind of in the background, the more supportive element. But man, he had a brilliant performance throughout Ascension. He really kicked it up a notch throughout these playoffs. And again, we debated MVP. Who would it be?
Sure.
It could be Tex or Trent, honestly. I could go either way.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with either pick. But again, Net really stepped it up throughout Ascension. He was definitely up there with Trent and Tex in a lot of different categories. And then Valen making the calls and being clutch, and man, oh man.
Well, with that, we take the time to celebrate the Guard getting the love from the crowd. But for us here on the casting desk, that will do it for VCT Ascension. Interviews are coming up. The families are getting the hugs, of course, as you'd expect. We'll send them over to Brazil for you to get the final last reactions.
I think me and my team, we knew we were a better team than everyone that was here. And so all we had to do was make sure we didn't make those little mistakes and stay in our game plan and make sure we were just doing everything correct. And then that's all we have to do.
Bom, ele falou que sabiam que eram o melhor time, sabiam que já tinham uma certa vantagem e que precisavam, ele e os parceiros, de não cometer os erros pequenos. E, obviamente, conseguiram fazer isso agora. So, a very quick message to the Brazilian fans right now who are here and to the fans worldwide.
The Brazilian fans are great. They're awesome, man. They're so loud, and they're always rooting for us. Every single match, you know, I always get messages on Twitter or Discord, and they're always wishing like support on us. So I really appreciate all of you guys, and yeah.
Falei para ele mandar uma mensagem para os fãs brasileiros. Ele disse que agradece demais a todo o apoio que recebeu, não só aqui no Pavilhão Pacaembu, mas também durante todas as redes sociais, durante todo o momento do campeonato do VCT Ascension. So, congrats once more. E é isso, Mar, vai com você.
The Guard. The Guard walk away victorious here as they best M80, a domestic opponent they've faced so many times in the past. And even though this one is bittersweet because M80 will not be making it into VCT, you know the guys from the Guard are so incredibly excited for what the future holds. And we too are excited. The Guard proved to be the more powerful opponent, and it's the storyline we've been wondering since the beginning of the year. Which of these two teams would best one another in the match that mattered most? Yes, Tanner, tied 2-2. Map score 6-5. Round differential +4 in favor of the Guard coming into this event. But when it mattered most, the Guard comes through and they find the victory here on stage. They are now our ascended champions of challengers. They're going to be making it into VCT next year, Tanner. This is what they've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is what the team was built for. Whether it be a duelist change or not, with Tex in the roster or Saya, this is what the Guard was meant to do, and they finally get to do it. And they broke so many narratives in doing so. M80 winning a map in the series usually means they win the series. That didn't happen today. M80 losing to a team usually means they right their wrongs and get it done the next time around, and the Guard made sure that that also did not happen today. I mean, I think both teams deserve to be there. Obviously, on the day, the Guard played incredible. Throughout the entire tournament, they played incredible. They went undefeated. That's insane.
Yeah, my heart hurts for M80. It really does. I want to see both teams go through. I think so many of us do. Both of them deserve it. They worked so hard to get as far as the grand finals of all of Americas. But at the end of the day, the Guard just wanted it more. They made the least amount of mistakes. They were able to capitalize more off of M80. And ultimately, they brought fire. They had multiple talents, multiple clutches, multiple retakes. I felt like on Pearl on the last map that we saw a different Guard. They were flooding. They were overwhelming M80. They wanted to close it out. They did not want to take it to map 5. And I'm so proud of the Guard for how they played.
Well, it's time to say goodbye to you guys as we welcome in, for the final time, a member of the Guard here for the Challengers broadcast, now turned into the Ascension's broadcast, as they have found themselves victorious on the stage that mattered most. Valen, I feel like we've been building to this point throughout the entirety of the year. Obviously, so many emotions currently being felt by you. Just talk me through that. Verbalize everything you're feeling currently.
Wow, I've never been so, it's hard to put into words. We worked so hard for this. It's hard, we worked so hard for this since the beginning, since last year, the core sticking together. Some of us decided to decline franchising offers, as some people know, so we can stick together because we believed in each other. So much VOD review. Josh RT, that boy was VOD reviewing us 3 hours a day. Like, bro, I want to go home. Oh man, but it all paid off. It all paid off.
You are
standing here
You are usually a man of many words, too. You are usually the most eloquent member that I've ever interviewed of any team playing in the Challenger circuit. You always give great answers and great interviews, so it's obvious you're feeling just a ton of emotions, and as you should. You know, this was the penultimate finale to your entire season. You'd been building to this point since day one, so obviously a massive congratulations for finding success when it mattered most. I have to ask, you know, you guys stepped on stage in front of a crowd for the first time today. How do you feel you adjusted to that atmosphere? Was it everything you expected it to be?
Oh, 100%. And I want to throw a big shout out to the Brazilian crowd here in São Paulo. They gave us all the love when we came in, welcomed us with open arms, and it felt like we were the home team today. They were so great, and my guys, and including myself, I felt better when I heard that crowd. When there's pressure, we all perform better. Hearing the crowd, feeling the rumble, having your heart pound a little bit when you're playing the game, that's what we want. And man, I think we all stepped up to the occasion today. We were very prepared for this. We understood what was going to happen, and it was about time. You know, it was about time we got our chance, and we finally proved it, thankfully.
Whenever we've spoken throughout the entirety of the splits, whether it was, you know, first split, mid-season face-off, second split, Challengers playoffs, whatever it was, regardless of where you were at, you always said one thing: job's not done. Now that you've made it through Ascension, I think I have to ask, is the job done? Is it finally done?
Wow. I mean, for now, I would say job's done, mission complete. You know, we made it to the big leagues where we want to play. And then going into next year, it's going to be a new job, right? For now, the job is done. We're going to go enjoy our family, you know, have some well-deserved off time. Can't wait to go back home. But yeah, I would say for now, job is complete. Next year, we're going to be as hungry as ever.
Well, congratulations again. I will say, selfishly, we will miss you on the broadcast. You guys have always been fun to talk to. Your storyline is so heartwarming. We love watching you guys compete. We love that you guys found success when you needed it most. You're playing in VCT next year, dude. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I want to.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like we lost Valen there towards the end, but good dude. So great to see. This team has obviously won over the entirety of the Americas fan base, not just in North America, South America as well. As you can see, the Brazilian fans were coming out to cheer for this team in droves, and we are just so incredibly happy to see them finally punch their ticket. They are making it into VCT next year. They are the representatives, and the storyline was always from day one: M80 versus the Guard. M80 versus the Guard. Who were we gonna get? And we ended up getting the Guard today. And even though M80 can hang their heads a little bit in disappointment, they still end up making it through as the number 2 team in all of the regions here in Americas. It's not like they came through and got last. They actually performed quite well, and this was an incredibly winnable situation for them. They just don't have enough to get over that last hurdle.
I mean, he is just so inspiring as a person, a player, a leader. He wants me to just be better at everything that I do. I think a lot of people can relate to that whenever we hear him talk about his team and just the chemistry that they have. Well-deserved win from them. Something that pointed out to me of what he said when he was talking with Dubak was that they fought hard for this franchising spot. They didn't get it handed to them. They earned it, and that just feels way more better.
And, I mean, hats off, round of applause for Josh to be able to get all the gym time in on top of all the VODs that he's been watching. And just shout out the Guard for posting the 2-hour-long Josh. I don't know how, I can't tell you how much I watched of Josh Ortiz's muscles on Twitter, but I did watch. No, for the Guard, I mean, this feels so good. Like, talking about that last map a little bit, it was explosive, like M said, where they're kind of taking the fight to M80, much like we saw in map 1 where it didn't work. They were rallied up. They were fired up in this last one. They find ways to make it work as a whole. And then, you know, there's a world where we spend a few more minutes on the server if the heroics weren't there. We talked about the clutches, and although it didn't necessarily come in way of, you know, the announcer saying clutch, it was Tex staying to fight on site to get to it, the operator, after missing 2 shots. It was Net dancing around through the smoke back towards the site and making the hero play. It's not the right play. Just because it works doesn't mean it's the right play, but it was the hero play, and it paid off tenfold for the Guard today.
The Guard just had what it took. We've watched these teams clash at many times throughout the entirety of our Challengers season, whether it was in our first split, our midseason face-off, our second split in the Challengers playoffs as well. And it was deadlocked 2-2 coming into today. And we talked about it, you know, the advantage was minor in favor of the Guard. One map won over M80 in comparison in the head-to-head, and only 4 rounds above M80 in the differential. That's not a lot separating these two teams. And even when you looked at the two teams' stats, it was almost a carbon copy of one another. They approached the game very similarly. They were very well disciplined. They played the game the way we like to see it played. It is unfortunate for M80 that they will be going home, forced to repeat another season in Challengers. But now the biggest hurdle is out of the way. The Guard is not there anymore. So, you know, maybe now it's going to be their time to shine as we look to the next season. But before we even consider next season, we got to see how things ended up here. We can take one final look at the bracket just to appreciate the run through the bracket from these teams as we watched M80 make their way through a gauntlet of a lower bracket after losing an opening best-of-3 in group stages to the Union in somewhat surprising fashion. They had a hard time adjusting to the studio environment, whereas the Union, obviously, that was their home turf. They felt very comfortable there. They had played many games on that exact setup. And you could still argue the Union was a great team because they were. They ended up playing in that upper final against the Guard and forcing them to 3 maps, one of the few teams prior to M80 that actually took a map away from the Guard. But regardless, it puts M80 in this position where they were the number 2 seed coming out of groups, so they have to play that quarterfinal. They end up losing to the Guard and then getting knocked back down into the lower, and they have to make the run through where they didn't drop a single map. If you look at this playoff, the only team they lost to, Tanner, it was the Guard. It's the only team they lost a map to.
Yeah, and to that, I mean, if you look back on it, the Guard maybe could have won that series 2-0, right? They lose the first map in the Union, that Fracture game. The Guard are actually winning, and then they kind of let it slip away. The Union pieced together a couple of good rounds that pushed us to overtime, and then they end up getting it done in overtime. So the Guard damn near 4-0'd M80 today, and should have had a mapless, or I guess a lossless run in way of maps all the way throughout. They do it in way of series, which is just as impressive. And to the Guard's point, I mean, they played second fiddle. M80 didn't know anything other than first place. The Union did not know anything other than first place in all of their runs to get to where they're at today. And the Guard, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And today they end up getting it done.
Yeah, I think we could talk about the NA teams all day long. We love them and we've watched them for so long. But a team that really stood out for me in Ascension was Fusion. I thought they were really exciting to watch. I thought that they kept getting better and better as we were watching them. So I'm very excited to watch this particular team for Challengers next time.
Yeah, as we obviously are going to focus heavily on the two teams that played throughout the final here, it's not a surprise that we should be expecting to see some of these teams competing next year. The Union, obviously a very competent team. Fusion, 00 Nation, and 9Z, the teams that were eliminated prior to this point, they still had some flash. There was some pizzazz there, and there are certainly teams to keep your eyes on as we look toward next year for our Challenger season, because who knows who's going to be making it into the grand final next time. Who knows if M80 is even going to be that team. There are no guarantees. The international stage can be punishing. And on top of that, we still have a ton of talent domestically that could rise up and best M80. I mean, we had teams in NA like Moist Moguls who just narrowly missed an opportunity to be here. I mean, this could have been a completely different final if Moist Moguls was here. There's other teams in that mix as well, like Oxygen, who was a 4th place contender going back to the season. There's a world where that team rises up through the ranks and becomes the number 2, the number 1 team. There are certainly so many storylines to play out in the coming year that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I want to mention, we talk about teams that we might see next year, but I would imagine there's a world where we see, if not some of the coaches, a handful of these players maybe getting called up to Americas just based off of their performances in Challengers. I think a player like Askia, who is younger, I believe 21 years old, obviously has a lot of life ahead of him in way of esports, and he had one bad day. It's unfortunate that it was, you know, the worst time to have a bad day, but I mean, that kid is a rock star. And I know Dryad had phenomenal things to say about players like David from Latin America, coach of Fusion, that Fusion team just in general, what they're cooking up. So yeah, I think there's a world where, you know, just because those teams didn't make it through Challengers and qualify that way, there is still a chance that we see those faces in Americas.
But just like that, the season comes to a close. It feels like we just started, just kicking back to the early part of this year back in February as the Challengers split commenced here in North America. And we all were asking the question whether it's going to be the Guard or M80, and the Guard answered that question today. They're going to be playing in VCT next year, which means we will miss them here on the Challengers broadcast. But there are so many other teams that will be joining us next year in all of these regions. We cannot wait to see who will rise through the ranks and become our Ascended champions, fighting for that spot in VCT. We hope you guys will join us next year. And until then, farewell.